Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Big show for us today, girls. All right. Let's put our philosophical thinking hats on and get ready to dive into it. All right, pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. Okay, so before we begin, huge news outside of Croatia, or out of Croatia, not outside of it. Dobar dan. Hello, everyone. Croatia. Okay, the president is officially seeking to recognize Palestine. Love it. We love to see it. Free Palestine. We love to see it. The president is said that basically there is no justification for the way that Israel has been genociding the Palestinians, and we love to see it. And I'm just very happy to report it today. Okay, so we do philosophy through pop culture here. So we're going to do a lot of that today, starting with a question that I got from the audience. So let's start there. We'll have a discussion. We'll go through it, okay? All right, so just in case you guys are new to my content, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. I'm in my mid-30s, 36 right now. I have spent my whole life deconstructing minimally. I think I became much better at it recently, but all of my life I've been questioning, who raised me, how I was raised. I grew up Catholic. My parents are immigrants from Iraq. We're Assyrian. When we, think about our family legacy, we think about our why, we think about how we got here. We didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. We exist and all that came before us, right? Not to, quote a pro-genocide politician's mother, but here we are. So what I'm trying to make sure you know about my channel, because this question comes from a new watcher, is, or at least I assume a new watcher, is that there seems to be a real misunderstanding of what it means to be a person globally. We are constantly debating, a singular human or a whole group of people's right to exist, the right to dignity and compassion. We're constantly, sitting in middle of conflicts all the way to genocides and questioning whether or not it's ethical. And so, philosophy, the love of wisdom, gives us an opportunity to sort of ask ourselves deeper questions, but hopefully we also get to deeper answers. So today, this whole stream today is going to be sort of themed out in that, to counter or really ask ourselves that question about what it means to do philosophy and why do we do it? And how do we know the difference between people who do philosophical work for the ego and people who do it to deconstruct the ego? And I think the result is in your work, but the work might be confusing. So I got this comment and it said, what is the philosophy behind talking about misogyny and patriarchy, but chose to cover Repzion rant versus what misogyny and patriarchy has done to trash a woman like Anicia and iDubbbz online, the very people Repzion was trashing? Not sure what philosophy is being followed here. So philosophy as a construct is diverse and vast. It's globally pursued because it is the love of wisdom, and it is experienced differently based off where you are on the planet. So Western philosophy is going to have a different relationship with philosophical thought than Eastern philosophy. And what I like to do, and the reason I love philosophy, is that I am actually trying to improve my life. So what I pay attention to is, how does philosophical constructs limit us, thinking that identifying with a man who created a philosophy framework is going to free us instead of limit us is kind of ironic to me, right? So when people say to me, like, what kind of philosophy does Brittany Simon do? Well, I'm trying not to do what everyone else is doing, because I think most of the people who make philosophy on YouTube are doing it limited, and they're often not even happy. You can take Alan Watts as an example. Everybody loved Alan Watts. He was a deadbeat dad, an alcoholic who chose booze over his family. He was a neglectful father and a bad partner. So I don't care what Alan Watts says. I care about if a philosopher is able to examine, ask the why, and implement it into their life. Like, I'm not really interested in listening to men rant on the internet and not even apply it to their own lived experience. It doesn't make any sense to me. And when people say, oh, like, it's hard. So recently you'll have someone like an Alex O'Connor who came out as vegetarian or vegan, debated people about veganism, and then decided he can't be vegan because it's incompatible with his lifestyle and / medical issues, right? But argued that veganism is correct. And I struggle with this because it's not to say that he can't be wrong or on a different journey, but it's to say that you don't have an actual embodied experience or understanding of the thing that you claim to debate and advocate for. It's the same thing you see from the debate bros who sit there and get online and debate these very salient points, but don't exhibit it in their own lives. So there seems to be just like a deep misunderstanding that philosophy isn't just something you use to boost your ego. It's supposed to actually get you on a journey towards wisdom. And I don't think I'm wise. I think I'm earning my wisdom. Okay. So I really struggle sometimes when I see these boys, especially men on the internet, who are in great positions of privilege, a lot of them incredibly wealthy, or at least in a position of power where they get to pick and choose their interviews and choose only to interview with the center or the right, people who voted and advocated for Trump, right? These men are the ones we keep boosting into prominence. And I understand if you don't do philosophy in a very specific way, no one takes you seriously, but that's what I want to deconstruct, is that your philosophical relationship with the work is rooted in like classism and racism and like snobbery. You're not engaging with how this applies to my life though. How do I make this, I always say I was a person who was so unhealed and so chaotic and so self-harming. And it really was therapy plus philosophy that got me to where I am. But it's not just a matter of reading thousands of books. I mean, gosh, that's not very hard when you're autistic, girls. Say it. How many of us have read thousands of books? It's not that big of a brag. The issue is, how can I apply what I've learned to my actual life? How can I apply this concept to actually improve my life and have a embodied experience with this work of literature while still, throwing out all the bad stuff that doesn't apply? Okay. So that's what I want us to talk about today. And that's why I went over a Repzion video because my audience asked me to. Remember that I make a lot of my content because it's requested from my audience. Like if I can review a piece of media and allow us to use it to better our lives, I will do it. If I can show you a real human being who had a decade on the internet with all of the resources accessible to him and decided never to grow and only became stunted, it's a great example of people not using philosophical thought in an embodied way. Right? So I think when we're having these conversations, there's just like a misunderstanding that we're not here, at least not on my channel, to like boost our ego. We're here to humble ourselves. We're here to check the ego. Okay. So it's not the way that I talk, because I know sometimes people hear me talk and they go, Brittany's so egotistical. Listen, okay, it's the way I talk, but listen to what I'm saying and understand that I'm implementing it in my life. Okay. And I also have to remember that when we're on YouTube, we're not doing a member stream. We're not on the Discord. That means anyone from anywhere in the world can come onto my channel. So sometimes I'll talk about like trans issues and the transphobes will come in. Well, obviously I'm not making content for transphobes. Yes. Okay. But that means that when I talk, I have to remember that even if people come in and argue with me, it doesn't mean they're right. If the premise of their starting point is like transphobia, good. Because obviously transphobia, bad. So I have to also, as a content creator, pick and choose who I'm going to take criticism from and who I'm going to hear out. Because if you're already starting off a point, then we can't have the conversation. It's like one of the, greatest kind of ideas I use are like indicators of where a person is coming from is if they think I'm a Hassan stan. Like if you come to my content and think Brittany's like a huge fan of Hassan, I already know I can write you off because you're not listening to when I talk about him. But you're also not listening in understanding the criticism I have of him isn't the criticism I'm going to have of like an Ethan Klein who deserves all of the criticism, And at the same time, like if you criticize Hassan for saying America deserved 9/11, you're not understanding his perspective enough for me to respect your dissection of his content. Because if you don't understand what he's talking about, then you're not even able to have the conversation. Okay. So I think there comes a point where we're all having different conversations with people at different levels. And also with people are coming to the table with such different perspectives of what it means to even do philosophy that, we have to have that conversation. So today, my audience asked me to review Michael Burns's new video, what is it called? Philosophy YouTube is Broken. Let's talk about it, right? But I think when we talk about it, we're going to see where the deviation lies, because again, what I want to do is view real people's lives and figure out how to improve people's lives. Okay, I want to improve people's lives. How do we do that? We should do it by really dissecting what it means to come to conclusion, and if the data we've used to come to that conclusion is sound. There's a reason why so many philosophers, white philosophers, end up being raging misogynists and transphobes. Okay, there's a reason why a lot of America brought into prominence the Dawkins and the Harrises. And now, a lot of progressives are pushing back and saying, like, no, these aren't the greatest thinkers. Now, at the same time, and this is where I come into my practice of radical acceptance, I have to radically accept that this might be, in many ways, the smartest for the majority of people. But at the end of the day, like, they're not. Like, they might be the smartest for the majority of people, right? You listen to George Carlin and you're like, whoa, I get it. But like, you're just at the beginning. Dawkins, Harris, and Carlin were the beginning stages of my philosophical journey, right? Plato and Socrates, classic, love them, beginning stages. I was reading them at 19, 20. I'm 36. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are so many other philosophers who have come and gone between that. It's also the stereotype of a person who reads bell hooks and feels like that qualifies them to speak about philosophy. Like, love bell hooks, only read one of her books though, right? So like, again, it's not reading a person. The ego of the consciousness is not the proof that you understand philosophy. It's the way that it shows up in your life. In my opinion, it is the way it shows up in your life. Okay? So I'm not an academic philosopher. I'm not even a philosopher. I'm just a girly who loves philosophy. Okay? I'm here to deconstruct gender, our relationship with self, our relationship, in what it means to even exist on the planet in general. Like, we're not having the right conversations. And we wonder why the world keeps going in cycles. Because you guys keep trying to have the same conversation we've been having for thousands of years. And that's fine. But what if we had, I don't know, a different one? Okay? Discord said reading 1,000 books is not a brag. Tell that to the nation of people who have a reading level of 7th grade, bro. RIP America, RIP. Okay, so to this person who asked me this question, it's a good question. But we use real people's lives to have larger conversations. So you said, not sure what philosophy is being followed here. Philosophy, the love of wisdom. It's the ability to explore and understand. That's what we're doing here. We're not identifying with a label. We're not picking a construct created by man. We are not engaging in a limited idea of like, oh, I'm a Randian. Oh, I love Kant. Wow. You could just call me a nihilist. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that to my audience. I'm not going to tell my audience to pick a lane and stay there and then argue that we should be deconstructing. It's like that. I'm not going to do that. And I'm also not going to be like some of these really great philosophy channels like Unsolicited Advice, who I really, really like. I'm not interested in telling you about other philosophers and what they thought about life. I'm here to explore. I'm working on my own framework. I think we should explore their ideas, but I don't want to make content where it's like the 101 of Socrates. There are so many channels that do that. And it's so interesting that in the philosophy world, that's what they call philosophy. Just parroting what other people said. To me, philosophy is so much more than that. It's an opportunity to really solve like the human crisis. And we have so many crises to solve. So what are we doing? Just like parroting and making Socrates 101 videos all the time. How does this apply to real life? Okay, how do we make our life better? We use real people examples to understand stagnation in people's lives. But first, you also have to understand, do I understand this thing that I'm watching? Okay? Do I actually understand this thing? And do I understand how to come to good conclusions based off the data? Okay, with that said, we're going to use philosophy through pop culture to have this conversation about men on the internet, the edginess, the performativity of so-called intellectual debate bros. So obviously, Ethan Klein was outed. So basically, if you guys don't know, and this is so silly, this is the drama part, but there's going to be a larger understanding of this, okay? So the drama part is that H3 Ethan Klein had a falling out with Hassan Piker, okay? Over the genocide in Palestine. So kind of a big issue, right? And Ethan doesn't have the intellectual capability or the deconstructed brain in order to process how he has in every way been anti-Palestine while saying he was pro-Palestinian. Okay. And there's a real genocide happening on top of this like big drama. So remember that. as things dissolved over the last few years, and it's escalated because of Ethan going after smaller Palestinian, pro-Palestinian content creators, or him suing people, or him feeling like everything is an attack on himself, him not taking care of his mental health. There has been a falling out in which now the Asmans and the Destinies of the internet have come to Ethan's aid. And Ethan time and time again was like, I'm not talking to, Destiny. I don't talk to these people. Well, Destiny recently outed that, nope, they have been in the DMs together. Okay. That there has been some contact, that Destiny was more than happy to help Ethan on his journey of taking down Hassan, because, they're mortal enemies, because years ago, Hassan and Destiny had a falling out, which, if you know anything about Destiny, he really is everywhere. And I think he almost does it on purpose, so no one can ever be free of him. We've all collabed with Destiny, and I think it's everyone's biggest regret. He is the guy you go home with at, after a party, and everyone's embarrassed that they even knew the guy. That's Destiny. So Hassan, me, everybody else, you just end up coming across, because if you, like me, love philosophy and love debate, you're thinking, oh, I should go talk to the guy that everyone says is the best debater, until you find out more like masturbator. He's one of the worst, most disgusting serial predators on the internet right now. And I can't believe YouTube is just letting him stay on this platform. Okay. This is why Twitch had to get rid of him. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous idea that he is here on this same website as the rest of us. But then, and this is what happens with Destiny and his fan base, because there really are some of the worst people. They believe in doxing. They believe in going people. Destiny said Hassan deserves to be shot, basically, for what Hassan said about the IOF. Okay. Basically, Destiny went, and his viewers went and scraped up every piece of information about Ethan they could find on the internet. Okay. And that is the thing that is so interesting, is that, if you've left a mark on the internet, this community will find it. The most interesting thing that I think has happened is, one, Destiny is now, quote, pro-Palestine. He changed his X header to a pro-Palestinian flag just to piss off Ethan. So think about the moral and ethical quandary or position this man has put himself in, to be a serial cheater, to be a person who records women without consent and men and posts their porn on the internet, or sex tapes or intimacy tapes. Imagine being a man who uses a genocide to get back at a content creator. So now Destiny is going on the internet claiming he's pro-Palestinian just to piss off Ethan. And you know what's funny is, why would being pro-Palestine piss off Ethan if Ethan says he's pro-Palestine? Because we know Ethan is not pro-Palestine. So then Destiny knows how to get under his skin by saying, see, you're not pro-Palestinian. But now I am. Destiny, who was paid by Israel, who went to Israel, who did media for Israel, who told the IOF soldiers, if you're gonna play with people's underwear, don't film it. That Destiny, who said, sorry, genocide is gotta happen. That Destiny is now all of a sudden pro-Palestine because it pisses off Ethan Klein. So his group of people went and dug up all of this old content from Ethan that, I promise you, Habibi, listen to me when I say this. Every time in my life, and we covered this yesterday on stream, every time that I think, wow, I really got to hold myself accountable for my edgy days, I am made to be silent in the wake of the destruction left by these men on the internet. I cannot believe some of the things that these men have posted, have said. Every time I think I'm an edgy girly, I need to sit my ass down, because I could never contend with how disgusting and deplorable these men are. And I need you to stop holding yourself more accountable than these fucking men. Hold yourself accountable in your own bubble, because we need to heal the world by starting with ourselves. But do not let these men convince you that we're all the same. Destiny said to Ethan in his big, message to Ethan that basically, everyone on the internet, is a piece of shit, something like that. No. Do not let these perverted, disgusting men convince you we are as bad as them. No, we are fucking not. And exactly why they are such pieces of shit is exactly why we got Trump in the way that we did. Because Trump will convince you, oh, all men are like this. All people are like this. No. We are not like this. This is not our life. This is not who we are. Some of y'all are literally just worse. And so you need to stop letting these men gaslight you and convincing you that you are doing anything close to what these men are doing. And just as a reminder, I want to play these 2 Trump videos to start this conversation off, to remind us of exactly how Trump got elected because of the Destiny and the Ethans. Because they are men who get up here and talk about how they're progressive and pro-women and liberal, and how they're not homophobic or transphobic, and how they are good people. And the moment you realize the trail of tears they have left for the last 15 years on the internet is so deplorable and so disgusting. It makes absolute sense if the next 2 years they start advocating for Trump. I swear to God, I would not be surprised if these two men became the biggest Trump simps I've ever seen in my life. So just a reminder of what life felt like, a little simpler, when Trump was simply engaging in locker room talk. Let's go back. Blast from the past, girls. Let's go back in time.
I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and she was married.
Huge news there.
No, Nancy. No, this was... And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes.
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald is good. Oh, my man. Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your
Set this up.
That is very...
You give me the thumbs up.
You are a big...
Thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
Yeah, let me.
It's very
You
funny.
gotta give the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk in.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's certainly.
Yeah, that's her, with a globe. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just, I don't even know where. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the I can do anything.
Look at those legs. All you can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, honey. That's good, nice. Go ahead.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hand.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Trump, how
Nice
are
seeing
you?
you.
Pleasure to
Terrific.
meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are
Nice
you?
to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
Doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Would you
bus.
like a little
Okay,
hug, darling?
absolutely.
A
Melania
little
said
hug for
this
the
was
bushy. I
okay.
just got off the bus.
Oh, push it, push it.
There we go. Excellent. Well, you've got a nice co-star here.
Good.
Yes, absolutely.
After you. Come on, Billy. Don't be
As
shy.
soon as a beautiful woman shows up, he takes
Get over
off
here,
on.
Billy.
He's always happy.
I'm sorry, come here.
Let the little guy in here. Come
Yeah,
on.
let the little guy in. How you feel now? Better? I should actually.
It's hard to walk next to a guy like
Here,
this.
wait, hold on.
Yeah, you get in the middle. There we go.
Good. That's
This is
better.
much better. This is.
That's better.
Now, if you had to choose, honestly, between one of us, me or the Donald.
No, that's
That's some pressure
self-competition.
right
Yeah.
Seriously, you had to take one of us as a date.
I have to take a fifth on that one.
Really?
Yep, I'll take both.
Which way?
Make it right. Here we go. Right of the days.
Here he goes. I'm gonna leave you here.
Okay.
Get my microphone.
Okay. You're gonna. Oh, you're finished?
You're my man. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna go do our show.
Oh, you want to reset? Okay.
Okay. So just a reminder of like what it felt like all those years ago to almost like have, it was almost a better time, but it was a worse time, right? And it was just like the casual way these men are talking about these women, the casual way he's like, I'm going to eat some TikToks in case Tic Tacs in case I have to kiss her. You know, when I see a beautiful woman, I just want to kiss her. You know, women, when you're famous and rich, they let you do whatever you want. Grab them by the pussy if you want. All right, let's see if this rings any bells.
You called what you said locker room banter. You described kissing women without consent, grabbing their genitals. That is sexual assault. You bragged that you have sexually assaulted women. Do you understand that?
No, I didn't say that at all. I don't think you understood what was said. This was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I apologize to my family. I apologize to the American people. Certainly, I'm not proud of it. But this is locker room talk. You know, when we have a world where you have ISIS chopping off heads, where you have, and frankly, drowning people in steel cages, where you have wars and horrible, horrible sights all over, where you have so many bad things happening. This is like medieval times. We haven't seen anything like this, the carnage all over the world. And they look and they see. Can you imagine the people that are frankly doing so well against us with ISIS, and they look at our country and they see what's going on? Yes, I'm very embarrassed by it. I hate it, but it's locker room talk, and it's one of those things. I will knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to defeat ISIS. ISIS happened.
Listen, I love the manipulation of like ISIS. And I'm like, what does ISIS have to do with you grabbing women by the pussy? Isn't that the audacity, the caucasity, everything, every part of it is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my whole life. And we let this man become president twice. Twice, girls.
A number of years ago in a vacuum that was left because of bad judgment. And I will tell you, I will take care of ISIS.
So, Mr.
And
Trump,
we should get on to much more important things and much bigger things.
Just for the record, though, are you saying that what you said on that bus 11 years ago, that you did not actually kiss women without consent or grope women without consent?
I have great respect for women. Nobody has more respect for women than I do.
So for the record, you're saying you never did that?
I said things that, frankly, you hear these things I said, and I was embarrassed by it, but I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever done those
women
things?
Have respect for me. And I will tell you, no, I have not. And I will tell you that I'm going to make our country safe. We're going to have borders in our country, which we don't have now.
Hey, NBC News fans,
Okay, relax there, buddy.
thanks for checking out.
Okay, so do we understand? Okay, now when we get on the internet and we see Ethan and Destiny have to be held accountable for what they've done, and they go, but what about you? What about you? What about you? Do not let them, what about? Because I guarantee you, most of us are not engaging in this way. And that's why, you know, when I went into that space, so good faith, back in the day when I used to watch Ethan and I think, oh my God, collabing with Ethan would be so much fun. I was so almost naive to think that this man was good faith at any point in his career, to think that he was safe, to think that any of these people were safe. And now, even now, I hesitate. So we're going to watch the Do Not Worry podcast. And even I hesitate to say that I like the podcast, because what if there's leaks from these people eventually? I hope not, because I do enjoy watching their podcasts. So I hope not. But the Do Not Worry podcast brought attention to me, because I was not paying attention to these H3 leaks. Like, I really try not to pay attention to boys on the internet. But he went over it on stream and I watched it already. So we're going to watch it together. It's a really good coverage of everything that happened. And I think, like, it'd be nice to watch it through his podcast. But just like FYI, you know, something about working in the Destiny bubble made me realize, like, it is so unsafe of a space. It does really kind of scar you from the chances of not collaborating with all people, but like almost realizing, like, oh, this topic I love, debate and philosophy and discussion, it's co-opted by the worst people you know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what's so difficult, is like, I really like the trolley problem. I really like philosophy, but philosophy has been a boys' club for thousands of years. And it's not because there are no feminine, female, non-binary philosophers. It's just that the ones that rise to prominence, the ones that people know how to reference, right? Like, that's what this is. It just like it's like you're fighting the majority of what people recognize as philosophy to have real conversation. But even the academics who talk about philosophy won't consider what you do philosophy. I guarantee you, most people will struggle to see what I do as philosophy, because their idea of philosophy is shaped by their limited understanding, I think, through the West especially. I understand that, but I wish they would understand that from my perspective, when I see them, and the only way they're having a conversation is not, like, they're not applying it to their real life. I obviously experienced something that I don't think is unique to me, but I think might be unique to this space. Though I think, like, Britt Hartley is, like, probably very similar. Dr. K feels very similar. Where, like, we obviously experienced something where we had an actual understanding of our place in the universe, like a real deep, data-based, philosophical-based realization. And it feels like everybody else is talking about philosophy and no one is having the same realization. It is very rare for me to find somebody on the internet that I'm like, oh, I feel like they maybe had the thing that I did, that I went through. And I think it's because in many ways, like, when we lost our faith or we lost something about ourselves, we realized how significant it was. You know? Like, there is such a significance to losing your sense of identity in the world that lots of people can try to find it, but never actually, like, deconstruct it or go very deeply with it. And I think that I'm lucky that my special interest is sort of like, how deep can I go? How much more can I see? How much more can I understand about being a human? Listen to me when I say I'm happy to do hypothetical, philosophical quandaries that lead us to maybe interacting unethically in a hypothetical that we would never engage in real life. But more than that, I want us to understand that in our real life, it is imperative that we harm reduce as much as possible. We're not trying to be more good every day. We're trying to be less bad every day. And so if you do default go through the world, if Ethan and Destiny get to exist on the same planet we do, if Trump, Ethan, and Destiny get to exist on the same planet we do, and they wake up every day thinking they're good people, philosophically speaking, we're all animals on a planet. So, like, everyone's a good person. But literally applying, you know, their lived action to the result of their action, So you can imagine, right? This feels a little bit similar to like when you're trying to break a generational curse in your own family, and you have like the family members who like make amends, they apologize, they make they do better, and then the family members who don't, and yet they're welcomed both to the banquet. It's like, man, what was the point of apologizing if I still get the perks of community? Now, you don't apologize so you get the perks of community. You have an embodied experience of change so you're safe for community. We want to be safe for one another. It's not just about how we feel about ourselves. It's about how we are as a community. These are two separate us. The us when we're alone and the us when we're community. And the question is, who is our community, right? And so when I see Destiny and I see Ethan and I see the community they create, it's obviously less healthy. It's obviously less good. Right? It's obviously less kind and compassionate. And then when I see other people create communities, I go, okay, there's like some goodness here. There's a wholesomeness here, right? Chat, I see you saying, is there a troll? I don't know. Is troll in chat? Is there a troll in chat? I'm not reading comments right now, guys. So you guys got to tell me. Let me know. Is there any comments I should answer before we jump into the receipts in the Do Not Worry podcast? Who like I said, I have been watching. So if you guys want to check out their channel, I'll link it right now. This was a good live stream. Discord said, just read this. Some readers even call Calvin and Hobbes a kind of philosophy in sneakers because it tackles the same themes as great thinkers, but in the language of play, humor, and imagination. Yeah, I love that. Your channel definitely has a philosophy in sneakers vibe. I love that. Vibes. Yeah, vibes. I think like for me, when I interact with all types of work, I am sort of asking myself, what can I learn from this? There are things I like as a Britney, and there are things that I like as a thinker. And these are two different things, if that makes sense. Maiden in chat says Calvin and Hobbes is literally named after philosophers. There you go. Love it. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Do Not Worry podcast. Let's go over it. Ready? Oh, no, just trigger warning, girls. It's actually disgusting. I was so shocked. I'm going to put it at 1.2 speed. That's how we listen to things here. Just like trigger warning. It's bad. I did not think Ethan. We'll get to it. I just do not understand how people have posted these things. Like, I do not get it. Okay, here we go.
Apparently someone figured out Ethan Klein's Reddit, old 15-year-old Reddit, and at this point we know that it's legitimate. He admitted to it on Instagram stories. If anything,
How's the sound?
let's start with his Instagram story, kind of addressing the situation. And then, ooh, why is it flipped? Your shit's flipped. Let me flip this thing.
Wait, Chad says your stream was posted in the Don't Worry podcast or Don't Worry podcast Discord. Hello. Great podcast. This segment's really, really good. And I really appreciate that he went and did the work of finding all of these receipts and going over it. I watched it when it was live. And I don't have the spoons to go through it myself because I'm so disgusted at what Ethan has posted. I'm so sick of these men. So I really appreciate Don't Worry or Do Not Worry podcast going over it.
Okay. Let's go ahead and read what he wrote, just so that, there are no one's confused that this is legitimate. Make sure you guys can see that. So this was just posted on his Instagram not too long ago. My friends, I have a terrible confession to make. Yes, it is true. My 15-year-old Reddit account was identified by using a doxing website that lists a history of all emails and passwords that have been leaked in illegal data breaches. A post last night was made on the Snark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. With Reddit's help, this person was able to disseminate this illegally and maliciously obtained information to a community whose sole purpose is to harass me, my family, and my employees.
I want to stop right there. So right now he's doing I want to call it like a bid, not to affection, but a bid of like tugging on your heartstrings of like, it was 15 years ago. Oh, it was, he's using that method of like, guys, 15 years ago. So Ethan's like 40. So this makes him in his late 20s. Right? So just like process that information. And I understand I was a very unhealed person at 28, But yet, even in all my years of being unhealed and going through this process before therapy, I was certainly not posting these things on the internet. So this is a almost 30-year-old man, okay? Okay, so that's important. But he does this thing where he wants you to feel bad because it was 15 years ago. Yeah, a whole teenager away and you still didn't learn your lesson. See, and this is why I said Gila had a great opportunity to come out and say, guys, I was in the IOF. I served under a disgusting government. I raided people's homes. I did horrible things and I am so regretful. It haunts me every day. I work on it. You know, I would have loved to have seen her use her previous service with the IOF as an opportunity to, you know, to challenge herself, to make it clear that even a former IOF soldier is in regret. Because that's what people did with the former soldiers who went to Iraq, right? Like they came back and said, like, what did I do? That's a great question. What did you do? And I believe accountability, right, is a path to redemption. And we want to hold people accountable within reason because we don't want the mob to take justice. This isn't the witch trials, y'all. You don't want to be pitchforks and you know what I mean? You don't want to be pitchforks. Okay. So you want to be somebody who calls somebody out, holds them accountable, and gives them a path to redemption. The path of redemption does not allow them to have the life they had prior to being held accountable. Being held accountable means that you actually do show up in the world differently. That's how we know you've taken accountability. You change. So Ethan's saying, guys, this was 15 years ago. Yeah. But how different are you from that 15 years ago if today you is still making excuses? So listen to how he further makes excuses.
Why are they making this? Was it Snark or was it? I'm pretty sure this was Destiny's community that got this, yo. I mean, it doesn't matter, but like, why? I mean, it's old Reddit posts. How is this like illegal to find? I mean, okay, no, yeah. If the passwords were obtained in an illegal data breach, that is kind of fucked up. Like all of our information could be on something like that, you know?
Sure, doxing is bad.
In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. I think he's being sarcastic here. Yes, my account, username, pedotroll. So yeah, Ethan Klein's username on Reddit was pedotroll. As a contrast, my Reddit username is Dewey's Cox, like Dewey Cox from Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story. It's one of my favorite comedies of all time. It's probably my favorite comedy of all time. So like that was my name, and I couldn't. Dewey Cox was taken, I think, so I had to add an S. It was Dewey's Cox. But like, yeah, I wouldn't want to use the word pedo anywhere near any of my fucking usernames. Like, what the fuck? Even if it's a joke, even if it's Reddit. Oh, the whole point of Reddit was to be edgy. Yo, you want to call yourself pedophile online like that? That's on fucking you, man.
Exactly.
Hey, you do you, bro.
It's like, why would you even have that word in association with your brand or with your presence on the internet? Like, I don't get it. Okay. Now, Chad says this doesn't seem radically empathetic to Ethan. Now, I assume you are a troll. So let me just, let's make it clear what empathy is. Guys, empathy is having an embodied, like, ability to understand a person's experience. I'm sorry that I can't have empathy for Ethan in this situation. I've never done these things. I can have sympathy for the fact that a stupid man was on an internet being disgusting, and I can understand that culture formed him to be a misogynist because that's what culture does. But I also need to hold him accountable and say, like, yeah, I can't have empathy for you, bro. I have no way to relate to this. I have no way to have an embodied relation to this. Like, this is so beyond anything I've ever done. Like, I have nothing to connect to because it's so gross. Okay? But what we do instead is we process how we got here and how to prevent it for future generations. Those of you who are fucked, you're fucked. You made your decision. You've got to lay in your bed. But we want to prevent this for new babies being born every day, new young people on the internet every day. How do we make it so people do not become Ethan Klein? Do not become a Destiny. Do not become a Trump. What do we do now so our children do not become these people? That's the goal of especially this channel, is how do we do preventative care? Because Ethan's fucked, Destiny's fucked, Trump is fucked. Bye. You guys are fucked. The only people who can be kind to you now are your therapists and your mommies. Okay? So it's not our job. It's not the community you hurt's job. It's not the people you harass, dox, and sue. It's not our job. It's your job. It's your therapist's job. It's your mommy's job. It's not our job. And honestly, it's not even your mother's job. But God knows Ethan's mother is, anyway, I got things to say about his dad in this leak too. Girl, his dad is gross. I did not know Ethan's father was so disgusting. God forbid I ever catch my father being as disgusting as this man has been on the internet. I did not know. I did not process that Ethan's dad was such a loser, bro. What does they say? What do they say? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree? Okay, hello?
Whatever works for you. I think I am behind on some super chats. Veronica says, Demi, yes, BB, no. You know it, Veronica. Just some thoughts. Says, I'm a patron. Join us. Ooh, thank you so much. Just some thoughts. A patron and sending, you're too generous, too kind.
I can't remember if there's any super chats that might be interesting
Gene
for them.
Ellie says, thank you to my favorite podcasters with a $25
Okay, I'm going to
donation. So
forward this a little
everybody,
bit.
W's in the chat for Gene.
W's in the chat?
So yeah, voice. Yes, talking about
Okay.
that, like calling himself a pedo. That's a choice. It's certainly a choice. Yes, my account username Pedo Troll made a few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny.
My account username made a few bizarre. No. You made a few. Listen. My account username made a few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny. My username was an AI bot, Ethan. It's you. You made these jokes. Oh, and just a few? Oh, just a few. Got it.
It was common on Reddit 15 years ago to create a thematically named troll account to post silly things from. The method was to have Redditors read something crazy, then check the username and realize it was a goof. You can see evidence of this on most of the posts made in
Why would you do this though, nearing 30 especially? Like, I get it. I get that there's an edginess to the internet that, again, every time I think I'm an edgy girly, I sit my ass down. I'm like, no, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm going to take myself home because I could never have crossed the lines y'all crossed just for an edginess. Like, I get we've all been on the internet and millennials think they're the funniest thing that's ever happened since sliced cheese. But genuinely, the way this man has crossed the line 1,000 fucking times, that's what's crazy. So okay, why doesn't Ethan now say, guys, it was a disgusting time on the internet. I was a disgusting human being. I fucked up so deeply. And I am so fucking embarrassed you found these. I wish nobody ever saw them because I'm fucking mortified. Instead, it's, guys, it was just how the internet was 15 years ago. This is like Alex Hormozy when he's like, if girls could get child married at 12 and 15 years old 100 years ago and they weren't traumatized, then maybe it's the way we perceive the child marriage that dictates the trauma. No, the child marriages were happening then are just as traumatizing as them happening now. This idea that like, oh, we were less traumatized back then. I used to believe this. When I was a more liberal thinker, I used to think people handled trauma differently until I got educated. And I realized like, oh no, they were traumatized. I used to think this when I was, well, dumber. You know what I mean? Less educated. Because it sounds really good, right? Like, well, back in the day, they didn't do this. Well, back in the day, it seemed pretty normal. And then you realize, because I have child marriages in my own family. And a lot of the way the family tells these stories is like, well, that was just how we did it. And then you kind of grow up and you're like, wait a second. I think I've been bamboozled. I think I've been bamboozled by traumatized people that can't cope with the fact that our child marriages in our family were just as fucked up as if they had happened now. That's the problem, is we really are taught to believe, oh, it was different back then. And then you realize like, oh no, it's not. It's not different back then. And it can be, guys, so traumatizing to have the bubble pop and the realization that like, oh, like this sweet, cute story about my grandparents I thought was so cute is actually like the most disturbing story I've ever heard. And then it reshapes all of your understanding of your family history, every family gathering you've been to, every way you're like, every story gets shifted. Everything gets turned upside down. It can feel very scary to be extrospective. It is an incredibly traumatizing talk to a therapist experience when you realize like this family you thought you had, that you were like, my family's great. Yeah, they have problems, but they're pretty great. And then you realize like, wait a second. So I understand how we might be in that position. I'm asking you to deconstruct that and realize like, I'm so sorry that the thing you thought happened before wasn't as impactful on people, but it was. And I need you to be able to grieve that, and we got to be able to move past it. Okay?
character. These troll stories include anecdotes that clearly never happened, including a story that references my children who were born 10 years later. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these parody posts. The perfect way to promote your YouTube channel, folks, is to pretend you're a pedophile online. Now, look, do I actually think Ethan Klein is a pedophile? No, you know what I mean? But I mean, hey, calling yourself pedo troll and trying to explain it, even like 15 years ago, it was common.
I would have said Destiny wasn't a pedophile, but here we are. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know what anybody is. I don't know what to believe about anyone, so I'm not going to stake my life on it. I think I'm always such a good, I always try really hard to really see what is true versus what I want to be true or what I think is true. I don't know, but I'm just like, I'm not going to hold any room for any of these men to not be something possibly, because at this point, they're not even doing themselves any favors by talking badly about their former self. You know what I mean? Just saying being a pedo is a joke is like, it doesn't explain why you did it. It doesn't explain what your thinking was at the time, you know?
Like, do any of you guys call yourself pedophiles on Reddit or something like that? Please let me know if you do. These troll stories, blah, blah, blah. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these parody posts. I mean, maybe I should go post on Reddit and claim to be a pedophile. I knew I was personally identifiable the entire time. I was trying to be funny so people would look, trying to be funny is the key thing, I guess. You know what I mean? Trying to be funny. I was trying to be funny so people would look at my account and discover my YouTube channel. I was not ashamed of it then, and I'm not ashamed of it now. That's right.
I wasn't ashamed of it then, and I'm not ashamed of it now. This is it. No introspection. Absolutely no learning. No deconstructing. Absolutely zero wisdom. We do philosophy through pop culture here. We take real life, real people's lives and learn how to make our lives better. And I'm telling you right now, this is a life lesson. A life lesson of a man who reached 40 years old and has no ability to regret past action. Him and Destiny deserve each other. Both of them are nearing 40. I think Destiny is a little younger, but have no ability to regret past action. Just zero ability. This would be a therapist field day. Some therapist somewhere is salivating at the realization that they could be solving one of the greatest cases of man's ego right here with these two men who are fighting with each other when really they love it. I guarantee you, Ethan and Destiny are getting high off battling each other on the internet because both of them do this for a living. That's their dopamine seeking behavior. They've been doing this for years. They both have dopamine seeking behaviors where they literally fight with people so they can get that hit. And now they have it with each other.
Pedo troll. You are pedo troll and proud. Stand tall, pedo troll. You raise that head up high, pedo troll. Look at the stars. Don't look at the ground, okay? Of course, be proud of yourself, pedo troll. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I was not ashamed of it then, and I'm not ashamed of it now. That's right, pedo troll. Fuck yes. Embrace your pedoness, my friend. Embarrassed? Yes. On par with cringing at my old YouTube videos. 2, yes, there are a few posts of me being a Zionist Jewish supremacist, which includes me mostly arguing with someone calling Israel Nazi Germany. Oh, there's also...
Hold on. I think there are people here that are not part of my main audience. Hey, no R words in chat, no slurs in chat. Who is it? Who said it? Somebody said there was an R word in chat. Who was it? This one. Banned. Banned. No slurs in chat. Fucking losers. Okay? This is a good community. We're nice to people here, bitch. Just kidding. I got to work on that. Should we say bitch? That's a whole other philosophical conversation. Bitch is a slur. We shouldn't be saying it. It's hard, though. Language is... listen, no one's perfect. We got to talk about that. We really got to have a conversation about that. But don't fucking no R slurs in my chat.
Some way more racist shit in there that we'll look at. In totality, about 95% of the posts were about StarCraft 2 or self-promoting my YouTube channel. I have nothing to hide and nothing to apologize for. And remember, folks, joking about pedophilia is not the same as having it on your computer. Well, I mean, of course, if this is a game of who's worse, Ethan Klein or Destiny, in terms of who's a bigger pedophile, again, I love that they're having a pedo off. Like,
they're
hey,
literally having a pedo off. They're literally having a pedo off. Like, what?
I only called myself a pedophile, but he actually has pictures of minors on his computer. Anytime you find yourself in this kind of conversation, like who's more or who's less of a pedophile, you've already lost.
You've already lost.
I may have called myself a pedophile, but you actually are a pedophile. It's
Lord.
Yeah, they're both kind of weird. One of them is certainly weirder than the other and more fucked up and illegal. But don't be bragging about, I am proud to have called myself pedo troll, and I am proud of my pedo troll days.
Ridiculous.
On Reddit.
This is all I want. I just want somebody on the internet to be able to watch their old content and talk about how they did it wrong. Just as Brittany, you should start saying bub with the emphasis as bitch. Bub. Yeah, maybe. That'd be pretty funny. But listen, I would just love it because we do that on my channel. We go back and watch my old videos and then we review it. And then I talk about all the ways I was wrong. I would love if these men could do it and understand it and actually embody it. So there's a change. I want to see a significant change. I put out a community post, which is what inspired the comment we read at the beginning of stream to start this off. I put out a community post to new people, and I just said, hey, welcome. If you're watching my content and if it's more than 6 months old or 4 to 6 months old, it's probably outdated. I am changing in front of you in real time. And I am probably like an example amongst others that are so significantly changing that it's confusing to an internet where Ethan and Destiny have been the same person for 15 years. Listen to me when I say this. Ethan and Destiny might have been the same person for 15 years, but some of us are changing. And we have literal proof of the change. And so like, if you think like, I was the same Brittany I was 2 years ago, like you are deeply mistaken. Is there a lot of me that's the same? Absolutely. But there's a lot of me that's also different. When it comes to Ethan or Hassan, or not Hassan, sorry, there has been change in Hassan. But Ethan, not fast enough though, bub. I'm just kidding. Okay, listen. Ethan and Destiny though, no change. No change. That's crazy. 15 years and you haven't changed? That is insane. That's why we covered Repsion, to answer that commenter's comment at the beginning of stream. That's why we covered Repsion. 10 years and zero change. Actually, you've gotten worse. Actually, Destiny and Ethan and Repsion, I think, got worse. Like Trump, I think they literally have gotten worse. And that is kind of impressive, I think. Is that impressive that they're worse? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You know, Ultraviolet, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here.
Those are classic Reddit posts. Kind of funny. Just some thoughts. Sends another £2 and says, remember, I'm Mud. I'm always confused. Mud, we love you. Myri C folks, one of our favorite patrons, and community members. Nogzolato sends a $5 and says, Ela also has a Reddit account. Both of them deleted it. Her Tumblr is gross regardless of it's a joke. It's still inappropriate. And Ian tweeted. Ian as in like iDubbbz? I'll check it out.
I don't know anything about that.
Common good. I would love to watch the Richie Torres and Adam Friedland interview. Do we have time where he's like crying about like, the veto off is official and it's still ongoing? God, if Demi hears what I'm talking about, she's gonna judge me so hard, bro. It's gonna be so. What the fuck are they talking about in there?
Haley, welcome to memberships.
Gotta pay the bills, folks. Oopsie, schmoopsie. Well, I mean, you guys didn't see on YouTube. Okay, I don't need to talk.
I'm forwarding. Okay, hold on.
Destiny. Okay, first of all, I mean.
Listen, look at Destiny changed his background to the Palestinian flag just to piss off Ethan Klein. Process that. Process how deeply unethical it is to mock a population of people that are literally being genocided. He changed his bio to Free Palestine. How fucking disgusting is this person? This is the most, this is what I'm saying, guys. I'm sorry. Do not let these men gaslight you into thinking you are ever going to be as bad as them. They are some of the most evil fucking people. There is just nothing about this that isn't deeply evil. This is so fucking gross.
I'm probably like the 1 millionth person to make that name, but like, why does he have a stripper name? Why does Destiny have a stripper name? And this is no shade at strippers. I'm just pointing out that he has a fucking stripper name, okay? Destiny. Like, that's so fucking cringe referring to someone, to a man, as Destiny. You know what I mean? Destiny said, what the fuck Destiny said, bro? Steven fucking Bonnell, bro. I'm sorry. So Steven said, Polish Pusher says, Mohsen's link is in the episode description. Is it? Please double check if it is. Dizzle McFizzle, who's been a member for 6 months, says, I remember hating Ethan for a great reason before. I had good ones. Hey, I mean, look, I only hated him when I had great reasons. So, Destiny says, Destiny the stripper. Veronica says, just say no to PBD, please. Listen, Veronica, I need to get my blood boiling. Blood boiling? I need to feel the blood boiling a little bit, okay? I need to let out my Dark Souls.
Wait, what are these stripper name comments? Oh, you guys are saying it's misogynistic for him to say stripper name? I think that's just a stereotype. Like, Destiny is a stripper name. I think that's pretty common in boy bubbles, right? Like, everyone makes that meme towards Destiny. Like, you have a stripper name. Yeah, using the Destiny as a stripper name. Yeah, that's very common. That is do you guys know I can't tell if you're mad because you don't know the bubble or if you don't know stripper. It's like when my brother thought about naming his daughter Chastity. I was like, why are you giving her a stripper name? You know, it's like there's nothing wrong with being a stripper, but the name is kind of funny. He named himself after a video game. I think it's just a joke. But if you don't think the joke is good, like, I get what you're saying. Obviously, we're not anti-strippers here. We love sex workers. So yeah, I think he's just memeing on a meme that's fucking old as time about Destiny's name. But you guys can be upset about it for sure. You guys are allowed to call it out as misogynistic if you feel like it is.
Anger. So Steven Destiny Bonnell said, apparently Ethan is still IG storying about me. His and Ela's old Reddit accounts were just found, literally posting vids from their H3H3 channel where they had less than 1,000 subs. Why is he so obsessed with making pedophile jokes and talking about being a pedophile? Is it seriously all just projection? So let's read one of Ethan's old posts. As Pedo Troll commented 50, and again, to be fair, this is 15 years ago, okay? We've all had cringy, shitty, tasteless, horrible social media posts that like maybe date 15, 20 years. Maybe not everyone. Hey, maybe not that horrible.
Hold on, I'm trying to move my
Probably said
picture
some dumb
out of
shit
the
online.
way.
So, I mean, hey.
'cause you guys are probably
Let's just
not
keep
seeing
it
him.
honest. Jim D. Duker sends another 5 and says, more cussing. I got you, Jim. God
Why?
fucking damn it. Gesicht beide. Jim, I'm going to give you a mix of English and Arabic cussing. So Pedo Troll says, 15 years ago, when you become an uncle, avoid the sexual tension that is inevitable between you and your nephew. It will be very exciting and enticing, but in the end, the stress that will result from this relationship will not be worth it. It is always best to get involved with children outside the family, with friends, co-workers, etc.
What
Now
the
look,
fuck?
He's
Why are men stupid? Why is this even funny? Ugh.
definitely trolling. Is it kind of funny? Look, I'm not going to lie. This is funnier than anything Ethan has said in
I'm
the
not
last
laughing.
2 years. Okay? Ethan has not made me laugh this hard in 2 years. I'm going to say, and I chuckled. I'm not going to lie. This is the first
Listen, there is a difference between making a joke with your friends and family that you're like, oh, and then making a joke where you go on the internet, right? Or like have the joke. It's like everyone's trying to go as hard as possible, as you know what I mean? But again, it's like, why are you writing this on the internet as a man almost nearing 30? Maiden, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Guys, enjoy those memberships. Enjoy those memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate you.
time I actually read this whole thing. I mean, he's clearly trolling. Like this. When you become an uncle, avoid the sexual tension that is inevitable. But I mean, hey, look, do you want this stuff online associated to you? No. But is it kind of funny just compared to the shit he's doing now? I'm sorry. I'll take Ethan Klein making pedophile jokes rather than Hasbara podcast. Is that a hot take? That's pretty fucked up take. I've had a long day, folks. I've had a lot of anxiety today. Take it easy on me. Okay, if I have some bad takes, I don't know why this kind of made me chuckle. People are going crazy in the live chat. What's going on here? Zahra Mun sends $5. Thank you, Zahra. Very generous. Also, Jim, very generous of you. Fucking shit. Zahra sends $5 and says, what makes it even funnier is that Destiny's Nazi son could be referred to as Destiny's child. Oh my God, I haven't even fucking...
It's a little funny. Destiny's Child, get it? That's the funniest thing that's happened in this last hour.
thought of that. Destiny's child's a Nazi. Yo, that's so fucking funny. Zahra, that's fucking hilarious. And thank you so much for the support. Anthony Bensavengo sends another $5, says the only thing that people should call Destiny is some variant of Mr. Borelli. Exactly. Mr. Borelli, what's his real last name? I don't even know his last name, bro. Like, Benel. Dude,
Remember when he was on that podcast debating in favor of Israel over Palestine? That's what I mean. This man pretending he's pro-Palestine just to piss off Ethan tells you everything you need to know about these men.
Finkelstein. Crazy. Norm Finkelstein. I can't get Benelli out. Like, I literally can't remember his actual last name. Far Twain sends $5 and says there's one where he calls Palestinians monkeys among real Israelis. I'm sure
Jesus.
AB will be nice and quiet. Also, Ethan was almost 30 doing this, not 18. Oh, yeah, definitely. He's way too old to be doing this, to be fair. And I do have that post where he compares them to monkeys. I got you.
Gross.
Anthony, stop
Gross.
saying it's trolling off the bay. Not funny. No one finds it funny. I don't know. Incest pedophilia.
Yeah, it's not funny. Like, again, I think it's more interesting, the phenomenon of just like zoom out with me, not being Ethan, but being a person who's like nearing 30. You know how people are always like, you're 22, you're an adult, act like it. Well, obviously not. Like, Trump was also not 18 when he was making those grab him by the pussy jokes. Like, it's not about your age, it's about your maturity. Why aren't people like, it's so funny that you're also the world wants you to reach these milestones like buying a house and having kids, but nobody wants to reach the milestone of maturity because you think maturity is success through capitalism. Like, maturity is having the wisdom not to fucking do this at all. Right? Like, I will admit I haven't been the most wise person throughout my life, but I certainly didn't reach 28. Oh, I reached 28 without ever having a Reddit name, pedo, whatever, and getting on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing I think I can't figure out. Like, why do you go in this direction? Like, why do you go in this direction? You know? Ridiculous.
Guys, fuck, I shouldn't have laughed. I'm kidding, guys. Obviously, pedophilia isn't funny. I'm not out here making pedophilia jokes. Anyways, so that's the first one. Let's see some more pedophilia comedy.
Ugh.
Honestly, I think it's beautiful that they have such an intimate relationship. The mother's therapy doesn't have to be sexual at all. You people are the sick ones for making that connection. I hope that I can have such an intimate and open relationship with my children. I mean, that's pretty fucked up. You know what I mean? I don't know the context of this post. I don't know what he's replying to. Oh, okay, that's pretty fucked up. Here's another comment. And again, folks, a trigger warning. I'm sorry for the language. That
Trigger warning.
Negro child.
Can he say that word? Do we say that word? I don't think we say that word anymore. I feel like That word is very derogatory. Like, I don't even know if he should be saying it even in this context.
Sure is elastic. Reminds me of when I stand in front of the mirror and twist my hips so my dick dances around in circles.
What?
Twist my hips.
This is so gross. This is so gross. That blank child shirt is elastic. This is so fucking gross. This is so gross. I almost want to be done. Do you know what I'm saying? Why are you posting this? And then just say, I don't regret it. And then just say, I don't regret it. Guys, this is crazy. Please listen to me. Do not let these boys on the internet gaslight you into thinking you are just as bad as them. So when Destiny goes, everyone's just as bad as I am. No, we are the fuck not. No, we are the fuck not. Okay? No, we are the fuck not. Do not let these boys on the internet convince you every single person is a piece of shit like them. No. Your community is not as, like, our community is all suffering. We are all traumatized, but we are not. Okay? We are not. Not everyone in our communities is as this, whatever the fuck this is. This is so gross.
Usually stops like he did too when it hits my 2-year-old in the face. Lol. He usually stands under me asking what I'm doing. I just tell him daddy is dancing. Lol. Okay, so this is way more graphic.
That is so gross. That is so fucked up.
That first one kind of made me chuckle because it was just like someone speaking in theory. If you were theoretically going to do something, it's best to avoid this and do that. I kind of chuckled. Now he's putting like, he's using, I don't know, like weird, uncomfortable language. And then he's putting images in your head of like his dick smacking a child in the face. Like,
What the fuck, bro?
Demi's still not back. She's still not hearing what we're talking about in here. I'm glad. I'm thankful for that. This is disgusting, bro. Yeah, this is kind of fucked up.
It's so gross.
This is fucked up. This isn't funny, folks. This shit ain't funny. This is, I don't know what the fuck was in the water in the mid 2000s, bro. In the mid, like in the early 20s.
Not this. This was not all of our experiences. I was on the internet on GeoCities, minding my own fucking business on my MySpace. Okay? Though 15 years ago, I'm 36 now. Yeah, I was busy on Facebook with my friends. I was busy hanging out in real life with friends touching grass. Okay? Like, what? This is not a universal internet experience. You know?
2010s, and people thought that you could fucking say anything on the internet. I was a fucking child at that point, but like, actually no, 2010 I was 20. Okay, so this is pretty fucked up. That's the first one. There's more. There's a lot more, folks.
There's more, and I think there's worse. That wasn't even the worst of it, and that was pretty fucking bad.
But yeah, it's a bit too fucking graphic. This shit's a bit fucked up. Here's a video. Ethan talking about traumatizing a little girl in the bathroom with his wee-wee. What the fuck? Mao, okay, I'm done. Destiny's having wait. Who would have thought, bro? Who would have thought, bro? Ethan's greatest ally in his war against Hassan was Destiny, and now they're fucking going at it, having a pedophile off.
Ugh.
You can't write this fucking drama.
You can't write it. That's what I'm saying. Guys, you know how people are like, why do you talk about YouTubers? Guys, YouTubers are the world in a small bubble. Like, nobody cares about Ethan or Destiny in the real world, but the real world is kind of like an extension of them. Trump and Elon and everybody making fun of Zelensky for what he's wearing. This is YouTube, but on a global scale. Like, this is what I'm saying. The reason we cover YouTubers is because it's better than reality TV. The reality TV is good, but it is like a real this is a real person's life. This is a grown man with children. Literally, we made him famous and rich. Why even I? Why do I participate in making the worst people famous and rich? We were with Ethan day one with his lawsuit, supporting Gila with Denny Fresh. We thought we made the funny ones famous. Nope, we made the worst people famous. Oh my God. Ugh.
Bro, what the fuck is this? Like, seriously. Okay, let's listen. Trigger warning, I guess. I've not seen this.
Oh Lord.
Dirty burger. Anyway, I'm there taking a pee, doing my thing, and here in walks a little girl. I'm concentrating so hard on trying to pee that I don't realize that the door opens from the outside, doesn't go in. So I'm sitting here like spread eagle, room smelling like burnt pickle relish.
Ew.
And this poor little girl sees me like spreading my pubes like Moses. Oh. It's like an enlarged clitoris.
Ah! Okay, first of all, Chat said, I wonder what will happen when Ethan's kids grow up and see his parents' digital footprint. They won't care the way Ethan doesn't care about his dad's digital footprint. Ethan doesn't care that his dad, he had his parents on recently on stream. He doesn't care that his dad has a horrible digital footprint. So his kids probably won't care. Because his kids will probably be like him. His kids would have to deconstruct from the way they're raised. We all have to deconstruct from the people who raised us and realize like, oh yeah, they're not like perfect people and they make mistakes. And also some of them are really suffering in a multitude of ways from their own ignorance, from their upbringing. But we have to understand, like, that's why we're open with boundaries. But yeah, Ethan's kids will probably think their dad is hilarious, you know?
Poking out of my pubic. Anyway, this little girl walks in. You can imagine the scene, like.
Chet says he talked about it a bunch in the past, saying how he finds him disgusting and hates it. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he's still platforming his dad and his mom, talking about it like it's not a big deal. Like, if he hadn't recently had them on, that's one thing. But at the end of the day, like, having your parents on, do you know what I mean? Like my parents are religious, right? So they're homophobic and transphobic. I'm not about to platform my parents. You know what I mean? At this stage with Trump in his second election, like it feels irresponsible to platform your bigoted parents and be like, this is my mom and dad. I love them. Like, yeah, I love them. I don't think the internet should love them. Okay, that's my trauma in business. You know what I mean?
Like.
Hey!
Oh.
Whoa, hey,
Bro.
hey.
Okay, so he's making it really graphic. He's like, you can imagine the scene, and if you can't imagine it enough, like what?
Hey.
What's happening? Should we continue this?
Is this safe?
Or no? Veronica sends 6 shekels and says, hello, it's obviously the name of a cult leader. DA.
Jeez.
Best if you can give me. Let's, I guess, finish this. Trigger warning.
Lord.
Just spreading and like something like this. Like here's her spread and holding
Oh my God, bro.
pickle relish
Ah!
like a jelly bean.
Look, it's important to see this just to remember the depravity that we're dealing with, folks. The level of depravity is unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
And these people should be revealed for what they are.
Ugh.
I hope you're proud. This is, by the way, he said he's proud of this. He said he is proud.
He said no regrets. Ethan literally said hashtag no regrets. Okay. Okay. Humility is what's missing. I always say I am learning to earn my wisdom and humility. Humility is key to introspection. Ethan holds no humility. Destiny, no humility. That's why they have no regrets. Because to have regrets is to have the humility to say, I wish I hadn't done something. I wish things had gone differently. I wish I hadn't made mistakes. I do have regrets. Now, obviously, my life as an example, ended up pretty good. So it is what it is. But do I wish I could go back and save people from making my decisions? Yes. Thank God none of them were pedo Reddit posts. My decisions were more like falling in love with the wrong people. If I could go back and convince you to break up with your shitty boyfriend, if I could convince you right now, girls, to dump your shitty boyfriend, I would. Okay, but it's your journey. You got to go through it. These men don't even regret it. They downplay the harm that they caused because they think they're funny. Yeah, I'm not laughing.
Of these posts, and Pedo Troll stands tall. Oh shit, what happened? Internet's gone?
Me on stream, is my internet gone?
Sunflower Dragon sends $2 and says, nice to see you, Anthony.
And everyone's like, oh, what's that smell? It smells like a dirty burger. Oh, what's that smell? It smells like someone
Oh, Destiny. Yeah, Destiny. Veronica, I see that. It is the name of the cult leader.
didn't put the meat away. But it's sweet. One time someone was like, oh, what's that? Something smells good.
Remember that Dan guy? The Dan guy. I say that like I haven't met him. I have met Dan in real life because I had dinner with Destiny once. Don't fucking sue me, okay, bros? I met him on a weekend in Miami. Biggest regret of my life. Ugh. Anyways, we went to Miami to do a collaboration with everybody. Here I was thinking like, oh, this is going to be so much fun. Worst decision I ever made. Listen, I met Dan. So Dan got on the internet and he said, oh, don't you guys act like you're better than this. Like, wait till I tell people everything you've done. Reminder that when I burned the bridge, or Destiny burned the bridge with me because I called Destiny out, he said, does anybody have anything on Brittany? And I was like, no, bitch. See how he has everything on Ethan? See how his group worked really hard to find anything they could on Ethan? And I'm saying that's how disgusting they are. But that's because there's so much that they have on this. Like, they have so much on Ethan because he's been a cesspool. Also, Ethan has so much on Destiny because he's been a horrible blight on the internet. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, that's why I say you guys cannot compare Hassan to these people. And that's not me trying to defend Hassan. I'm just saying logically, if you in any way think you are a logical person, you cannot equate what Hassan has done to anything Ethan and Destiny have done. It is not, it's not analogous. Now, if Hassan gets outed as having a pedo account on Reddit, we can have a conversation, right? We can have that conversation. But that's why I say you guys have got to be able to understand the appropriate time to call people out when we're having a conversation about people who are pedophiles, engaging with kids, or making jokes about children. You have got to understand this. Chad says they just hold all the blackmail on each other. Oh, they do. Destiny talks about how he records every conversation. He saves every DM and everything, which is why it leaked, right? Because I made my video, if you guys are new to my audience, I made a video in November, I think of last year, just like wiping my hands of Destiny. I was in this bubble for a year. Hardest year of my fucking life. They were so exhausting. 2022 to 2023, so exhausting. I made my final video and I said, I'm fucking wiping my hands of this shit. He's fucking Lauren Southern. They had an affair, all this shit. By the way, I was backed by the women in his life, including his ex-wife. She DM'd me to say, hey girl, thank you for finally telling the story, because I was like too afraid to. And I said, I got you, girl. Because I understand that Destiny is a ruthless, believes in doxing, threatens Hassan Piker's life kind of person. It's scary. And now him and Ethan are battling each other, pretending that they're not the same person. Ethan, who doxes people, goes after people, sues small creators. Do you know what I mean? Like, they are the same kind of person. Do not let these men convince you that all of us are comparable. We are not doing the same shit these men are doing. We are not doing the same shit they're doing. And now with everything coming out about both Ethan and Destiny, at this point, it's like Trump. If you are not anti-Trump at this point, you are either willfully not paying attention or you are like not to be trusted, right? To some extent, you got to, same thing with Destiny, same thing with Ethan. I understand that there's still Ethan fans to this day, but how is this not enough for you? And if you're willfully not looking into it because you don't want to see it, I understand. I didn't look into it, but I was already anti-Ethan. But then I saw this podcast and I was like, uh-oh. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, like, I am willing to give you the time to figure it out and to do the research, but until you do the research, I can't trust you. And the same way, you guys have every right to feel the same way about me. If you introduce a topic to me and I don't have the spoons to research it, you have the right to stop watching me until I do. I need you to know you are allowed to not watch a content creator who isn't fulfilling what you feel is the moral and ethical obligation to research a topic. Okay? All right.
One time one of my friends said that, oh, something smells good. I'm hungry. Anyway, this little girl walks in.
Oh, stop
It's a tiny
it.
bathroom, so you
Apparently, the video, there's like a video that's twice the length of this one on Reddit. We're just going to play the 2-minute abbreviated version. Thank
Crazy.
you, Senior Destiny.
can imagine, like, she's face to face, like, with this genital holocaust. And she screamed. She's like, Mommy, it doesn't look like Daddy's.
Ew.
She ran out. She just ran out. And I
Look, all these people that attempted like this hilarious, edgy comedy, like, it's kind of sad, man. And I mean, look.
And look, like Chad says, this did not happen. He's such a liar. Well, maybe it didn't happen, but the fact is like, and I get it. Like Gabby Hanna had a fake story era. Like a lot of people had fake story errors on YouTube. Fun fact, I had an idea, oh, this is so cringe, of making fake stories using movie lines to see who in the audience could pick out the movie lines in the story, but it was obviously fake, But these people told stories like they were real, but they were fake. That's what I'm saying. We are not the same. I was never meaning to deceive the audience, and I feels like they were. Because when I started watching Gabby Hanna way back in the day, I literally thought they were real stories. I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. Or yeah, Tana too. I was like, oh my God, are these real? But that's even worse. It's like Trisha Paytas. Guys, being a fan of Trisha Paytas now, listen, people have criticized me for being too nice to Trisha. I'm nice to everybody because I try to zoom out and humanize everybody, but that doesn't mean I can't hold you accountable. Trisha used every tactic of making herself viral and popular in order to become rich, and then got help, and that's great. But remember that Trisha got the benefit of being a racist piece of shit on the internet and still got the benefit of having people still vouch for her because she, quote, got better without taking any real accountability, in my opinion, for what they've done. And so again, like accountability to me is about turning around and doing the right thing, but I don't see it. So just like, remember that Ethan did the same thing where Ethan made a whole career making fun of women and their bodies, which, okay, and then became more liberal or progressive in his head, only to eradicate all of that, quote, learned behavior for this era of his life now, which tells me it wasn't an embodied experience, right? It wasn't an embodied change because you don't go back. Once you know, you can't go back. That tells me either you didn't know. It's like Alex O'Connor and veganism. Did you actually believe in veganism? Or did you just like the idea of what it sounded like on paper because you're a logic debate bro? Did you actually have an embodied experience of veganism? Because how could you go back on it if you did? I don't get it. Right? Okay.
I hope he's ashamed about this a little bit. No? Did he say he said he's proud about it? He said he's proud of it, but embarrassed. So, hey. Okay, you guys are going crazy in the live chat here. Excuse me. But to me, I kind of attribute it to stress too, because I can kind of his tics when watching it
listen to
personally. I
this.
don't know shit about the condition,
Listen
what
to
it
this.
is, because they are way worse now than they are before. I also personally, I don't know shit about the condition and Tourette's. But to me, I kind of attribute it to stress too, because I can kind of tell. I mean, I've been watching him for a long time.
Yeah, like I don't like the ableism and the comments of accusing Ethan of cocaine usage, because at the end of the day, like a lot of people think they're good people, but you don't know what disability looks like. You don't know what neurodivergency looks like. Like you don't know the difference between an autistic meltdown and a white lady throwing a tantrum and calling her a Karen. You just don't know the difference. And I know you don't know the difference. And I see this time and time again. So like you should be very cautious before assuming you understand anything about someone's like mental health or like condition. It's okay to make an observation, but it's wrong to say with your full chest like this is what's happening in a sense. Not in every situation, obviously. I do that too. But I'm saying like you should be cautious of assuming that Ethan isn't simply suffering from his Tourette's, which to him should be an indicator. So, okay, in this way, I would say to Ethan, hey, Habibi, like, if your Tourette's is being triggered this much, you need to take a break. Like, I have autism, I'm BPD. If I started having like a decline, I would do something to fix that. I wouldn't keep doing the behavior that triggers it. That's what I learned in therapy. Ethan is doing the behavior that triggers his symptoms of Tourette's. That's the dilemma. Okay, that's the issue, right? Okay.
When he is stressed and when he's talking about uncomfortable topics, he is way more, his tics are way more active than when he's not stressed. I don't know if it's like a medication or stuff, but like I think it's definitely stress related, but also maybe with time and age. I'm not really sure. Dizzle McFizzle sends a 20. God damn it. Dizzle, by the way, got to witness me playing and dying a lot. Dusty man. Today was an off weekend or something. And I'll be much.
I'm forwarding it.
I know, right? Hila was filming this, right?
I was looking around the restaurant because I wanted to apologize to her and I wanted to explain that I don't want her to be growing up thinking that this is what she's got to look forward to, because God knows I can't have vaginal sex. No. So they were gone. They left. And actually a week later that restaurant closed.
Look, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, like the story, but it was just kind of disturbing.
Yeah, I don't get what any of this is.
Okay.
It's like a dirty burger.
You guys want more?
Uh-oh.
So now we're
Here we go. Ready? His dad.
going after his dad. Okay. Demi? Don't judge me, baby. Okay. Now we're going after Ethan's dad. So Destiny's like, dude, I love how fucking shitty this is getting, folks. They're getting so low. They're rolling around in the fucking mud, slinging pedophiles.
And I want us to listen to me when I say this. I do not accept DMs. I'm very strict about who I collab with. Ever since I came out of the debate bubble with Destiny and his people, I was like, okay, I'm going to be so strict about who I collab with. I don't want to be a character in this show, guys. I just want to observe the show. Okay, we are the podcast that talks about the reality TV show. We are not characters in the TV show. I, with peace and love, am not covering this so I can become a part of the show. Do not drag me into this. I will not answer DMs. Okay, it would be very rare for me to answer a DM because like I am not about to get mud on this dress. You know what I'm saying? I'm not interested. And like these men have already tried not having it. Okay, I've already seen people try to drag me into shit. Absolutely not. And this is how you stay healthy and fit and your skin looks this good, because you don't get involved.
Accusations like, you're the pedophile. No, you're the pedophile. No, your dad's the pedophile. No, your dad's the pedophile. This is insane. I've never seen anything like this on the internet. I have never seen anything like this on the internet. How can Ethan keep getting himself in fucking shitstorm after shitstorm after shitstorm?
And you should judge me if I get involved with these losers. Like, you should judge me. You should judge me. You should stop watching me if I ever collab with Ethan Klein. I'm telling you right now, if I ever talk to Destiny again, if I see this man in public and I don't turn around right away and walk out, you should judge me. It's that serious. You should judge me. You should fucking unsubscribe. Hold me to a standard, because God damn it, at what point do we just go abso-fucking-lutely not? Absolutely no grace given to these two men ever again. You're done.
Like, no amount of YouTube ad revenue is worth this, bro. Like, what the fuck? Anyways. Anywho. So Destiny. The stripper says, oh, fuck, I see it runs in the family too. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Bro's dad, the one who married / fucked the 16-year-old and birthed Ethan, the guy who makes so many pedo jokes, he has a Reddit account dedicated to them.
Ugh.
Out here literally making... Okay. Is it fucked up that I'm laughing at Destiny's tweet now, who is a
Listen, I would find this funnier if I wasn't so fucking mad, but I can't find it funny right now because it's so fucking serious. But I think there's a part of us that laughs because it's so fucked up. I think I have that. Have you guys ever been lectured by an adult and you start laughing? I do that, but I don't want to do that here because I'm so angry. I'm not angry at anybody. I'm angry for the world. So philosophically speaking, we don't get angry at people. We get angry for people. I am so angry for people. I'm so angry for the way these men have targeted innocent people. I'm so angry for the way that the state of this particular bubble. You know what I mean? So I understand that if you laugh as a way to kind of like cope because it's so fucked up, I get it. But I can't laugh right now because for me, it's just like the same men that have the audacity to sit there on the internet and go after people for their morals and ethics. The way Ethan and Destiny have both so many times got up on their soapbox, lecturing everybody about their values. They're disgusting, you know? Chat says, do you consider Ethan and Destiny bad people? I've heard you say how people are usually good, but I don't know how you would categorize them. So philosophically speaking, and you have to remember, I think we're all animals evolved on a planet. So I don't really believe in the concept of like bad dogs. I just think of a situation of like animals are animals and we're all animals. We are just like biologically creatures. So from a philosophical, macro perspective, I think that they are chaos bringers. And so there must be an order to the chaos, but I don't think that they're philosophically bad. Now, another way of looking at philosophically is like your philosophical evil to your philosophical joy. And they are obviously on the philosophical evil spectrum. But I don't mean evil the way normies talk about being evil because people don't even know what evil is, right? They're fucking over here having 6 fucking mistresses and saying they're good people. So when I think of evil, I think of working outside of the relationship with your joy, your harmony. So instead, I would say that on the micro, according to Brittany's values, they're bad people. According to Brittany's philosophical view outside of her own ego, they're simply animals on a planet. But in the zoomed in version of my values, like, yeah, they would be bad people. But I need you to know that my worldview isn't everybody's, nor is it the objective worldview, nor do I want to force people to think like me. So I don't make prescriptions, right? I am simply observing, and then I have to create my value system, especially if you're new to my content. Values are subjective. I created a value, open with boundaries system that allows me to engage with people and either write them off or engage with them further based off of how they fall on that scale of like good and bad. And then how to have a relationship with them. Because obviously, caveats, we're going to have a different relationship with friends, coworkers, family members, husbands, wives, partners, mothers, and fathers. I don't have a one size fits all rule. I have everyone gets treated as an individual and has different, I meet everybody where they're at individually. So when I was in Destiny's sphere and we were coworkers and like light friends in the space, not like intimate friends, but like light friends in the space, I tried to be very empathetic. He would come to me with advice. I gave him advice. I said, you got to get to therapy. You got to stop cheating on your wife. You got to do things. I went to his wife. She came to me for advice. I said, you got to put down boundaries with him. If he keeps cheating, you got to leave him, girl. You got to do something. You got to get him help. I gave advice. But ultimately, it didn't become an issue until I publicly made a statement against him and he took it out on me that I realized, like, you weren't coming to me for advice to get better. You were coming to me for advice to seek like validation as like a person who gets to be on a journey. And so I want to make sure moving forward that I don't give these people a chance to come to me to hear advice that allows them to sort of be bad. So in my value system, you're bad. In the scheme of things, in terms of history, no one's going to remember you and we're a blip in the dust. So yeah, like those are 2 different answers. This is why philosophy is so hard. Because again, if I was to say they're objectively bad, I would be claiming something I don't think is true. And that is that we have access to the objective, right? So that's how you know this is a philosophy channel, girlies. Because if it wasn't one, I would just say they're bad and I would not have to caveat everything I just said, right? Chad says, do you have any recommendations for men creators that aren't sexist, misogynistic? I can't keep hate watching this stuff. It's hard to say. It's hard to recommend people because again, you recommend them and then a year later something happens and it is what it is. But I watched Dr. Kirk Honda. I watched Dr. K. Both of them are psychiatrists or psychologists, therapists, psychiatrist and a therapist. I don't think Dr. Kirkand is a psychiatrist, but I think Dr. K is, right? Or no, they're both. Now I'm forgetting which one has the more formal, which one has which title. But either way, I watch them and they're both very helpful, especially when it comes to deconstruction and stuff like that. Dr. K is much more appealing to the boy bubble and trying to make men less misogynistic, but he does philosophy work, which is cool. And Dr. Kirkanda is much more progressive and deconstructed and covers everything from an interpersonal perspective, which is nice. Some people said Sam Cedar. Sure, Sam Cedar's nice. There's a few people I'm sure we've watched, right? Chad says, Dr. K so dismissive towards women. I don't know. I don't have that experience in watching his content, so I'm not sure what that is in regards to. His audience, remember, he is working with a heavily misogynistic audience. And so he is trying to move that audience out of that misogyny. So anytime he's even kind to a woman, his audience is mad at him. That's not, I think, Dr. K, that's his audience that he's trying to save from becoming like really bad men. So a part of me wants to credit him for going down to hell to try to save these men, because God knows. But I will say Dr. K has been also very sympathetic to Destiny over the years. And if I see him collab with him again, that will be it. But I haven't seen him collab or say anything nice about Destiny. So since everything came out. So my hope is that he wouldn't do that. And that's kind of why I pay attention to that, right? Chaz says Dr. K is different from Dr. Kirkanda. Yes, they're two different people. Yeah, they're two different people. Okay.
Literal fucking sex predator, bro. Oh, I hate this whole situation. But I also kind of love it.
I'm kind of concerned, too, that laughing over this is what helped Trump get elected, because the grab him by the pussy comments were like so funny to people because it was so outrageous. Do you know what I mean? And because it's so outrageous, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, is this what helped get Trump elected? Is this what helped gets people elected? Is like the laughter? So a part of me is like, I cannot laugh. I can't afford to laugh. Because when I laugh, you think it's not that big of a deal. And I need to make it abundantly clear nothing's funny about this. So again, I'm not here to like hold Anthony accountable in any more, like that's his business, it's his accountability. I'm just like the way that he brought over these receipts and covered this story, which is why we're using his video. But like, you have a right to feel a way about his laughter. But I also like want to give him the benefit of the doubt because I also don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay. So I try to be as open-minded as possible without vouching. I'm not vouching for anybody we watch. I'm just saying like, I'll consider it because I certainly don't think he's as bad, if at all, compared to these other men. Right?
Are y'all feeling shitty like me? Are y'all feeling just weird about this whole thing?
Yeah, I think he's just uncomfortable.
Or is it just me? This is confusing as fuck.
Yeah, it's fucking awful.
Oh, man. What an adventure this has been. What a whirlwind these past few months have been. Oh, my God. So, blah, blah, blah. He literally, I'm going to read this tweet again. This is kind of funny. Oh, fuck, I see it runs in the family, too. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Bro's dad, the one who married / fucked the 16-year-old and birthed Ethan, the guy who makes so many pedo jokes, he has a Reddit account dedicated to them, out here literally liking thirst traps of his daughter-in-law on fucking sex.com. Oh, my God, bro. Okay, so Veronica, I guess, tweeted this image, says, yes, this is a shot of me mourning after some crazy night, I think, by my best friend roommate at the time. I was 17.
Ew, why are you posting this?
Gary Klein says, oh my God, how gorgeous. Hashtag.
He was 21 when he got with Donna and Gary. Donna's Ethan's mom. I didn't know this until recently. She was 16, he was 21. And they were doing it. Donna says they were doing it. That's what I'm saying. And Ethan goes, oh my God, bro, like you'd get so canceled if that was now. No, you're still getting canceled, homie. You're still getting canceled, you know?
Zach still got it. This is making me kind of uncomfortable going through an old man's creepy Twitter likes, bro, and Twitter comments. But like, shit, Gary.
Ugh.
My God. What else we got? Caden Cross says, was just asked if I'm with the school. Gonna go home and change my clothes now. Gary Klein replies, please post pics in your Catholic schoolgirl outfit. My mouth is watering.
Bro, I would slap my dad in the back of the head if this was him. What the fuck are you doing, bro? This is ridiculous. And with his full fucking government name on his account. Disgusting. Y'all need to get your dads, bro. And I know you're not responsible for it, but at the same time, Ethan is platforming his father. So, hello? Gross. Ugh. Nasty, bro. Nasty.
Yo, I've watched a couple of episodes of fucking Families, bro. Like, I've seen the Families podcast just a little bit. It was honestly the worst thing they've ever produced. So that was one some H3 programming I was more than happy to skip. I found the
See, I liked Families. That was the problem. I thought Donna was hilarious. I thought this was so cute. I loved watching Families. When I tell you, I know Ethan doesn't believe it. I know because people don't believe that their fans, like, people fall off. But, like, yeah, I liked Families. I thought it was so much fun. And then you realize, like, oh, your family, I mean, I knew his family was a little fucked up because he talked about his childhood, but I cannot. I am shook.
parents, like, just boring and kind of weird, and they're, like, extreme Zionists. But, like, yeah, this is fucking weird. This is fucking weird. I don't know what to
Chat says, love Donna, dislike Gary. Can't love Donna anymore. She married Gary, stays with him, and supports him. Not that she has to divorce him, but, like, at the same time, like, at the end of the day, like, she's probably not far off. She's probably a Zionist. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, it was fun while it lasted, but the world has changed. And I highly doubt she's keeping up.
say. Old man being a fucking creep online. Okay, cool. This is the weirdest one. So this is sex.com.
Ugh.
And, okay, I don't know how they were able to figure out that, like, he liked this photo. So Gary Klein liked this photo of called Sexy. I'm uncomfortable saying this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm uncomfortable saying this stuff. So Gary Klein, Ethan Klein's father, was on sex.com and he liked a picture called Sexy Hila. I don't even want to look at this photo anymore. Let's just close this whole tab. And I'd heard of that before, to be fair. I think I heard that like a few years ago. I can't remember where it was talked about.
Like, I'm all about supporting your family in their endeavors, but given his reputation, it's like, maybe not.
Was it on? Did they ever address it on the show? I don't think so, but like that is disgusting. That's like really fucked up. Have I missed any super chats? Let me go real quick. Noxolato sends 2 and says, don't look at Hila's gross Tumblr art.
Hold on. Chet says, do we know for sure this is him? Who cares? We know for sure he wrote the other fucking sick shit he did. Guys, you gotta stop caring at this point. Let's talk about it. So there comes this point where everyone tries to be extra careful, like, oh, but did he do this? But did they do this? At this point, it doesn't matter. If you know, at some point, we already know he did all the other sick shit he did. So doing one more thing that may or may not true doesn't take away from anything else, right? It'd be different if he did none of this shit and then it was a fake, or if he did one of the shit and then 10 of them were fake, we could have a conversation. But since he did 9 out of the 10, it doesn't matter now if the 10 is true or not. You know, but I understand the reflex people have to, because I used to want to do this. I used to want to show up on stream years ago and be so nuanced that I'd say, hold on, let's make sure we don't call people out for things they didn't do, which I agree with, except now that it's gone too far. So now we can't give people the benefit of the doubt of saying, well, look at all these things. Like, now it's too far. Ethan, Destiny, Trump, it's gone. Now it doesn't matter what good they've done. It doesn't matter how they reformed. It's none of our business. Okay? Like, that's the thing. I am all about nuance. I'm all about the gray. I'm all about making sure our facts are correct. But yeah, like, at this point, they're so far fucking gone. They're so evil that, like, doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck.
Disgusting as fuck. We've looked at that in the past, I think. We've looked at the old Tumblr art. Truth B7 sends $2 and says, insane to go after Hassan for bro tips with this hiding. I know. And Ethan is such a hypocrite. Half the time he's like, hey, it's unfair to go after people for stuff they said 10 years ago, and then he'll go after Hassan for a video he made 10 or 12 years ago. At this point, none of it makes sense. None of his points make sense.
Yeah, I agree. Evil people weaponize it against genuine people, which is why the theme of today is don't let these men ever convince you that you're as bad as them. These men are evil, and no, the world is not as evil as these men. Okay? The world is not as evil as these men. A lot of us are complicit. A lot of us engage in systems that are evil. But we are not directly complicit, and a lot of us are trying to fight against it. A lot of us are trying to change the system. Okay? So remember, like, these men who are going to convince you you're just like me. Don't even pretend you're not. Absolutely not. I will not take this. Thank you. I will hold myself accountable for all the shit I've done, but I haven't done none of that shit. Okay? So do not let anyone try to hold you to account, especially given who it's from. Again, even if they're holding somebody accountable in the right way, wrong messenger. Okay?
But this is disgusting. I'm sorry, guys. Like, this is really fucking gross. Okay, there's more. So Ethan has officially wiped his account. He deleted pedo troll. It's gone. And again, he has admitted that this is him on Instagram. So there's no. So this is really fucked up right here. So
What
this
the
is extremely
fuck?
racist. Worth its own post. Ethan's discussing racism towards Palestinians. This needs to be spread. So here is the post in question.
Jesus.
That's the situation we live in.
Hold on.
It says Europe, and you see, monkeys evolving into men. Israel, you have men living amongst apes, monkeys,
Crazy.
Neanderthals, essentially claiming that, the way I understand it, the way, it's meant to be.
Fucking hell, bro. It just gets worse. I don't even think we haven't even covered the worst part, in my opinion, yet. Maybe I'm just biased, though, because, like, it involves real kids. But, like, there's a post coming about real kids in a second here that I'm like, real children, bro? That's what I'm saying. Like, Ethan's fucked up. That is so fucking gross. That is so fucking gross.
Interpret it, is that Israelis are the evolved Homo sapien, while the Arabs, the Palestinians that live among them, are akin to monkeys. Unless Ethan is claiming that Israelis themselves are monkeys, or if he's referring to like other, I know he has a thing against Hasidic Jews, so maybe he's referring to Hasidic Jews that way. I don't know, but this could very well be easily interpreted.
Chat says, Bray, what's the psychological of philosophical? Wait, Bray, what is the psychological of philosophical reason someone who is as heinous as Ethan can call out other people without reservation besides projection? Well, I don't know the psychological reasoning, but I can tell you that from my limited understanding of things, I'm assuming what's happening is what's happening to billions of people on this planet right now. You're raised in an environment with an understanding of what's okay. You cross the line to feel powerful and in charge and in control of your life, but you can't pull it back because if you regret it, you admit you were bad, but then you feel more free being bad because it feels like freedom. And then there's a cognitive dissonance between like, but I don't want to identify as bad. I want to identify as good, but I want to do bad things because I want to feel free, but I still want to be counted as good. That's what I think is happening. Where like people want to feel in control of their lives. So they want to be able to be fucked up, but they also want to be able to get the credit, the social credit. And I think like that is the cognitive dissonance that we have to like process. It was like when I called out Destiny and I said, don't get advice from Destiny. He's a serial cheater. He's a bad dad. And he's like, whoa, why are you making this personal? And I said, what? Even his viewers harassed me for like 2 years. And they were like, Brittany makes everything personal. That's in my mind, that's not what making things personal is. He's on stream giving advice to people about relationships, using his parenting as a one-up on these red pillars, saying like, oh, I'm a dad, I'm a single dad. You're not a single dad, dude. You are not a single dad. And then he was like, why are you making it personal? Why are you going after my kid? I'm going after, you're the one who's pretending you're a single. When I heard Destiny call himself a single dad, I was like, you are not a single dad. You are not. That's not what you did. And we know that now because his kid has literally said, my father's like abandoned me. My dad is the worst person. That you're not a single dad. Okay. So the fact that like I can call out Elon, but I can't call out Destiny, that's the problem. Okay. And like but that was my naivety. That was my good faith going into a space that I was told was progressive and like interested in philosophy. That was my bad for not doing my research. I should never have collabed with him without researching him. I should have never sent that email for a collaboration until I watched like 10 of his videos or something, or until I watched deep dives. Like now when a YouTuber DMs me, I go on the internet, I go receipts, drama, this YouTuber. So I can just know like, what is your problem? You know what I mean? Like, what is the thing I have to worry about? Are the receipts credible? Are they not? Is someone just trying to take you down? Are you just a girl on the internet that the misogynists are coming for? Or you know what I mean? It's like, I think a lot of these men exist in a privileged position that doesn't force them to deconstruct, but they want to be seen as like good people. And that's the problem. I don't want to be seen as a good person. I just want to be a good person. I would rather, this is a philosophical quandary. Would you rather be seen as a good person but be a bad person? Or would you rather be seen as a bad person but be a good person? I would rather be seen as a bad person but be a good person. But I think with Ethan and Destiny, they'd rather be seen as a good person and be a bad person. And that's the problem. I would rather the world think I'm the worst person on the planet, but I'm actually a good person. You know, I would rather be burned at the stake like a witch, because you guys are pieces of shit, then because I know, you know, I know what I do. I know my values. And I think so like just a reminder, the witches were not guilty being burned at the stake, but everyone thought they were. Yeah, call me a witch, bitch. Okay. Britt, why do humans have such a hard time owning our flaws and mistakes as humans? Like, wouldn't it be better to own all the parts of ourselves? Yes, but it's really scary because you don't know what's going to come after. It's really scary because it's like, I always hear comedians talk about this. Like, who would I be if I went to therapy? Would I be funny anymore? We really fear because, guys, we know we will change. That's why I say when you have an embodied experience, when you heal, you will become a different person. You won't be the same person. My own sibling hadn't seen me for like a couple of years. And I went to go see him before I moved to Europe because I live in Croatia now. He started debating me. And I was like, hey, why are you debating me like this? Like, why aren't you just talking to me like your sister? And he goes, what? You love debate. That's like what you do. And I was like, I don't do that anymore. He goes, what? I was like, I don't debate people anymore. I don't want to be like, I don't want to pwn you, bro. I just want to get to know you as my brother. And he was like, I don't understand. Like, people change. But if you're a person who's never changing, then you're going to assume everyone around you isn't changing. My own brother hadn't seen me. To be fair, we're not the closest, but like he hadn't seen me in a while. And he was like, you've changed. I was like, yeah, dude, it's been a while. It's literally been a couple of years. I hope I've changed. So I think what's scary for people, right? What is the scariest for people is change in a direction that you can't see the result, the end result. Like I always said this about Sneeko because I was so kind to Sneeko when he was in my sphere. I was so nice to him. And I said, you know, you could be someone really great and compassionate, you know, but you're going down a different path, right? And there could have been a chance for somebody to get through to that kid and could have deviated his decisions. But at the end of the day, he's an adult and he made his choices. And so he must be held accountable as an adult. But he wasn't always an adult on the internet. At some point, Sneeko was a minor on the internet. Ethan wasn't. This Ethan we're watching is not a minor. He is a almost 30-year-old man. I don't treat kids the same way I treat adults. I'm always nicer to people who are 10 years younger than me. Because I know being 22 is fucking hard. Being 26 is fucking hard, right? But eventually you have to be held accountable, bro. No matter what. And look, everyone can be held accountable, even 16-year-olds. But the accountability looks different. You meet people differently. That's the point. Especially as a grown-up who's trying to be an elder in her community eventually. When I get to 40, when I get to Ethan's age, I want to be like an elder in the community. I want to be like an adult, okay? I want to be somebody who gives people a path to redemption, but they have to be accountable. I don't want to be somebody who doesn't have the wisdom to give people. Not that I'll be wise at 40, God knows. God knows I won't be. And when I say God, I mean goddess. You know what I mean? But it is one of those things where like, at some point, you don't have to deal with these people. Like I make a decision not to engage with these boys anymore because I don't know what their path to redemption will be, but it's not going to be through me. You know, it's not going to be through my tools. It's not going to be through the books I've read. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I think that's the ego part of the humility we have to put aside is like, we're not the ones. I don't know who's meant to help these boys, but like they probably will die as they are. And we have to accept that. Which is hard because, you know, you come from a restorative justice background. You come from a progressive lens. You want to fix the system, but the system is a reflection of us. And you're just like, how do I help people? You help people by helping yourself. And you help people by accepting that they won't change. Because sometimes I think we waste too many spoons on people we hope will change. You know? So we have a lot to do here. We have a lot to do here. And I'll probably die unwise, right? I'll probably die at 90 and I'll be fucking unwise as shit. But hopefully I'll still be able to help from an elder perspective, not just a peer perspective or a homie perspective, but like, I want 19-year-olds to come to me for advice in the community, not because I'm trying to get laid like these fucking disgusting men, but because I'm actually trying to guide people in a better direction. Because remember, these men are fucking the 19-year-olds. And I'm saying, stop fucking the 19-year-olds, you fucking losers. That's the difference. Your elders in your community shouldn't be fucking the people coming to you for advice. Hello, focus. Justice Britt, as we talk about these men, how do women like Hila accept or ignore this behavior as a woman? I can't understand. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women are the greatest asset to the patriarchy. Women are the greatest asset to abuse. The women of my family are the greatest protectors of predators. The women in my family protect predators better than the men. They make excuses for their behavior. And I have the same default want in my own self where I want to assume people aren't as bad as they are. And I think sometimes they're ignorant. We're like, we want to believe they're not as bad as they are, but they are. You know, they are as bad as they are. It's really fucking hard. I have the same inclination to believe like no one's as bad as that, are they? They are. They are. You know? Yeah. So we have to call out the women in our family too. It's hard though, bro. Yeah, the internalized misogyny is crazy, bro. The internalized misogyny is crazy. Because we're naively optimistic. I'm so optimistic, bro. It's crazy. It really keeps me going though. I am so optimistic. I really believe in the good of people. I really do believe in the good of people. But I just think people are if they are not willing to learn, they can't be helped. That's it. That's it, guys. Open with boundaries. If you're not willing to learn and change who you are, it's not time. That's it. That's it. And I accept it. That's why I say, like, I don't try to save anyone from drowning. Okay? Like, I know you're going to pull me down with you, girl. I'm not going to do that. But if you show me that you're not going to pull me down when I throw you a life jacket, I'll throw you a life jacket. But there are other people who can use this life jacket. So I don't care if Ethan and Destiny, all these people drown. Like, you had your chances. They are so fucking privileged. These are literally millionaires. These are the most privileged people with the most access to every tool you wish you could have. The rest of us living paycheck to paycheck, we wish we had 10% of their yearly income to fix even the problems within our own family structure. Like, again, fuck these people. Fuck these rich fucking people who do not use their money for anything good and use all of their time to fucking harass people. Period. All right, back to the video.
And Ethan and Ela have said many things online, many a time, to suggest that they are at least somewhat Islamophobic. They called Ramallah a terrorist city. Ethan calls anything that is Muslim Islamic. Like, just the weirdest fucking comments he's followed. He's been a Destiny fan his whole life, and we saw what Destiny said about AB. I'll try to pull that up, actually. I don't know if I have that clip. Let's watch that.
Oh, yeah, and by the way...
but that's disgusting. I know how we're all going to be interpreting that, more than likely.
The H3 crew... oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. I just moved my cruiser. The H3 crew, all of those people complicit at this point. I mean, they've been complicit for a long time, but they are super complicit. Okay? So I know a lot of people are like, what about the crew? What about them? What about them? Complicit.
You saw what Destiny said about AB. I'll try to...
Okay.
But that's disgusting. I mean, I know how we're all going to be interpreting that, more than likely. Let me just find... There is a tweet of Destiny essentially just like making fun of AB for being a Muslim. I'm sure you guys have all seen it at this point. But I think it's important to highlight. So I have a lot of things in this. And then DMs that I sent to Noor.
Chat says, I heard Love might be locked in because of his work visa. I'll say this. I'm not going to make a prescription. Pause. I am not making a prescription. There comes a point in every one of our lives where we make a decision to stand on principle, regardless of the consequences. The question is, when is that going to be? Okay? When is it going to be? And you have to make the decision for yourself. When are you going to make the decision to stand on principle no matter the consequences? And this is the hard part, by the way. Bonnie Blue, her mother said that. Bonnie Blue was infamously banned from OF for wanting to do basically a disgusting rape simulation thing. And her mom said, you guys would spread your legs if you were making $1 million a month. Yeah, I am a sex worker, so I'm not bashing sex work. But even I have limits about how I engage with the sex work because I do ethical sex work, okay? So no, not everyone engages, again, in unethical behavior just because of money or status. You know what I mean? So again, I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm telling you, Brittany, sit down in a room and write down your values and say, when situations occur, how are we doing this? My partner and I do this, okay? If Amazon gave us $1 million for me to stream and I had to promote Amazon, which I do not shop at and I'm boycotting, would I take the money? And we decided as a family, no. Right? I know a lot of people say, yeah, but like you're only saying that because you're not offered the money. Well, okay, maybe. You know, I've been offered opportunities, not in the millions, of course, but like it's one of those things where But the idea is like your values, your principle. Now, do we all, you know, live under capitalism and engage in shopping in places that aren't the greatest? Absolutely. You have to make the decision, though. I am not making a prescription. I do not believe in objective morality. I am making an argument, a philosophical argument, that it is the challenge of your consciousness to know where the line in the sand is. The hardest part about being a good person is actually doing the thing that matters when life gets hard. It's easy to think you're a good person if you've never been challenged. The question is, how do I know I'm a good person if I've never actually had to make a decision? And the question is, at one point, is your life giving you a decision to make and you're either making it or not making it? It is hard. It doesn't happen overnight. So I'm not going to make a prescription on whatever person's situation. I'm just going to say you need to sit down and you need to decide, okay, how far is too far? Because it's the same argument, Peter. Ethan, it's me, Jordan Peterson. And just remember, the Nazis, they didn't even want to kill the Jews. They were victims of Hitler's regime. Ethan, listen to your daddy, Peterson. The Nazis were just young boys. They didn't want to gas up the Jews, but they had to, influenced by my man Hitler. Okay, signing off, Peterson. Listen, Peterson says this about the Nazi soldiers, which might be true for some of them, that they were pressured, bullied, told it was patriotic. Doesn't matter, you still killed the Jews, bro. Okay? Same thing with our own military soldiers from America. Yeah, I know you were doing it because you thought you were being patriotic, but you killed a lot of people in Iraq. You killed a lot of people in Iraq. You know? And by the way, a lot of my family, because we're from Iraq, they were pro that Iraq war, and they even served in the military on purpose as interpreters at the time. So you want to talk about the struggle of being a person in the world, is having half my immigrant family that's pro-Trump and half the family that isn't. Half my family voted for Trump. Make it make sense. You want to talk about cognitive dissonance? My own immigrant family, most of them are literally immigrants voting for Trump. Okay? It's really difficult to stand on principle. Chad said, Brett, under survival, which we can argue most people live under capitalism, it's hard to self-actualize. When we hold grace for people who do bad things on these terms and hold them accountable. Wait, when? When do we hold grace for people? Everyone is accountable, even if you're in survival mode. But the way you're accountable is different. Example, okay, I used to steal food when I didn't have the greatest amount of money, okay? I was struggling. My mental health was everywhere. I used to steal food, but I had a rule about how I could steal food. I worked at a grocery store. I could steal food that was out of date. I could steal food that was going to be thrown away. I could steal food that were in sample cups. I could steal food that, I'm trying to give another example, but something along those lines, like it wasn't going to hurt anybody in the long term, something like that. I gave myself permission. I said, fuck it, you're not eating. They're going to throw away this food. Eat it. And I gave myself that permission. It is legally stealing, and had I been caught, I would have been fired. What I don't support is taking fresh fruit off the shelf. What I don't support is like stealing things that are unnecessary, like video games. What I don't support is doing things that aren't necessary. And at the same time, I'm not going to judge everybody for where they are in life. Like if I saw a person walk out with a bag of diapers, like I don't know. It's not the greatest, but I didn't see nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like one of those things where I put rules in place for myself about what I should do. You're going to have to do that for yourself. But I try to harm reduce if I am in a bad spot. I tried to harm reduce as much as possible. Now I'm privileged. Now I have enough money to pay for groceries. So now if I went in and stole that food, that would be kind of weird. Because like I don't need to anymore. I already have money. So if I was to steal the food now, I would be held accountable differently, right? But hear me out, okay? We shouldn't even be in a position where people working full-time with 2 jobs are stealing food. I was working 2 full-time jobs. Well, actually, I guess at that time I was working 1 full job and 1 part-time job. I was working full-time though, and it wasn't enough. So we shouldn't even be in a position where people who are working full-time have to contemplate stealing food. And that's the system's fault. Now, how did I end up becoming not that person anymore? Well, I went to therapy eventually. I did my philosophical work and I recalibrated my understanding of my place in the universe. I radically accepted that I'm an animal. I figured out for myself my point of existing, my joy. I realized like I am going to have to make more money under capitalism. How do I do it ethically? I did figure out how to be better, right? And it took a long time, took like 30 years of me figuring it out to really get to that point of where I moved from survival to living. So we meet people where they're at. We meet people with compassion and with love where they're at. And then we hold people accountable differently. Okay. It's like I have nothing nice to wear to a funeral, come anyways. Or I have something nice to wear to the funeral, but I'm not going to do it. Okay. Well, that's privilege and you're deciding not to engage with it by dressing nice. Now you're disrespectful. Okay. We meet people where they're at. We don't hold everybody to the same standard. We can't. We have to hold everybody to the standard that makes sense for where they are in life. There are certain things we have to, no matter what, hold people to a standard, like being a pedo. Okay. That's kind of like, hey, we got to hold people accountable. But let's have a conversation about why people normalize child marriages in cultures like my own. Okay. Okay. West Asian culture full of child brides. Why? Patriarchy, misogyny, perversion, men raised under patriarchy. So we have to, understand from our own backgrounds, how did my West Asian family come to the conclusion that they would romanticize, being homophobic. Okay, you imagine I come from a family where my parents say gay people shouldn't get married because what about, child marriages or pedophilia? And I go, excuse me? Do we need to go over again family history in this family? Do we need to go over how many child brides were in this family? They can live with the reality where they get to be homophobic and transphobic because they want to protect kids, but they can't hold anybody accountable for marrying those kids. Remember that. And they're Catholic, so it's even funnier. They're a Syrian Catholic. Oh, those people play the biggest victim card ever, and at the same time, so bigoted. Love them, love my family, but oh my God. Kind of crazy, right? All right, back to the video.
Haven't hit puberty. I actually want to fuck women, or I actually want to fuck little girls who have hit puberty but are still under the age of consent. If they haven't hit puberty, I actually want to fuck women, or I actually want to fuck little girls who have hit puberty but are still under the age of consent. That's my preference.
I would have more respect for the defenders if they were just like, yeah, cool with it.
Okay, someone said, Ethan, you shouldn't exaggerate the destiny claims. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course. But that's because you support 9-year-olds getting fucked, right? Isn't he Muslim or whatever? So your opinion is obviously not very relevant here. Thank you, dipshit.
You shouldn't exaggerate the destiny claims. Okay, so I'm making this.
Oh, he said AB because AB's Muslim. That of course you're siding with Ethan because you think 9-year-olds should, because, okay.
If they haven't hit puberty, I actually want to fuck women, or I actually want to fuck little girls who have hit puberty but are still.
Let's hear that again.
Someone said, Ethan, you shouldn't exaggerate the destiny claims. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course. But that's because you support 9-year-olds getting fucked, right? Isn't he Muslim or whatever? So your opinion is obviously not very relevant here. Thank you, dipshit.
So he said, well, he supports 9-year-olds getting
Yeah, the Islamophobia is so tired. Chad said, I'm so sick of the Islamophobia. I'm just so tired of it. I'm so bored. I'm sick of misogynists talking about, I'm sick of especially these atheist misogynists talking about the misogyny in Islam. Hello? Y'all are so misogynistic. All of you should be friends. What are you talking about? I hate when other misogynists bash on other misogynists to prove how not misogynist they are. Girl.
Isn't he Muslim or whatever? So his opinion doesn't matter, dipshit. So that's what he thinks of Muslims, essentially. He thinks that any Muslim supports, children getting effed the way he says it. And he has just complete disregard for the Muslim faith. He looks at them in disgust. And Ethan said that this person inspired him to make content.
I am anti all patriarchal religions and I do make fun of all of them. But actually, I stopped making fun of Muslims and focused more on Christians because Christians started to think that it was cool to make fun of Muslims without making fun of themselves. And I was like, oh, no. If we're going to make fun of any patriarchal religions, we got to make fun of Christianity because that's the dominant power in America. And that's the power that's the power. We don't punch down. Punching down on Muslims doesn't make sense. But when I was an edgy atheist years and years ago, it was always very common to make fun of Muslims. But then I realized I didn't want to make fun of Muslim people and be Islamophobic. I wanted to make fun of patriarchal religions. And then I realized these white Christian men, or Richard Dawkins saying I'm culturally Christian. I'm culturally Christian. You're culturally Christian? You spent your whole life talking out against being a militant atheist, talking about Christianity sucks. And now you're so afraid of Muslims that you're I'm culturally Christian. Jesus Lord, bro. Muslims are just like Christians, y'all. They're literally the same people. They're all Abrahamic religions. They're all literally homies. Jesus is literally a prophet in Islam. They're literally all cousins. This is so Cain and Abel coded. You can't be more afraid of Islam than you are Christianity. It doesn't make any sense. I know you think it makes sense, but it doesn't.
So can you imagine what Ethan and Hila really think about Islam, the way they talk about it behind closed doors at home? Hila was in the IDF. She volunteered to raid a home in Ramallah in a terrorist city. So we know how these people think. So I just wanted to mention that and show that video as just extra context that it is not crazy to think that Ethan refers to or thinks of Muslims and Arabs as monkeys and apes. So yeah, very fucked up. To many walking straight up in the lower, and so Ethan Klein called this meme accurate. He says this is accurate, and that's the meme. So pretty fucked up shit right there. Nothing to see here, folks. So this was something that Ethan wrote in defense of Israel. So Lil Bro was arguing for Israel even 15 years ago. Hassan should honestly pay me for this Oppo research. I mean, look, honestly, Destiny has done more damage to Ethan in like 3 days than Hassan has been. No, actually, no, Hassan has been able to do some stuff. Like this was hard hitting. Okay, let's read this. Again, I haven't read most of this fucking shit. So Pedo Troll has to say this. Well, I don't know anyone who was a slave, but friends of my grandparents were able to compare their personal experience of the labor camps with Gaza. What? Palestinians are not treated as subhumans. Why don't you come to Israel instead of repeating talking points that honestly you really seem to know nothing about?
Okay, wait, no, sorry, I wasn't. Hold on, I was looking at chat. Well, I don't know anyone who was a slave, but my friends' grandparents were able to compare their personal experience of labor camps with Gaza. And then, so is this pedo troll is quoting somebody else, and then Ethan says, "What? Palestinians are not treated as subhumans." I was just talking to a friend about this the other day. How much of like American propaganda do you forget is propaganda? Because sometimes I take things for granted, as we all do. We learn something and then I go, wait, is this propaganda? Wait a second. Wait, I'm saying this thing like it's totally normal, but hold up. Is this my bubble? So, okay, if you're new to my channel, we talk a lot about how we all live in bubbles. The internet will use it as an insult. Like, you need to get out of your bubble. Guys, we all live in bubbles. We are all limited by our perception. I have a bubble, you have a bubble, I hop into different bubbles. So right now, as an example, we're talking about the Ethan Klein bubble, the Destiny bubble, the Do Not Worry bubble, and my bubble. And all of our bubbles are overlapping right now, right? You guys are all coming from your own bubbles to share your perspective. And together, the world is all one big bubble of humanity, but we're all limited by our perception. That's what a bubble is. It's a perception. All right. And our goal is to go from this to this to this to this. So we have the most understanding, right? All bubbles are good. All bubbles are bad. I make my own bubble at home. It's a beautiful bubble. It's the best bubble. I love my bubble. It's my values, my relationship with my partner, my kitty cat. Like my whole life is here and I love it. I love my internet bubble. I have this whole bubble here with my community. It's a great bubble. I have my YouTube chat bubble. I have my Discord chat bubble. 2 different bubbles. Okay? 2 different conversations, kind of different vibes. There is nothing wrong with being in a bubble because there's nothing wrong with having a relationship with perception. The dilemma is when that perception or that bubble limits you from being compassionate, being thoughtful, looking outside of yourself, and not realizing the world doesn't revolve around you and your bubble. Okay? Nothing wrong with a bubble unless the bubble is bad. And then we got to talk about, ooh, you got to pop that bubble, girl. Pop the bubble, girl, because that bubble's not serving you anymore. Pop it and go to a different one or make a new one, right? Okay.
Out.
So Ethan here is like this bubble guy, right? He's got this bubble concept around Palestinians. He has an Israeli understanding of bubbles. He has a very like specific understanding of what happens in Gaza and Palestine. And that's his bubble perspective, right?
There are reasons for what the Israelis do that are more complex than what you may see as genocide or hate. Come to Israel. Talk to an Israeli. You have no first-hand experience and no knowledge. Talking points. Come to Israel and talk to a Palestinian for that matter. Can you imagine? You know what I mean? Like imagine anytime you criticize a country, come here. Come see for yourself. Come. The only way you...
P.S. I'm in Europe and they have given out travel warnings if you're gay not to go to America. My partner's like, you're not going to America. They're going to round you up and put you in a camp. Bro, think about that. I have siblings that are gay in America. I'm like, bro, you need to move out, bro. You need to figure it out. Okay? Shout out to Croatia. The president just announced he wants to recognize Palestine as their own state. Free Palestine. Let's go, Croatia. Let's go. I'm so proud to be here, bro. I'm so patriotic today, okay? I'm so patriotic. Anyways, Europe is giving out travel advisory warnings, okay?
Well, no, if you come here and speak to one of us, you must come here and speak to one of us. It is the only way. Like, bro, no, I'm sorry. There's a lot of credible research online, history to refer to, that I don't need to go speak to a brainwashed Hasbarist to know what's up. The Palestinians are not treated as subhumans. Why don't you come to Israel? He says come to Israel. Let's count how many times he says come to Israel. Come to Israel. 1. 2, come to Israel. You have no first hand. Come to Israel. 3. He says come to Israel 3 times in one paragraph. Because the only way for you to brainwash you is to make you walk around Tel Aviv. Oh, look as a tourist. Look, we have an H&M. You like Lush. They make the soap bomb. You throw it inside the bathtub. It starts bubbling. Yes, we have one of those here. You also like New Balance. We have the best New Balance shoes right here in Tel Aviv, my friend. Come here. You like falafel? I will give you the best falafel. What else is there? You like Cold Stone Creamery? Cold Stone Creamery. They don't have small, medium, large. They have like it, love it, gotta have it. It's so funny. I love the American culture. Come here. Come to Tel Aviv. So,
Should we all go to Tel Aviv? That was a joke. See, not a good joke because we're not going to go there. See, that's the other thing. Like in the past, I would have loved to have seen Israel and Palestine and gone through. And now I'm like, I'm not going to Israel. Everyone's like, oh my God, come to Israel. We have an amazing pride. I was like, oh my God, I would love to do pride around the world. But now, how am I supposed to have pride in Israel now? Do you know what I mean? Don't pink wash this for me, girl.
that's how they get you. You know what I mean? Ashley sends £2 and says, "Get him, girl, free Palestine." Hell yeah, Ashley. Much love. Thanks for the donation. KMA sends $5 and says, "Worse than liking it, he saved it to his Pinterest as sexy." Oh, that's what that was? He saved it to his Pinterest? Oh, that's disgusting.
Great.
Well, that's so fucked to have all this shit about your family online.
Honestly, we just watched an SBS, Australian public TV episode, and this girl's stepdad literally subscribed and was her highest donator on OF. People are crazy, bro. I don't know why we keep assuming humans are so great. Like, we are so great. We're so not great. We're like, we are animals. We're in a non-derogatory, in a scientific way. We're literally just an evolved little species, like a fish. We're like a little fish. We got legs. And now we're on the planet and we're like, goop, goop. And we're just sitting here like fucking our offspring, doing crazy shit, throwing up a genocide like it's so casual on a Friday. We really give ourselves too much credit. And then sometimes I feel like we don't give ourselves enough credit. Okay, here's a reminder. Give yourself more credit than you deserve and realize you are not as bad as these fucking losers. Because holy shit, they will try to convince you. And yet, we should remember, like, people are not that great because look at these two fucking losers. Look at these people in a position of power who are rich. Look how the internet made these people rich and popular. And then tell me the world is not a reflection of us as a whole. Listen to me when I say we are in this group project together and we're all about to fail together. Because even though we're pulling our weight, the majority of people are not. That does not make us better. That just means we're on a different journey. And all we can do is hope that other people are influenced and become a little bit better. But I swear to God, it's like we try to hold ourselves so accountable in ways that, like, these men can't even regret. Ethan can't even regret the racist post he made 15 years ago. He can't even say, I regret this. He said, oh, I'm embarrassed about it. Sir. Okay? Sir. It's crazy.
Fine, man. How fucking embarrassing is that shit? That's so nasty. I wish I didn't know that extra detail that he saved it to his Pinterest.
They're talking about Gary Klein, the dad. I'm going to forward it.
Referring to, like, reference like Muhammad getting marrying like a young girl. I don't know the details, but that's the common thing that people say. It was like that guy who was harassing the dude who worked at the food halal stand in New York. Hey, isn't it true that Muhammad liked to sleep with little girls? It's like, bro, the guy's selling fucking hot dogs. Leave him alone. Joette says, I'm too good at the Israeli accent, Lamau. I mean, guys, I'm just trying to have...
Chad said, he says, I'm not ashamed, but embarrassed. What the fuck's the difference? Okay, fun fact. For most people, I think, or at least for Ethan, ashamed would be like a deep... Okay, so shame is when you feel the wrath from the bubble, when you disappoint the bubble expectation, and guilt is when you've betrayed your own values. Okay, I learned this in my therapy sessions. I really liked this. So I have a different standard for when I feel shame and when I feel guilt, because I'm feeling the consequence of not living up to a standard either I have posed for myself or the outside. So he might not feel ashamed. He might not feel guilty, right? He might not feel any of that, but he might feel embarrassed that, like, people think like they caught him. Like, embarrassed, bashful. You can be embarrassed that somebody thought you had a good singing voice. Like, embarrassed, like, oh my God. So he's like embarrassed, like cringe, but he's not actually ashamed, right? He's not feeling guilty about it. He's not feeling like, he can't even say, I regret. And that's what I'm saying. You can't even say you regret, my bro. What lesson is this? You know? Chad says guilt as a result of shame. Maybe you could, I mean, obviously, if, let's say you did something and the bubble's like, yo, why'd you do that? You could be like, yeah, you're right. Why did I do that? My values say not to do that. You could have shame that's triggered, or guilt that's triggered by shame. That could be something, right? Chad says, did you see the skit Ethan posted about exposing himself to a little girl? Ugh, yeah, it was disgusting. It was that was a rough watch, bro. Yeah, we watched it earlier. Fucking gross. Gross. Okay, so listen, We already are raised in a culture that's shameful. We don't want to shame people, guys. Shame doesn't work. I really don't believe it works. I don't believe punishment works. I don't believe shame works. I just don't believe in it. Instead, I believe in holding people accountable via values. So you should feel a sense of guilt when you've done something that's contrary to your values, right? But then you have to sit down with people, and this is why I love philosophy. What is ethical? So society. What is moral? So personal. Okay, ethics are for the world, how the world should function as a community, and morals are for your own sense of value. So like, what are Ethan's values and how are they impacting the world in an ethical way? Okay, so he's not impacting the community for the better, so he's acting unethically. He's not impacting his own life beneficial, like he's not benefiting in his own life, so it's immoral, right? The question is like, does he even know? Can he start to deconstruct and tear this apart and really go line by line of like, when you feel bad, should you feel bad? Will you feel bad in the future? Will you feel bad? Let's say if his kids do grow up and say, Dad, what was up with that? You know, but most of us don't. Listen, how many of us have boomer parents that double down on all their bad behavior? I don't know why we think Ethan's going to be different. You know? Ethan is all of our boomer parents that are going to double down on all their bad behavior. And that's how it happens. Listen, this is why I say this about Hassan, which is not related to this topic. But I say if Hassan doesn't keep deconstructing, he's going to become our conservative parents. Tess says, do you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs? I was thinking that in my head. Could you tell? Could you tell I was thinking that in my head? I was literally thinking that in my head. Oh my God. But like, I say this to everyone, especially men. Because you have to understand, if men are Hassan is a millionaire and he's handsome and he's in a position of privilege, he's in the most difficult position to actually deconstruct. Because what benefit would he have to deconstruct if he's already so popular, if he's already so successful, if he's already so loved? Look at these YouTubers working so hard to get normie media to love them. See, this is what truly makes me wonder if you're progressive. If you're progressive, but normie media embraces you, you know what I mean? Hassan is way too fucking loved by the media for me to not feel a way about his activism. That doesn't mean he's not doing good things. And it doesn't mean he's in any way as bad as Ethan and Destiny. They're not even in the same bubble. They're not even in the same bubble. Okay, he's light years ahead of them. But that doesn't mean compared to other people that he's not going to fall into the trap of kind of what actually happened with Philosophy Tube, right? She became a Star Wars actress. And then she started to not speak out about Palestine as actively or vocally. And her audience was like, oh, it's because she doesn't want to lose her job. But wasn't that the whole point of becoming independent? Wasn't the whole point of being an independent content creator is that you wouldn't have to be silent because you wouldn't depend on it? So it's kind of like, it's a whole thing. You know, it's a whole thing. All right, let's go ahead. Go back to the video.
Just try and have some fun. I like it. You like it, love it, gotta have it. Is the Cold Stone Creamery. Okay.
All right, we get it.
Here in Israel, with Cold Stone, we don't use.
Okay, we get it.
Palestinians living in Israel are not shot and killed in the street. They are not harassed, abused, etc. They are integrated into society on almost every level. I live in Tel Aviv.
Almost every level? Ooh, Palestinians living in Israel are not shot and killed in the street, guys. They're not harassed or abused. They're integrated into society. Almost at every level. Almost? Why are you Palestinians? Palestinians?
I live in an Arab neighborhood. All of the shops in my neighborhood are owned by Palestinians. I work and live next to Arabs, Palestinians. I have Palestinian friends. There are laws that discriminate against them. Yes, and I do not like that, and I want it to stop. But okay, so he's already admitting that there are laws that discriminate against Palestinians.
He literally just said it.
That means they are not equal. You just said it yourself.
Gay people are not being killed in the streets of America. They have jobs. They have kids. Not that I want them to. Gross. But, no one bothers them. I mean, do I dream of it sometimes? Trans people, they're mentally ill and they have jobs. It's like, do you not listen to the way you're having the conversation? Like, are you not listening to the way the conversation is going? Like, these people will get up here and be like, I'm not transphobic. It's okay if they're mentally ill. It's like, hold on, pause now. Oh, hold on, pause. Ma'am?
You can try to sell me all the bullshit that they live. Go ask a man in Gaza how nice their life is. Go ask Palestinians to walk down certain streets that are closed off of them, my guy. Okay, there are streets in Palestine that they're not allowed to fucking walk down, man. That you're allowed to walk in, the tourists are allowed to fucking go whole fucking neighborhood. Most of the country, to be honest, people in Gaza aren't even allowed to leave fucking Gaza. But like, stop trying to make it see. He's always trying to sell you this dream of a multicultural fantasy. There are countless videos online, bro, of Arabs fucking complaining of their fucking lives in Israel, man. What are we talking about here? But there are laws that discriminate against them, yes, and I do not like that, and I want it to stop. But try and see the reason for why Israel does it, and it may be a start of understanding that can actually solve the problem. Just try to understand why we're racist. Try to
understand. No, Chad said it perfectly. Ethan has the same talking points as Netanyahu. Come to Israel and see how beautiful it is. That's why it was so fucking offensive for him to be like, I'm going to take the crew to Israel to show you guys how beautiful it is. Not the way Hassan talks about it. Crazy.
Understand why we discriminate, and then, maybe then, we can enjoy a nice, gotta have it cup of Cold Stone Creamery with local Israeli biscuits.
Right, biscuits.
Under the Tel Aviv sun.
Crazy.
This is kind of, what the fuck is this? You do nothing but spit hatred and ignorance. Nothing you know or think can be used constructively to help the situation. Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you, Pedo Troll. Wow, very enlightening. The guy's name is literally Pedo Troll, and he's like, but like seriously though, you don't even understand Israel the way I understand Israel.
Klein, man from Los Angeles who's been living in Israel maybe for like a year and a half at that point, who understands the region and its history and its people. The people more than anyone. Thank you, Ethan.
By the way, this is why patriotism is bad. Because this is why nationalism is bad. Patriotism is a marketing campaign done by governments to convince you to love your country no matter how shitty it is. It sells you a dream. Everyone thinks their country is the best. You know, that's the problem. You know how Americans think people are always trying to sneak into America to leave their, quote, bad countries? When people just want to go back home, Palestinians just want to go back home. Migrants just usually want to go back home, okay? It's very rare for people to leave their home countries and never think about going back or having an affection for it. Most people very much struggle to immigrate. Immigration is really fucking hard, you know? It doesn't happen for all people, you know? And I still have family in Iraq. Not everyone wants to live in America, guys. Like, my parents like it, and I'm glad for them. But I still have family in Iraq because just because it worked for my parents doesn't mean other people want to leave the home they were raised in for all of those years, you know? And I think there's just like a danger to patriotism in this aspect. And I used to, listen, okay, you guys know, maybe you don't. I grew up really conservative. I was a Republican when I was a young person, okay? And I understand the way that the patriotism made you believe that talking bad about America made you a bad person until you realize like, oh, they don't want you to talk bad about them because they don't want to be held accountable. Same with your family. You know, they don't want you to talk about the family problems because they actually don't want to be held accountable. Okay? Chat says, it's funny to think you're doing a good job at defending your country when you're literally called pedo troll. Great representation of Israel, pedo troll. The greatest citizen of Israel ever to be had, pedo troll. A great representation of the average Israeli, pedo troll. Yo, stop.
God bless you. So yeah, Palestinians living in Israel are not shot and killed in the street. They are not harassed, abused. They are integrated into society. Remember that, folks. And the next time someone tells you a genocide is going on, you tell them no. Pedo troll wrote on Reddit 15 years ago that
Ethan would say the genocide wasn't happening 15 years ago. That would be his rebuttal. There wasn't even a genocide happening. October 7th hadn't even happened yet. That's what Ethan would say.
Palestinians living in Israel are not shot and killed. They are fully integrated into society. Yes, there may be some laws that discriminate against them, but please try to understand why we discriminate against them. And then, maybe then.
Hey, true. Chad says change comes from dissatisfaction. That's the problem. When you're comfortable, why change? Or if you think you're only uncomfortable because of other people like Ethan, you won't change. See, Ethan is so uncomfortable. But instead of realizing it's him, he's like, it's everybody else. Okay, so philosophically speaking, zoom out with me. Hear me when I say this. You might not be ready. It might trigger you, and it might not be what you want to hear. I promise you, all of us, it's us. Yes, there are forces from the outside, systems of oppression, horrible governments, all of the things. But so often, we are Ethan. So often in our life, when we are unhealed, we are Ethan. We are so dysregulated. We are so upset. And we just think it's everybody else. Okay? That doesn't mean, and this is where I need you to really put things into categories. Be very autistic with me today, because that's what I do when I think about problem solving. Which ones are Brittany's responsibilities and which one is outside of my control? Which one is within Brittany's control? Which one is outside of Brittany's control? Okay, I want you to really, because you are probably being burdened. The world is burdened with so many things they cannot control. You need to control what you can control and then figure out ways to chip at the other stuff. So what I do is I make a list of everything that's my direct responsibility, and then I make a list of everything that is out of my control, and yet things I can maybe chip away a little bit at a time. Okay? And then realize, like, okay, I got it. So, Chet says we were never that bad. Is this a test? I'm not saying, Ethan, we are equivalent to Ethan's attitude. We're saying the dysregulation in his body is a universal human experience. So Ethan is having a dysregulation within his body. His biological experience is going haywire, right? His Tourette's are triggered. He's overly anxious. He's got a little bit of paranoia. And instead of like saying, hey, maybe it's something I'm doing, like reading Reddit posts or engaging in the internet or not taking a vacation, he's like, it's all of you. All of the people who are criticizing me, it's you. It's Frogan. Frogan is the reason Ethan is dysregulated. And instead of blaming Frogan, maybe consider it's how you're engaging with Frogan. Is it really Frogan? Is it wee bit Frogan? Is it wee little Frogan? You know? And that's the hard part, is like, that's why he couldn't hear Dr. Kirk Honda's advice when Dr. Kirk Honda's like, you can't read about yourself on the internet, dude. It's a horrible, like, thing. Don't do that. Even Joe Rogan doesn't do it. We don't even like Joe Rogan. But if Joe Rogan can't do it, how would we do it? Like, you don't do it. Don't read about yourself on the internet. Except I will say, I do love the way H3's community talks about me, because they're angry at me for exactly the reasons I want them to be angry at me. You know what I mean? I do kind of like the way they hate me, bro. Because I'm like, thank you. Like, I'm doing the right thing. I'm doing the Lord's work, okay? I feel like when people hate me and it coincides with my values, I'm like, yeah, you should hate me. Like, if you hate me for being pro-Palestine, then yeah, hate me, bro. Or if you hate me because you feel like, oh, Brittany's like too critical of men, I'm good with that. What hurts my feelings and makes me pause is when people hate me for reasons I'm like, no, whoa. Hold on, wait. Don't hate me for this reason, though. Wait a second, girl. Let me do some work. So if people I respected or people who have views similar to mine were like, Brittany's not it, I'm like, oh, what did I do? Wait, pause. Let me think. Let me think. Hold on. Because maybe I am doing something wrong. Chet says you're getting H3 fan haters. I am. I'm finally getting some fucking... The people who have hated me the most on Reddit are Destiny fans and Ethan fans. And huge flex. Huge flex for me, bro.
We will have a beautiful day under the Tel Aviv sun. Okay, what else? Pedo Troll says, when I read stories about how Gaza is a death camp and how it is being deprived of essentials and about ethnic cleansing, this statistic comes to mind. The average life expectancy of people born in Gaza is 73 years. That doesn't sound like Nazi Germany or apartheid South Africa to me. This fact alone speaks volumes. Am I correct in thinking this? If not, please explain. So this person says, China also has a life expectancy of 73 years. Do you think everything in China is smooth sailing? Look at the living conditions, not the life expectancy. That's like saying the BP...
What is this? Why are people arguing the life expectancy? Except now I think in Palestine it's like 43. So what are we talking about? But why are we even talking about this? Like, oh, the life expectancy. This is such a boy way to argue human life. The dignity of human life is not to be argued with the life expectancy of like, we're not racist. Look at the life expectancy of these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate when men argue about human life. Men are I'm sorry, you're so reductive, bro. You're so reductive when you talk about the dignity of human existence.
Dude, all these people are fucking propagandized to shit.
Yes,
That's like saying the BP oil spill doesn't because of how much water is on the planet. Israel is systematically breaking down the Palestinian people in a variety of different ways.
Oh, damn, this person was,
2010, they aren't just going to outright gas a bunch of Palestinians. They would if they could. They must use a much more...
Which they do now. Isn't that crazy? Whoa, 15 years ago. They aren't just outright gassing a bunch of Palestinians. They would if they could. And now they are literally starving them, bombing them. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Delicate strategy: starvation, segregation, and outright murder. Okay, this guy's wrong about China, but they're right about Israel's tactics. Then they say, meanwhile, Muslims throughout the world are doing that to everyone. Religion is awesome. Okay, this person is saying that Muslims are doing that. No, that's not true. But anyways, Pidochol says, I don't know if China is smooth sailing, whatever you mean by that.
You know what? China's a new one I have to look into because I'm so American propaganda. I have so much propaganda from America in my head about China. I don't know anything about it. A TikTok is convincing me that China looks pretty fun. But also, I will say that I don't know anything about China because all I know is what America's told me and I can't trust them now. Not that I ever could, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't know anything. That's another American propaganda we have to deconstruct. What is China really like? What's going on in China? What's up with them? I've heard they do little exercises in the parks. And I'm like, that's kind of cute.
But I also don't compare Chinese living conditions to ghettos in Nazi Germany. China has actually relatively good standards for most of its people, healthcare-wise, from what I've read. So I don't think this is a fair comparison. Okay, so actually Ethan was based on China 15 years ago, but now if you mention China, he loses his fucking mind. Oh, you're a fucking tanky. Ethan, you were a tanky 15 years ago. Look at
What? It's a cult? Chat said, no, it's not cute. It's a cult. I thought it was an exercise club for old people. It's a cult? I thought it was a cute place for old people to exercise. I thought it was cute. I'm so innocent. You guys ruined my TikTok feed. I thought it was a cool place. I thought it was like, oh, old people are getting out and exercising. Damn, bro. Rip. See, I don't know. I'm just an innocent little girl. Okay, I'm just an innocent girl.
you praising China's healthcare system. It's kind of funny. So I don't think this is a fair comparison. You are comparing the second most powerful country on earth to Gaza, so I don't really...
Also, I just want to remember that if men are in charge, it's a horrible place. So wait, hold on, pause. Let's zoom out. It doesn't care. I don't care what country it is around the world. If men are in charge, it's a shithole. That's the shithole. That's kind of racist now because Trump made it a racist term. But I don't trust men to be in charge. If there's a patriarchy in motion, if men are in charge, I just know it's bad. Okay, it's gonna be transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic. Okay. So I'm just going to say this right now. Every country has its problems because it's run by men. And I don't mean because you were born a man. I mean because you were raised as a man under patriarchy. But also, that doesn't mean if that's the case, then every country is like the other. Like people always ask me, like, is Croatia better than America? Everywhere has its problems. So it's just about what is going to benefit you over other people, right? So I think that's like what's really important is like where is a better place to live? Well, everyone, it's just a matter of what you want your problems to be. That's really what this is about, you know?
To your point, this is an outrageous statement you made. It's 2010. They aren't just going to outright gas a bunch of Palestinians. They would if they could. Variety, FTFY. I mean, no, Ethan, like that is actually that is the most accurate thing that person said. It's 2010. They're not just, when people ask, but it's not a genocide. You know, they're not like, yeah, what the fuck do you expect them to do, bro? It's being fucking live streamed. They're doing it as delicately as they can. And even then, they're fucking, like, it's, you know, I'm kidding by the word delicately.
It's so horrible, though. The way we so casually, like, that's why I'm so proud of Croatia to wake up to the news today. The president is supposed to is trying to recognize Palestine as its own state. It's so important, but I can't believe we even have to do this paperwork in the first place to stop this genocide. I can't believe in order to stop a genocide, we have to play some political game with paperwork. This is why I hate politics. Politics does not care about your life. It cares about winning. This is why I like philosophy, because philosophy challenges the sanctity of life. It challenges our way of being, our way of thinking. It challenges systems. That's why they like to kill philosophers. You know what I mean? But I cannot believe we even have to file paperwork before we stop a genocide. Crazy.
Goddamn. Yeah, no, this is Ethan. Pedo brain is Ethan. Oh my God. That's
I'm
so fucking
it a
scary.
little bit.
Ganja gremlin and your gremlins. Oh, right? What happened to the pedo jokes? Dizzle McFizzle sends a $5 and says, one day Palestine will be free and we'll be able to visit the Levant and see all the wonderful people there, inshallah. Man, I can't tell you how much I want to fucking visit. You know, it's so close to us. They're literally our next door neighbors. I would fucking love to go and see Palestine, but I would never set foot there the way it is now. Unless
wait, isn't Anthony Lebanese?
I could somehow magically
Is he
become
in
reported to the
Lebanon?
West Bank
He is,
or Gaza
right?
or something.
Hold on, he's about to say
Insane,
it, I
man.
think,
Insane
right?
that I can't go to my nearby
Right?
neighbor. Plus, it would be illegal for me as a Lebanese person.
Yeah,
I'm not
he's Lebanese. Megan was Lebanese from Queer Ultimatum. Shout out Lebanon.
even legally allowed to set foot in Israel. Israelis aren't legally allowed to set foot over here, you know, unless it's covert operations or diplomats or whatever. So yeah, so more racist stuff. What else we got? It's not even over, folks. Apparently, Ethan is still IG storying about me. Okay, no, so we've read this one. We've seen this. Jelty shared this. I know it's a joke posted in R Funny and he didn't have kids and we can't joke about CPS and shit, but what the fuck? Let's read this.
Wait,
so
what
this
is
is
it?
again a pedo troll post from 14 years
Lord.
ago. Vintage, folks, vintage. 14. This is a 14-year-old Reddit post. So would you like to smell it, please? Put it in the decanter so I may smell this 14-year-old vintage Reddit post. Oh, yes, please. Pour me a glass. Okay, so once I was at the park with my grandmama and we were walking over a little river with a stone walkway.
Trigger warning. This one's weird, guys. Trigger warning.
Well, she was feeling chipper this day because she decided she wanted to leap over one of the stones. Well, she slipped much like this guy, except her body was too frail to handle the fall. She broke her hip and her head just sat back in the water because she couldn't sit up. I run to pick her up, but it was too late. She drowned. Sometimes now I take my kids through the same park and something comes over me. I force their head into the water to recreate the scene with my grandma and I hold their faces until they almost drown and then take them out. Part of me feels that I'm trying to relive that memory and save her. And I'm afraid that one day I will drown my children too. I'm afraid to even read this because like the YouTube algorithm will think I am promoting harming children. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do with that information? I don't regret anything I said, he said. Ethan's like, I don't regret anything I've ever said. Girl, yeah, how is Hila okay with these posts? Again, women uphold the patriarchy. Women marry these men every day. Melania's married to Trump. Like, at the end of the day, behind every fucking loser man is a woman. Remember that. You know, remember that. Remember, behind every fucking perverted piece of shit man, there is a woman.
Saying the internet works in mysterious ways.
Even if he's gay.
What the fuck, Ethan? Like, how is this even funny? Like, I don't get these edgy. Like, for example, I'm a huge fan of James Gunn. I'll be honest with you guys. James Gunn, director of Superman, Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy. Love the guy. He made some weird jokes in like 10 years ago, 15 years ago that he got canceled for. Like, I also read some of those. Like, some of that shit. Like, why? When were these jokes ever a good idea? Again, I never thought he should have been fired from Disney. Love James Gunn, huge fan. I really look up to his work, actually. But, you know, some of those jokes were just like kind of fucking weird. It's the same kind of dumbass fucking jokes. Like, what is the point of this? Bad Pierogi sent 5 do not worry memberships. Thank you so much, Bad Pierogi. Pierogi, does that mean you are from Czechoslovakia? Is that where pierogies are from? Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Bad Pierogi. Are you also a cousin of the Bad Empanada? Is the Bad Pierogi a cousin of the Bad Empanada? Is that what is happening? So yeah, disgusting. I mean, horrible fucking story. Dark. This isn't even like pedo stuff. This is just like talking about fantasizing about harming kids. Then he goes after Jake Chinatown from Twitter for like
what?
Whoever fucking said, someone mentioned like bashing Ethan's kids against the tree, which is horrible. You know what I mean? But like you've also said horrible things about your own kids, man. Your own theoretical kids before they were born. Now young Theodore is gonna have to read this, Ethan.
Is this like he's gonna be like, oh, I was working on a short story actually. I was working on my edgy humor. Like, what was the point of writing this? Like, what was the point of it? I don't get it.
Poland. Pierogi are Polish.
I just don't get it.
Confused. I know that Robert from
I'm gonna skip.
and yes, folks, I like Shark Tank.
Okay, this is the one that disgusted me the most. For me personally, this is the most disgusting fucking shit I've ever fucking seen. Like, not literally, but basically from, I cannot believe Ethan wrote this. I cannot believe he wrote this. Are you ready? Oh my God.
Do not judge me, but I used to like Mr. Wonderful. He's half Lebanese, but he's a fucking piece of
Same. I do love my capitalistic Shark Tank days. You know, these capitalists are evil, bro. Mr. Wonderful's evil, bro. I had a soft spot for him though during the show. I always have a soft spot for some level of bluntedness. But they're all horrible.
Shit, Trump supporter. Probably a Zionist, I don't know.
He is. He's the worst. Mr. Wonderful's the worst.
Okay. So what is this? Holy fucking shit, Ethan Klein. What the fuck was wrong with you, bro? Malia. Okay, so Ethan had a Twitter account too. Pedo Troll had a Twitter account. Oh my God, dude, he was fucking prolific, huh? So Pedo Troll said, Mr. White House, Mr. President, would you send Michelle, Sasha, Malia through TSA screening? Naked photos or invasive genital groping? You choose. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What? What is this? Mr. President, would you send Michelle, Sasha, and Malia through TSA screening? Naked photos or invasive genital groping? You choose. What? Like, what? What is this? What is that? I would be mortified. Like, I would be so fucking mortified to just post this. What are you posting this for? Just says, what is the context? I mean, does it matter? Does it fucking matter? He's adding the White House. He's sending Barack Obama a tweet. This is Pedo Troll, November 16th, 2010. White House, Mr. President. He's just tweeting at Barack Obama. What?
Fuck. Dude, that's so fucked. Destiny says, holy fuck shit, Ethan Klein, what the fuck was wrong with you, bro? Malia.
But Ethan, I mean, Destiny is so evil here. Destiny is so evil here. Like, he himself was not bragging about how hot 15-year-olds were, or the fact that he didn't have pictures of them, or the fact, like, Ethan, I mean, Destiny is out here pretending. I know, Anthony's going to make that caveat, but like, Destiny's out here pretending he's any better. No, he's not any better. You know what I mean?
I was 12 years old. Sasha was 9 years old. What the fuck kind of humor was this? Are you okay, bro? Again, let's just keep in mind, yes, Ethan was making fucking sick
here we go.
jokes. Destiny actually does contact teenagers for sex. So let's also just keep that in perspective.
Just keep it in perspective.
We enjoy all of the disgusting stuff that he's bringing to light against Ethan, just because, you know, that's always a good time. But let's just keep in mind that he's actually a criminal. So, yeah, this is also fucking disturbing.
Ugh,
Ooh,
gross.
folks, everybody, saddle up for a moment. We're getting a history lesson by Mr. Jim D. Dukers, the activist from the Reagan days. Thank you, sir. History lesson. U.S. President Grover Cleveland was 49 when he married a 21-year-old. He had been her guardian since she was 10 years old after her father died. Oh, that's some fucking Woody Allen shit. God damn.
Gross.
That's
gross. The amount of men who just raise little girls to marry them is atrocious.
that's some Woody Allen stuff right there. Being someone's guardian as a child, and then when they're of age, marrying them, that is the ultimate form of being a predator. That is, oh my God, bro. That's so fucked up. Who was that again? U.S. President Grover Cleveland. Okay, let's keep that in mind. Fuck Grover Cleveland. I'm sorry. He might have signed some great things into law, but that man was a creep.
Gross.
That's disgusting. Okay, folks. After that little history lesson pause, thank you, Mr. Jim D. Dukers. What else we got?
So fucking degenerate.
Okay, so so we got a couple of clips and then we're done. Destiny thinks Ethan Klein might be more degenerate than him. Okay, let's watch.
There's no
this.
way. Like, if you listen, if you're fucking degenerate. There's no way. Like, if you listen, if you want to think I'm a creepy degenerate, then fine, then fucking hey, go for it. But my brother in Christ, okay, we are two peas in a degenerate pod.
Okay, so this is a weapon Destiny uses, and I think he's right to use it to Ethan, but don't let him use it against you. Don't let him use it against you. Don't let Ethan use it against you, because that's what they try to do. They try to say, you're just as bad as us. No. You two are as just bad as each other. We are not, none of us are you. And that's the difference, okay? Because I know there are people in my audience that are sitting here probably thinking like, I got to hold myself accountable. I got to do all this stuff. You should hold yourself accountable. But just remember, we are not doing the same shit these people are doing. And yet I feel like we're going to beat ourselves up more because it matters to us, you know? And I know this is an autistic person who, like, her sense of justice is so fucking strong that I'm like, oh my God, like, you have to remember, like, they are not even thinking about that, okay? So I don't want you to allow these toxic men to convince you or me or any of us that, like, oh, you're just as bad as us. But this is a tactic they use. And that's why I was like, what are you doing, bro? So yeah, Ethan and Destiny are two peas in a pod for sure, though.
And I think you're lower on the rung there than I am. But that's seriously the thing you want to go. Like, the most embarrassing part for me putting all this video together was I might have actually been out-edged by this guy, okay? I thought.
And by the way, like, Sneeko's a piece of shit guy. All those guys, ABBA, all those guys, they all think they're better than each other. And at one point, they might have been, but not really. But at one point, because you remember, this is all coming to light kind of in real time, right? My sister-in-law's Lebanese, Lebanon for the win. Thank you so much for the super chat. Brother Bard. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Shout out to Lebanon. One of my besties growing up is Lebanese. And to this day, they all like still live in the same neighborhood I go home to all the time to visit my friends from, 27 years ago. 27 years knowing people, 27 years, you know? All these people are shitty. But you know what's funny is like there really is a timeline. I think Ethan and Destiny are specifically like some of the worst, you know? Like they really got like they almost wanted to like look better over time, but it's not really that much better. I think the branding is just better because now people see Destiny as the guy who takes down MAGA people. But underneath the branding is just shit. Or Ethan is like, oh, this progressive who was on Leftovers, but behind the scenes it's obviously not there. And also, I think the same thing, I ran into the same problem Hassan did, where like Hassan and I will be friends with people. And again, I'm not equating us the same because we're coming from different perspectives. It's just a similar phenomenon where we like are so nice to the people, but they don't know we're being nice to them. Hassan was so nice to Ethan during leftovers, trying to like tippy toe and get him to understand how progressive or not progressive he was. I was so nice to Abba. I was so nice to Destiny and Sneeko, thinking that like, but they didn't know. They take it for granted. They don't even know you're treating them like babies because they literally don't know how much they don't know. And you're doing that because you think you're a good person. You're trying to be good, right? No. Hassan, I remember when Hassan literally said, there's no way Ethan is as crazy as you guys think he is. And now here's this. And then the moment you try to call them out, they're like, what the fuck? Are you mad at me? And I was like, bro, I'm disappointed in you for being a piece of shit. Like, that's the problem. Hassan literally said, there's no way, Ethan, guys, you're exaggerating. Ethan's fine. He's just mad right now. I said the same thing about every other boy. I was like, it's fine, guys. They're just mad right now. They're going to do the work. I believe in them. Oops. They didn't do the work. They didn't do the work. And then, of course, everything else comes out to light. Now, I bet Hassan's like, I haven't seen Hassan's reaction to this, so I don't know what he's thinking. But I bet like he's as shocked as I am. Because when I posted my video about Destiny in November, the Lauren Southern DMs leaked to prove my point because I didn't have receipts. He just told me they were sleeping together. Then the receipts popped out and I was like, oh, thank God. Because like I didn't have those receipts. I just had his word of mouth. And then everything came to light that I didn't even know was happening. Hassan had no idea this was happening with Ethan. It's not like we knew. And that's the problem, right? Chad says, I'm tired of meeting people where they're at. When they hear where I'm at, they call me a slur. Well, you don't want to meet those people where they're at. I feel you there. Open with boundaries. We can't meet everybody where they're at. It's not always our job. That's what we have to learn. That's what I have to learn constantly. Is this my responsibility or is this somebody else's? Okay, right? Chad says, what would they do? Why would they do the work when they're rewarded for bad behavior? Do you think some people are more naturally introspective or is it a social conditioning for these men? Well, I think we're biological creatures evolved over time. So there must be some sort of biological predisposition that makes my brain very curious about philosophy. And probably the people who are generally attracted to my audience, they tend to be very philosophically minded and very curious and very like, so I'm assuming there has to be some point of it where it is a biological experience, but ultimately you still have to make the choice to engage. Ultimately, I still have to make the choice to deconstruct. Like ultimately, we still have to do the work. Like ultimately, we still are also products of our environment. And I think we have, yes, chat says open-minded. We're open-minded and we're curious. Curiosity, guys, the world is not a very curious place. The world is not, it doesn't have to be because it can survive for millions of years without needing to be very curious. But I would say the ones who are curious set into motion the possibility for so many great things, right? So it's sad. It's sad to believe. I believe in humanity as a whole, but I have less belief in individuals. So I have absolutely faith in humanity. I have no faith in Destiny or Ethan or Sneeko or Abba or any of those people. But I have so much faith for humanity. You know what I mean? Like again, when we complain about men in the patriarchy, we're not saying children born or assigned male at birth are the problem. We're saying the way we raise them and the way we bully them into becoming monsters. Because I guarantee you this edginess that we're finding on the internet is trained into boys like you're pussy if you don't engage with it. Oh, what are you afraid to make an edgy joke, Ethan? And then Ethan goes, oh, I'm going to take it a step further. They have none of the discernment. Your parents are also responsible for teaching you discernment. Obviously, his parents didn't teach him shit. His dad's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Discord said curiosity is activated. Curiosity is actively discouraged with things like curiosity killed the cat, isn't it? Yes, but the full sentence of curiosity killed the cat is misunderstood. Curiosity killed the cat full. Hold on. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. That's the full sentence. So we always learn these things so wrong. We always learn the first half, but never the full. So curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought him back. Fucking man, baby. I'm on my 100th life as we speak, girl. You know? So there we go. Yeah, beautiful, right? So, and again, like, there's nothing wrong with being a man, but there's everything wrong with not deconstructing what it means to be one. Especially when you're in a position of privilege like these boys are. All right.
Thought I was the edgelord, and this guy is he's out edgelording me on pedophilia, which was supposed to be my domain, according to this guy.
The way to put it.
Oh my god, this man is out edgelording me in pedophilia, which is supposed to be my domain.
What losers, bro.
This
losers.
is the weirdest fucking internet beef I have ever seen in my life.
If you like
This guy is he's out edgelording me on pedophilia, which was supposed to be my domain.
That needs to be a soundbite on the HP podcast. This man is out edgelording me in pedophilia, which is supposed to be my domain. The way he said it made it seem like he's upset. Like, hey, pedophilia is my thing, Ethan. Stay out of it. That's what it sounds like. I know what he's trying to say, but it sounds like such a self-own, man.
Like the most.
And I don't believe this. I think this is a downplay. I think Destiny's downplaying it like he does with everything else. I don't think Ethan is out pedoing him. Destiny has. I think that's a part of the downplay. I think it's a mask. The way he always downplays everything he does. Like when he leaked people's sex, like their videos, their intimate videos, he was like, "You guys are blowing this out of proportion. It's not that big of a deal." I think that's what he's doing here secretly in the back of his head. To the audience, it looks like he's trying to just like be funny, but he actually did not out pedo Ethan because he actually did talk about how hot 15-year-olds were that were real.
Embarrassing part for me putting all this video together was I might have actually been out edged by this guy. Okay, I thought I was the edgelord, and this guy is he's out edgelording me on pedophilia, which was supposed to be my domain, according to this guy.
The way to cut it. If you like Destiny, if you think he's smart and cool and funny and awesome, good. Watching him, but no. That you are supporting someone who is attracted, 15-year-olds, who shared compromising bikini pics of 15-year-olds sent to him.
Compromising? These are pictures posted publicly on social media. People at the beach. Again, like
who cares? Why would you have them on your phone, stupid? That's what I'm saying. He's like, this is a normal picture of a 15-year-old in a bikini. Why do you have it? I don't think in my life I could ever think about sending a picture of a minor that was like off the internet and be like, look at this girl in a bikini. What? Like to who? Your girlfriends? Because you're like, wow, we were raised so differently? Or to boys who are like, this girl is hot? You weren't a girl who is like, oh my God, remember how we used to dress as teenagers? Look at the girls now, which is, you know, a whole thing that needs to be deconstructed. Ladies, we got to deconstruct it. But also, he was sending it to his friends to be like, isn't she hot? Bro, these 15-year-olds are made different. Hello? Hello?
What the
Bro, are you trying to defend, like, okay, even if a 15-year-old shared a fucking picture at the beach on social media, why are you looking at that shit? Why are you sharing that shit? Why are you even engaging in that shit, bro? Stop trying to defend it. This is disgusting, man. What is this?
So stupid.
Fuck this drama.
That's what I mean. They're so fucking dumb and perverted. They don't even know how stupid and ugly they are. Like, not ugly physically, ugly in their thoughts. Their thoughts are so ugly. They're so distorted, but they can't even see it. They're like, what? Why do you even have that photo?
Is that it or is that something else? No, I got one more thing.
Ugh.
Destiny gives 3 rebuttals to the claims in Ethan Klein's videos. I don't care. 2 minutes. Fuck that shit. We're done with the drama,
done?
folks. That's it. How long did that take?
Hold on. Is he done? No more receipts?
Critiques
Okay.
owning.
First of all, let me link this podcast again. It was really great. I think he did a really good job. Anthony did a really good job of sharing all the receipts and stuff because God knows I was not going to look into this story, but I watched Do Not Worry when I'm like doing stuff in their live and I have them on in the background. And this came on and I was watching it. I was like, oh my God, what is this? This is the world. I tell you, every time I think, man, Brittany, you know, that joke was too far on stream. No, listen. I'm like PG in comparison to this shit. You know, whatever. Oh my God. Jess says ever since you made that vid on Destiny, there's been a nonstop stream of his crimes coming out on the internet. Girl, listen to me when I say I don't believe in God, but I pulled a fucking tarot card. I don't even believe in tarot cards like that. I not only pulled the tarot card and meditated on it so hard, but I was like, I was dying under the harassment of his community for 2 years. I was like, I'm dying under this harassment. It's so hard. And I was like, I got to do this. I got to post this video, rid myself of this fucking man in this bubble and disappear. And my life just got so much better. I felt like I took a burden I was carrying, you know, I let it out and I just feel so fucking free. It was so stressful. I mean, harassment after harassment, messages after messages, every fucking day, post after post, bro. I was really like, I felt like I couldn't breathe under the harassment from his community. And I know that's a part of the internet gig, but it still fucking sucks. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to post this video. And I posted it and it's just like, I felt so liberated. I was just like, it's over. Like I don't have to, and I haven't. Like I posted that video and the harassment stopped. Probably because after I posted it, literally within like a week or 10 days of posting it, the DMs leaked from Lauren Southern. And I was vindicated. And it felt like, okay, good. Now it's over. You know? And now it just spiraled into what we see here. But it's like, oh my God. Yeah. Every time I think like it can't get worse, somehow it gets worse with these people. I can't believe it. Like Ethan's post, like, you got to watch what your kids are doing on the internet first and foremost. We have got to be doing that. But like our parents really raised us so poorly. Ethan's parents did a horrible job and he's going to continue doing a horrible job. I didn't know it was this bad. You know, I just didn't know he was out on the internet posting some of the grossest fucking shit you've ever seen. And how did that happen? I mean, when we zoom out, guys, like he didn't just exist in a vacuum. He was influenced, encouraged. I think that's why Dr. K is trying to save these boys from these bubbles. They're very bad. The boy bubble is very toxic on the internet. Wow. Man, and he was like a grown up. He was like 28 years old. That's pretty crazy. Like a grown up, you know? And it's weird because Ethan used to talk about how he didn't have friends growing up and he kind of didn't want to hang out with his family a lot. He always felt kind of different from them. And he talked about like, him and Destiny both want to be so a part of a friend group so badly, but they're just such bad friends that they don't have one. You know what I mean? Like both of them talked about this. Destiny would say like, okay, but I wanted to be friends with people. Like I remember when he reached out to me one time, he was like, hey, Not So Erudite says I should be like friendlier with people and try to make friends. So do you want to talk? And I was like, oh. And I was like, sure. We talked for a little while, but it was like pretty clear, like it wasn't going to go anywhere. You know what I mean? I was like, I didn't know much about him at the time. I was newly in the bubble. He didn't even pick me as a friend for any other reason than his other friend who's still friends with him was like, you need to make friends with people. And I was like, okay. But it was weird. Like, it was like boring conversation, shallow. He didn't, he just wanted to vent. Like, it was almost like he just wanted to vent. He didn't know how to be a friend. He thought having a friend was like buying you dinner. And I was like, that's not what being a friend is. But that's the problem is like, I don't think he knows how to. So same with Ethan. Ethan struggles to have friends. That's why they have these two boys, Ethan and Destiny, have the most YouTube breakups I've ever seen in my life. Which is, we're coworkers at the end of the day. And that's the other problem. I was never, I'm not friends with most people. I'm coworkers. That's what I wanted to. When I started collabing again with people coming out of my Contra days, when I was reaching to collab again, because I was so, don't even make me rehash the Contra drama. Jesus Lord. But like trying to come back to collabing, I wanted like coworkers. But it's just, what an insane space. So we're going to get into that right now. So let's pause on this section, okay? We're going to talk about philosophy YouTube is broken. And we're going to talk about that next because I think the same thing happens even outside the debate bro bubbles. It's something about philosophy, social justice, and politics where it's very hard to know who to trust, who to promote, who to collab with. And it's like we're all here for different reasons. I know why I'm here, but sometimes I do not know why these other people are here because they are so fucking unhealed. It is so obvious to me. Like, I genuinely just want to know what's true and I want to help people. And I think a lot of people, they're too unhealed to know what that means, in a sense. Like, that's why I think I look at a little bit of older people to kind of see what they're going through because I feel like they kind of figured it out a little bit more. But they also have the chance of being stagnant as well. It's a combination of things. We'll get into it. I have a whole thought about this. Philosophy YouTube is broken, Michael Burns. We'll get into that in a second. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Okay? But yeah, it's the same issue with Contra and Gaza now. I'm not surprised. Like, I am not shocked at Natalie's position on Palestine because I knew what she was like all those years ago. She is a coward. She was a coward when I knew her years ago. She's a coward now. She always has been. That's why I tell you, be careful who you put on a pedestal. Because deep down, we're all just a bunch of cowards. Until we are not. Until we change. Until when the situation arises, we do the right thing. Pay attention to when your favorite content creator actually does the right thing. Because most of us are cowards. Okay? And who can blame us? Humans are pretty weak. Okay? Brittany Broski, Contra. Hell, when Palestine first started, I was not in a place to learn about it in that deep of a way. Even though 10 years ago, I was talking about how Israel was fucking up Palestine. When October 7th happened and people became aware of it, even I was like, I don't have the spoons for this. And then I locked in. And then I locked in, girls. But that's the difference. I locked in and I apologized. And it will be the greatest regret is not getting locked in fast enough. Biggest regret. But that's the point. I did lock in and there's proof of it. But you can hold me accountable for the way I didn't lock in fast enough because I didn't. Big regret. I didn't lock in fast enough. Huge regret. But here we are now, baby. Free Palestine, Croatia. Shout out to Croatia for seeing Palestine as its own unique state because it deserves it. And whatever happens, we got to stop this genocide. All right, I'll be right back. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description for the music. Enjoy. All right, I'm back. Pausing music. Oh, music's ending. 1, 2, 3. Okay, girlies. Girlies, listen to me. We're gonna watch a white man speak. Just kidding. Sorry, Michael Burns. Why is Brittany Broski a coward? Did you miss the whole Palestine saga with Brittany Broski? What about, didn't she collab with, or talk about Cody Ko after the fact? You know what I mean? And listen, again, judge me for the same things. Just judge me for who I was at the moment and not who I am now. Because listen to me when I say this. I'm not saying you always have to hate Brittany Broski or whatever. I'm saying, you know what I mean? She handled that wrong. And if she doesn't understand she handled it wrong, then, you know what I mean? Her Sabra Hummus Super Bowl commercial, girl. I didn't even know about that. That's crazy. Okay, so Michael Burns. We've talked about Michael Burns before. You guys know Michael. He is the former Wisecrack host. He is a former philosophy professor. And we're going to talk about this new video he put out called Philosophy YouTube is Broken, because I do philosophy here on YouTube, but I'm not sure that he would think I did. Based off of this video, I am not sure that he would think highly of my channel possibly, or maybe he would, who knows? He's been friendly in my comment section, but I don't know much else about that. I think people sometimes see my channel and they just don't know what to do with it. But I see other people's channels and I learn from it. But I would say that like I'm trying to literally do something different. Because every other philosophy channel on YouTube, I don't get how this is impacting the host's life. I want to hear that the philosophy you are engaging in is making your life better, which I do in my work. So I explain to you when things work for me and when they don't. I want to do applied philosophy, not applied philosophy like the category of philosophy, but like I want to apply what I've learned from philosophy and actually make my life better, right? Actually have a better relationship with my life, be kinder, more compassionate, more loving. So I'd like to think that Michael Burns would like my work, but I'm not sure at the end of the day. And based off of this video, I'm definitely not sure. Let's watch it together and have a conversation about it, right? Okay.
Lately, I've been thinking a lot.
Oops, audio's low. Let me turn it up.
Lately, I've been thinking a lot about the contradiction of utilizing YouTube as a platform to make videos using philosophy and critical theory to examine cultural and political systems. Because no matter how earnest my intent, I'm still producing work on a platform owned by Google that's structured wholly around capturing attention and selling advertising. And this contradiction goes way beyond the very useful brand of comment.
Remember that life is tiny contradictions, right? Life is tiny contradictions, and we have to do our best with what we have to be less bad, not more good. Less bad, not more good. We're too busy trying to be good, and the road to hell is paved in good intentions. Okay, we want to be less bad, not more good. So I understand that even though I'm boycotting Amazon, I still work under Google and I get paid by Google AdSense. You know, and I understand life isn't perfect. I still am an American paying American tax, which is going to fund a genocide. I understand that it's not, you know, life isn't perfect, but the point is that we work every day to be less bad, not more good.
Something like, you're going to make a video critiquing capitalism that you post on a capitalist website? Wow. It creates a situation where I'm having to balance my creative and intellectual goals with things like clickability, audience retention, and trending topics. You know, it's hard to square all of this with my goal of educating and entertaining people from a philosophically informed leftist perspective. And you know, thinking about all of this has made me wonder if this whole project is really sustainable in the long term. And it's not just me, as many of the most successful creators in the YouTube philosophy space are having all sorts of problems. ContraPoints, arguably the most successful philosophical voice on YouTube, recently alienated huge portions of her audience with a statement on the genocide in Gaza that made Miss Rachel look like Trotsky by comparison. Shout out Miss Rachel. And after a series of videos on Nietzsche that garnered both good faith and some very bad faith critique, PhilosophyTube released a video calling into question the very goal of making philosophic video essays.
There's education and there's YouTube. And sometimes those things are in tension.
Sisyphus 55.
Okay, so my criticism of these people's work is that it doesn't show up in their real life. That's why I don't care about Contra's views on philosophy. How is it making her life better? How is she a better person because she's engaging with philosophy, right? How is PhilosophyTube Abigail a better person because she's engaging in philosophy? Listen, I'll watch Crash Course if I want a crash course on philosophy. But this is the reason why we're mocking dead philosophers now as incels who lived in their bedrooms. Because ultimately, if the philosophy you're talking about isn't making your life better, then I don't care. Okay? This is my issue with Alan Watts and all these people who love Alan Watts. I don't care unless you're utilizing the benefit. I want to see that it benefits you. I do not tell you guys, like, I make it very clear what works for me, what doesn't work for me, but I'm trying to share. I came back to the internet after taking a long break, and I came back to say, okay, I figured something out significantly. Like, it was a significant thing I figured out about my life. I think this might save a lot of people's lives. You should use this if it helps you. If it doesn't help you, great. But I want to see that from a YouTuber. I want somebody to get up here and say like, hey, I figured out how not to crash under the burden and the weight of the world. Because the world used to make me feel like I was suffocating underneath it. I used to be so burdened by the pain in the universe that I was like, oh my God, I'm going to die, bro. I can't handle this. The world's a horrible place. And then I learned to make peace with the world so I could be a good part of the world. Because I wasn't as great of a citizen. I wasn't as great as a person before. I wasn't good to my community as much as I am now. I mean, it was okay, but I wasn't like the greatest. You know, I did okay. I could have done better, right? So you have to be able to understand, like, you have to radically accept the world is the way that it is because we are the way that we are. The world cannot be a horrible place unless we are horrible. And it cannot be a good place unless we are good. It's us. It's our relationship with the world. It's our relationship with life. But we keep pointing outwards. We should be introspective. We should be pointing inwards and then pointing outwards. Introspection, extrospection. Extrospection, sorry. Introspection, extrospection. We should be looking in and out, in and out.
I've recently posted a video questioning if you should even keep making video essays, which accompanied an earnest community post about the struggles to keep the channel going. And
yes, all because of money problems, which is also another question that comes into mind for me. So these big channels with millions of subscribers are saying they're not making enough money talking about philosophy on YouTube, and they're thinking about leaving the platform. And yet I, with a channel with not even 100,000 subscribers, am not only making a living, that's okay. I mean, I'm not rich. I'm not even making 6 figures, but I am making a living and I'm still showing up for work every day and I post almost every day. The question is, what is your relationship with your philosophical work that like, you can't figure out how to make a living with 1 million subscribers, but somebody without 1 million subscribers is? What am I? I must know something you don't know. But because I have a small channel, everyone goes, she doesn't know anything. Except I'm not the one on the internet begging my fans for money, except to say that if you want to be members, please be a member. But it's interesting to me that all these people are like, I need more money. What is it for? Right? I'm not saying there isn't a reason for it. Hear me when I say this. I'm not paying a team because I can't afford to take on that responsibility. Right? But a lot of these YouTubers take on the responsibility of having a team. And so the question is, are you willing to let go of the team to keep creating the content? Is the content more important or is having a team more important? Because for me, it's like making the content is more important than even getting paid. Do you know what I'm saying? I let videos go live that I'm not going to make any money off of. Because the content is more important to me. Not that I'm saying you have to have this value. I'm saying, what is your value? To me, truth is like the point. So again, like Chad says, for me, for some, YouTube without a certain amount of profit isn't worth it. Creative burnout is real for people. Yes. But then we're not doing the same thing. And I think that's the problem. I think the reason their life isn't improving is because they're not doing it for the love of the knowledge, the love of wisdom. Why do we think the image of a monk in the mountains is the point? Right? I'm saying if you have a love for the wisdom, then everything fits into place, including how to make the right amount of money and to make the hard decisions of saying, I can't afford a team. I can't afford a team. Right? I'm saying it's interesting that instead of just doing the work and paying yourself, making 40K a year, whatever it is, or 50K or 60K or 80K, it's, I'm not going to do the work. And I'm saying that's okay. But what if we deconstructed that? What if instead of getting defensive, you deconstructed, yeah, wait, why am I thinking this is my only option? Wait, what are my other options? What is better for me? What makes more sense for me? What's going to make me flourish? Because I know I can already feel that people are going to get defensive over this conversation. But why are you getting defensive? You're making the decision. I don't know why, though. I'm very autistically asking you, like, why? Why is this the decision? Why are you even doing philosophy work? What does it mean to you? Right? That's all I'm saying. I'm saying we should all be making money. Everyone should be compensated. But what does it mean to make money to you? What does it mean to be compensated? What is this dream you're holding on to? Even Chelsea Fagan from Financial Diet, even she was like, yeah, we're not making enough. And I'm like, damn, What does that mean? What does it mean you're not making enough? Don't you all live in like New York and nice houses? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, like sometimes you're running a company under capitalism and it's not working and you have to let people go, which sucks. But if you are so like if you have to, I want to deconstruct it, you know? Just that, I mean, I think once you have what you need, then why are you still burning out? I can see doing everything to make money if you really are struggling, but why are they struggling? Yeah, I think the question is like, why are we struggling? What does it mean? You know, what's the relationship with like the making the money thing? And also, do we know that we're artists? Like at the end of the day, YouTubers are artists and art doesn't pay. So if you like, I used to dream too of also making enough money to pay people. Guys, I'm an artist at the end of the day. Okay? If I had a huge following and the following was paying me all this money, maybe I could allocate some of it to payment, but I couldn't guarantee that employee payment for the next 30 years. I'm not a business. I'm not a corporation. I can't guarantee fellow artists a salary for their until retirement. I can't even guarantee that for myself. I might not have a job in 2 years. So it feels weird to me, I guess, when people on YouTube who know about systems, know about philosophy, know about socialism, know about capitalism, know about these things, somehow can't run a business. Like a part of me is like, do you know about capitalism or not? Like, why did you? So then the theory is they got too big too fast and they didn't actually understand the money would stop. That's the other theory that I think is more accurate. You got big, too fast, and you thought you were going to stay rich for this whole time. And I don't operate that way. So like, as an example, I assume I'm going to lose everything. I assume I could be jobless in 2 years because that's how the market works. Like that's how sometimes things happen. So I guess it's just like, philosophically speaking, again, deconstructing the idea of like making money on YouTube. What if YouTube just takes away their AdSense program? Like TikTok, you know how many TikTokers aren't a part of the creative fund, but they bring in millions of views? And again, I'm saying this with a lot of like sympathy, less so empathy, because I don't understand their budgeting. Like if these million subscriber YouTube, it's like when Boogie was complaining he wasn't making any money, but he had 1 million subscribers. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with that. You are literally in definition a position of privilege. You are literally in definition, you are what every small YouTuber wants to be. And then you're there. And then all you're doing is talking about how you don't make enough. You have all the credibility. You get sponsorships. You literally have clout. And you're the one begging for money? Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't they understand how weird that sounds? You're where everybody wants to be. And you're still not making it work for you. So it's a weird, like, people aren't going to get it. It's not going to make sense. You know what I mean? Let's see. Chet said, my partner is an artist. It's rough marketing yourself. Take so many spoons. Yes, it does. I'm exhausted by it, girl. Listen, I say this as a person who is a middle-class YouTuber. It is incredibly exhausting, right? It is exhausting, right? Absolutely. It's the most exhausting thing I've ever done. So my empathy is there, but I don't understand how people with huge clout, by the way, networking clout, are complaining about money. Because if it's a struggle for you, doesn't it feel like, it just kind of feels like the rich kids being like, oh my God, life is so hard when you're making $200,000 a year. And I'm like, I wish they would be more transparent so people would get it. But because they're not transparent, it's confusing to me. Do you know, it's confusing. So again, I'm not saying any of this to like beef with anybody. I'm saying I am confused and it would be nice if you could be transparent. But you know what? It's funny. They said that every time they make these videos, they get a huge influx of patrons. So maybe I'm so wrong that they are actually correct, that saying they're not making enough money will make them more money. Yeah, but every huge video essayist, like I've seen like 12 different channels talk about this. Jess says, did you see Khadijah is leaving? Yeah, but they are going to touch grass. Khadijah's leaving not because of money, though Khadijah's in a position of privilege and giving it up, right? To go do touch grass stuff, which is beautiful. But Khadijah's following their dream of like being a physical community person, which I think is beautiful. But some people would say, oh my gosh, Khadijah, you got so famous. T Norris shouted you out. That's how your channel blew up. Their channel blew up overnight because T shouted them out, right? But like Khadijah's leaving because they're ready to move on and do something different with their life, which I think is beautiful. And I think Sifis has said that they were leaving because they don't think this YouTube thing can work full time and they're going to further their education, which is cool. But also, are you only leaving because of the money? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that I'm asking people philosophically. Why are you a YouTuber? I think that's the question. Why are you a YouTuber? Why are you a content creator? Why are you here? Because I think a lot more people than we actually understand are only YouTubers because they could be. They would never have done it if they didn't blow up and become viral. They didn't pursue it. Actually, Brittany Broski kind of did this. Brittany Broski wasn't pursuing it. She used her 15 minutes of fame to make something of it. But for some of us, we love the game. And for some people, they just want it if it makes them famous and rich. And I'm saying, what are you here for? And again, I'm not making an accusation. I'm just asking questions because I don't know.
My former employer, which spent a decade making videos using philosophy to analyze pop culture and society, shut down for very good reasons that I will not speak on any further at this moment. Seriously, that's it. Not going to say anything weird about Canadian businessmen who are like if Albert Einstein and John Cena had a baby and then you let the baby run a company while drunk on maple-flavored grain alcohol. But whether it's a lack of moral clarity, arguments over the depth of content, the economic viability of creating videos, or the crushing demands of the platform itself, it seems like the future of creating philosophy-based content.
Chad says, I apologize for the Sisyphus bias. Brittany, I agree with you on this, but I feel bad weighing in because I know the person you know. Any guidance on this? Stop mentioning that you know him. We shouldn't know that you know him. You're not a public figure. You're not another YouTuber. If you're just a friend of his, I don't know why you're putting him on blast in the comments. If he's your enemy, talk about him. But I don't think you should be mentioning that you know him. I think that's weird. That's where the line is. You don't, I should know that you know him. Because you know what I mean? If he's your friend, then, in that sense, you shouldn't be putting him on blast. But if you're putting him on blast because you're cutting off the friendship and you think, you know what I mean? I don't know anything about Sisyphus. I don't have anything against him personally. You know what I mean? So I'm just that's what I would say. It's I'm not coming. I don't have anything against any of these people personally. I just want to make that abundantly clear. I watch all their content. I like their content. I watch all of these people's content and I like it all. But I don't know how their content it doesn't seem to be reflected in their real life. They don't seem to be learning from the content they make, which is always the thing I've had against philosophers. All of these coaches, all of these philosophers, they know how to teach you about other people's philosophies, but they don't know how to improve their life over it. Do you know what I mean? They don't know how to actually improve their own life. And that's the part where I'm how? And maybe that's why I always got fed up with meeting, quote, your heroes, because I was oh my God, you wrote this beautiful book. And then I realized, you're a loser behind the camera. Wait, I'm confused. It's it's exactly the Shield. I'm not saying these people are losers. It's the same thing with Destiny or any of these other people. You see one part of their content and you're oh, cool. You see another part and you're wait, what the fuck? I want to be consistent enough that if you look behind the mirror, you're okay, Brittany is consistent. Because I think I'm really figuring out something that already was true about the fact that people can get better and people can be good. Do you know what I mean? Obviously shit can work. We're obviously people can get better. But how do all the people who talk about philosophy also talk about their life doesn't seem to be great? And that's confusing to me. And it doesn't have to be great with millions of dollars. I'm talking about spiritually great. Foundationally great. It's good, are we not reading the same philosophy books or learning the same lessons? I mean, I guess not. That's why people stop at nihilism and go, that's the answer. Girl, come on now.
On YouTube is increasingly uncertain. Now, this matters to me not only because I would very much like to keep doing this for my job, but because I think having lots of good content that utilizes philosophy and critical theory that's on the most watched streaming platform in the world is absolutely a good thing. So in this video, I'm going to break down the current landscape of philosophy on YouTube. I'm going to talk about what philosophy is supposed to be doing and how that contradicts with the aims of YouTube. And then I'm going to explore where I think the possibilities and problems are for the future of making smart stuff on this platform. While I'm going to focus mostly on explicitly philosophical channels, I do think that this discussion is relevant to educational and political content more generally. And because I am first and foremost a fan, I spoke to some of my favorite philosophy creators on YouTube about these questions. I'm going to include some of those interviews throughout so you don't have to just listen to me talk the whole time. Okay, so there's a ton of channels out there that use philosophy to varying degrees, and of course lots of channels that fall under the RedTube moniker that rely on left-leaning philosophical concepts. And while there's not time to list every single channel doing philosophical analysis, we can get a better sense of things through a bit of digital cartography. So let's break things down into a few.
Chess says the point might not be applying improvement, but sharing knowledge or an experience. I'm a reader, but every time I pick up a book, it's not necessarily how do I apply this to my life, No. No, I don't know. Everything I watch, everything I observe, every anime I watch, every song I listen to, my brain just goes, how do I apply this to my life? What does it mean to be a person on the planet? What does it mean to experience life? No, I don't know. That's what I mean. I'm in a very specific category of like every single thing. Every time I'm at the store, everything I do, every time I cook and I'm chopping my vegetables, I go, look at this vegetable that I'm chopping. Where is this vegetable from? You know? Chet says that's called being a narcissist. Okay, I'm going to block you because that's obviously not true. Okay, see? Don't let people convince you you're something you're not. I want to know what it means to even be alive. So as I'm cutting a piece of broccoli, I'm like, look at this broccoli. Where did it exist from? Where did it come from? I wonder what country it came from. I wonder whose hands touched this broccoli before it touched my hands, right? It's about actually enjoying. Now, you don't have to do this. I'm not making a prescription, but I'm saying that is the difference, right? You know, Chatter, please, you're overthinking it, girl. Stop it. Listen to me. Look at me. Stop overthinking. Delete your comments and stop overthinking. You did a very human thing, but now you keep pulling attention to yourself when all of us are trying to respectfully ignore you so you don't have to feel bad, but you're putting more attention on yourself. We don't care, girl. It's not a big deal. You didn't kill anybody. Relax. You're fine. You're a vibe. Take a deep breath. No big deal. Nothing bad happened. Absolutely zero bad happened. We're all just vibing, okay? So, okay. Again, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm saying we all exist for different reasons. We all consume differently, expand on things differently. It's like when you watch an anime with your bros and half of us come away being more progressive and half of us come away being more conservative. I'm like, what the fuck? How'd you come away from that way? How'd you see this piece of literature or media and become less radicalized? You know what I'm saying? For some of us, we're really out here trying to like deconstruct and figure shit out. And for some people, we're just here to vibe. And I think both are valid. You can do both. I try to do both. Right? So it's just like, again, when we're having these conversations, I think there is just something to be said about like, why, and this is a philosophy question. It's not a judgment question. Why is this your relationship with media? Why is this your relationship with stuff? Why are you know, I have certain things I listen to when I turn off my brain, and that exists too. Okay. I have music I listen to, but often like, I'm not trying to come for anybody or criticize anybody. I'm trying to ask the questions, but it's going to sound like I'm judging, but I'm like, why? I don't get it. Explain it to me. Cause I want to know. I wish they would talk to me so I could just ask, hey, what's up with this? That's what I'm saying. I will collab with any of the philosophy YouTubers. So I can be like, what is your life like? What are you doing with it? What have you learned? In which ways have you actually fundamentally changed as a person? In what ways are you different now than you were in 10 years ago? Because I want to know, because I'm changing and I know other people are changing, you know? Chet says, how do you shut off your brain? Meditate. Meditation. Meditation is the only time my brain shuts off, especially as a neurodivergent girly. I meditate, I vibe. Sometimes I just step out on the balcony and look at the water, you know, but meditation is the only time my brain shuts off.
Category, shall we? Now, one category of philosophy YouTuber is what I call the professors, because these are former or current academic philosophers, usually with formal graduate school training, trying to bridge the divide between professional philosophy and entertaining videos. A related category is what I might call the star students. These are folks who either formally studied
Look, we love her.
Philosophy or
I don't know these other thumbnails. He didn't put the usernames on it.
Maybe are still in school, or are just autodidacts who put their passion for philosophy into making very good content. Then there's the artists. These are people that use creative filmmaking and performance style.
Hold on, chat says, I'm so ADHD, I've never been able to grasp meditation. Does your brain actually get quiet, or is it more just acknowledging thoughts and dismissing them? It's a little bit of both, but what really happens is like, when you meditate, you start to practice the fact that you're just a living biological creature on the planet. So you start to notice like the whole room is breathing and you're just a part of it. You're like a dust mite that reflects clearly as the sun shines through the window. You're not your anxiety, you're not your work, you're not your thoughts. You just are. You're this like biological creature. You're just like this biological existing creature. And this takes practice. This is years of practice of getting there and realizing like, okay, like I just am, you know? Chess says shrooms but sober. Exactly. Shrooms but sober. Exactly. Hold on. I saw another question here. Did I miss it? Chat says, wonder if you're going to react to the new Wizard Liz video. Would love to hear you talk about it. Oh, I'm not subscribed to her. I didn't know she put out a new video, but I will look into it. Let me put it in my notes.
To make philosophy content. And then there's the skeptics. They're usually, but not always.
See, Wizard Liz is a good example too. Why do we review Wizard Liz, right? Because we review people who especially are making prescriptions. I don't make prescriptions. It's like very important. I don't think people ought to do things. I encourage people to seek out their joy. But Wizard Liz makes prescriptions and it makes people think she knows what she's talking about. But then look at her life. Then look at her life though. You know?
English guys using philosophy to critique things like religion. One thing that I'll confidently say about all of these creators is that they're all clearly trying to make genuinely educational and engaging content. Now, this doesn't mean that their work is perfect, but I think these folks have built loyal audiences precisely because folks feel like they're passionate about what they're doing and they want to support them in it. You know, another commonality amongst many of these folks is that they acknowledge the tensions that exist between their educational aims and the addictive and extractive aims of YouTube as a platform. It's worth noting that many of the more successful of these folks have built out so much direct financial support from their audiences that
Which Wizard Liz video, guys? The how to get cheated on one or how to get over a breakup? Which one?
they don't even need to take sponsors on videos, which gives their videos an added air of philosophical integrity.
Yes, but I say this and I say this every time again. These videos do well because people, I tell you this right now, even if there's no substance to the videos, people would watch because they're pretty. And that's great. Like it's like, I don't know, because this is, okay. Psychology 101. Why do kids gravitate towards Mr. Beast videos? Because it's literally the way it looks. It's the way it literally looks. Okay? That's what I'm trying to get people to understand, because it's not that the videos aren't good. Contra and Philosophy Tube have both made really great videos over the years. It's not that. But it is interesting that the people they are, the struggles they have as people, right, aren't in the work, even though they're in the work. There is a disconnect because the art is the facade. It's like when you watch a great artistic film or you watch a great director or an actor, we're not getting the behind the scenes of what that person is. And that's why all of our media is fucked now, because we're realizing like everyone's kind of bad, but not everyone's kind of bad. So like these members who love these people, I love that for you. If you want to support them monetarily, that's beautiful. But why do you support them? What are you supporting? And that's up to you. It's not bad or good. There's a lot that both of these women have done that have been really fantastic, okay? But this is the same Contra that gets on Twitter drunk and tweets about how Abigail stole her whole platform, her look, and even transitioned because she transitioned. The same Contra that went on a rant about Palestinians recently in Gaza. So what are we talking about here? You know what I mean?
Now, if I had to put myself in one of the categories that I just mentioned, I guess I'd have to be a professor, as I'm a former academic philosopher with a PhD who's published some research. And I went to grad school in the UK, which meant that I spent a big chunk of my 20s traveling between the US and the UK and attending philosophy conferences at universities in Europe, which was both super fun and a total pain in the ass, because it was almost impossible to use my phone in the UK, which meant paying for a separate mobile phone. But then if I went to a conference in the Netherlands, I'd have to wait in line outside the airport to buy a sketchy SIM card so that I could maybe send some text messages to find out where the grad students were drinking that night. Friends, let me tell you, the grad students were always drinking. But thanks to this video sponsor, Saily, I will never again have to worry about getting lost in Aarhus or finding the best coffee in Galway. Now, Saily is a digital SIM card that allows you to use your phone in over 200 countries around the world, giving you full access to the internet, whether you're, I don't know, on a bus in Thailand or hiking in Portugal. And with my current work being very dependent on internet access, it's nice to know that on my next trip, I can quickly check in with my channel and team without having to waste time finding Wi-Fi somewhere. And because Saily is an eSIM app, you can download it directly to your phone without having to wait in line at an airport kiosk to buy a SIM card, which may or may not work, which is the last thing that I want to worry about.
Guys, I didn't see anybody reply about which Wizard Liz video. Sorry, I got lost in the chat. If you guys want to repeat it.
After sitting through a 15-hour flight. And it's all super simple. All you have to do is download the app on any iOS or Android device. You buy a plan in one of over 200.
And by the way, I watch a lot of people that I strongly disagree with, but I still learn from. I strongly disagree with Alex O'Connor and his decision to brand himself as adjacent to Trump voters and alt-righters, right? And at the same time, like I still learn stuff from Alex O'Connor, but he's not like one of my faves, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy some of his conversations, okay? It doesn't mean Abigail doesn't make videos that I like on occasion or Contra doesn't make videos that I like on occasion. It just means that like I watch it with a grain of salt because none of these people are perfect. But the audacity of, I think, even thinking that you're better than other people, this idea that like philosophy can be done in one way or the other, even thinking like philosophy is being done wrong is kind of an interesting thing that should be deconstructed, right?
Destinations, and you simply install the eSIM on your phone. Now, the eSIM will be activated as soon as you land, so you can figure out the
Chat says, wait, what is he doing that's making him Trump adjacent? I mean, he literally collabs with all of the biggest misogynists, Trump voters, and like Trump supporters in the sphere. Jordan Peterson, what's his name? Flagrant, Andrew Scholes. Like, he literally is best known for his collaborations with like misogynists. That's who talks to Alex O'Connor. That's who Alex talks to, because these men are famous and they do numbers. You know what I mean? So he would probably talk to Trump if he could. You know what I mean? Not that it would matter. He's not an American, but it does matter at the same time. But yeah, he's more than happy to talk to just about everybody and their mom. And I'm not saying I did enjoy his conversation with the guys from Flagrant, but I'm saying I don't enjoy his decision to collab with these people. He used to collab with Destiny a lot too, but I was kind of hoping that he would never collab with him again. But I think Alex is just willing to collab with anyone who's popular. Do you know what I mean?
cheapest way to get from the airport to your hotel, or
and not to mention the transphobes. Making a decision to collab with Jordan Peterson and Dawkins is a decision to collab with open and loud transphobes. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Alex in that way, right? That doesn't mean I don't watch a video and learn from it. It doesn't mean I can't watch a Jordan Peterson video and think, man, this is fucking stupid. What can I learn from this? I learn from everything, every piece of media that I consume, I can learn from it. But that doesn't mean I like that shit, you know?
Get your dating apps, you know, so you can try to fall in love with a mysterious Italian whose father definitely isn't in the mafia. Now, unlike traditional travel SIM cards, Sally's security features mean that you can browse safely and securely no matter where you travel. And this is especially helpful as you don't have to be dependent on public Wi-Fi networks, which are often
the reason we watch these ads is to give these creators who need money like a thank you for letting me react to their content. So we're watching the ad.
Insecure. Like I spent way too much time in
because they should be paid for their labor.
My 20s trying to get my phone on the Wi-Fi at a weird British pub so I could send a Facebook message.
Also, I was thinking about using this company myself.
To a girl in America to see if she still wanted to kick it in a few months. You can use Sally on any iOS or Android phone. And they're going to give you a full refund if for any reason your device isn't compatible. Now, I'm planning to travel abroad pretty soon. If you have suggestions, let me know. I'm kind of leaning towards either Ireland or Denmark. And I'm absolutely going to be using Sally so that when I show up, I can stay connected and if necessary, search for ways to say, I'm so sorry. I thought this was an open air bathroom in various languages. Now, if you're planning to travel anytime soon, download Sally right now on your phone. Phones look like this or kind of like this. I promise you're not going to regret it. And when you do, you can get an exclusive 15% discount on Sally data plans by using the code BURNS at checkout. So download the Sally app or go to http://sally.com/burns and let me know where you're going to travel after you download Sally so I can live vicariously through your adventures. And thank you so much again to Sally for helping us make this very long video possible. Okay, well, the folks I just mentioned all seem to be doing it for the love of the game. There are others who, I don't know, I think seem slightly less committed to philosophy and maybe more committed to blowing up their channels and building brands. There's a growing trend of folks who use ancient philosophy, in particular Stoicism, to create content that straddles the worlds of philosophy, self-help, and bro culture. This isn't completely new. The School of Life has been doing the philosophy as self-help thing for years. The most notable creator here is Ryan Holiday, a former marketing guru who has created an entire industry that uses Stoicism to help people live happier and more productive lives. His work's been especially popular with aspiring Silicon Valley
Ugh. I don't even know who this is, but the vibes are off.
Types. While some want to use philosophy as a tool for success, there's others who want to wield it as a weapon. These are the debate lords, folks that use philosophy as a set of tricks and tools that they can use to win arguments, specifically in the online debate space. These days, we can almost think of Jubilee as a jobs program for some of these folks.
And same with xenophobic national. Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
What?
Adjacent to the debate lords are the smart guys. To use toxic internet language for a second, they're basically beta bros who attempt to use philosophy to posture as alphas of the mind.
True. That is so true. That is so exactly apt. Michael is so right here. That is so true.
In curiosity, they aim for a type of social recognition and superiority as the ones who truly understand what the philosophers actually mean. They're doing a type of intellectual gatekeeping without the power or influence to actually intellectually keep the gate.
The thing that has annoyed me about YouTube philosophy in general, right, is there are a lot of channels and then commenters who I think sort of reciprocate.
Okay, can I tell you what actually makes me a little bit disconnected? Do you know, I'm going to tell you something. This is between me and you. Let me tell you something. Okay. Sometimes philosophy people and including Michael Burns and everybody else, sometimes it feels like they didn't grow up fucked up enough to understand people like me, but I didn't grow up fucked enough. I didn't grow up fucked up enough to understand people like Destiny. Does that make sense? Like, sometimes when I feel like they're doing, I'm going to bring out the paint for this. Sometimes it feels like when we talk about these conversations, I think of philosophy as a way to deconstruct the destruction of the universe. Oh, hold on. Like how fucked up we all grew up. I'm here. I'm straight in the middle, girl. Destiny is here. Okay, he grew up really fucked up. Okay, this boy is fucked. Okay, that's just, okay. And then there's like Michael Burns. Okay, there's like Michael. Okay, Burns. Okay, and here's Brittany. Okay, I'm here. Okay, so the problem is I end up going in between both bubbles. Okay, because I understand Michael's bubble and I understand Destiny's bubble, but I don't belong in either of the fucking bubbles. So I'm like, hey, what do you both have something to teach me? So the Debate Bro panels, I tried that for a little while. Horrible experience. I tried to talk to like a Michael Burns type of character, but sometimes I think like they don't know what to do with me, right? Because like I tried to like collab with Contra and talk to these people, but like it's like they're never having a real, nothing against Michael Burns. So hold on, I haven't talked to Michael, so I'm gonna put that on the back burner. He saw me make a video about him and he said he would collab with me. I emailed, I haven't heard back. That's okay. I'm gonna put him to the side though. Contra, Natalie, I've tried to talk to that lady. She doesn't have a thought in her head. These people don't have thoughts. I'm like, can we talk about something important? There's nothing happening. And I'm saying, bro, I know this was like 10 years ago, so maybe she has a thought now, but I doubt it after seeing that Palestine post. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm sorry, did you not grow up fucked enough to have a conversation? Can we please have a conversation about something real, bro? And then at the same time, Destiny pretends to be having a real conversation, but it's not real. It's also bullshit. Because he's edgy, because the boys are edgy. They're like, we're having the real conversations. Should we have sex with 3-year-olds? And I'm like, no. I want to have a conversation about what it means to be a person on the planet, bro. You know, and everyone's just like, and I think people are doing that. I think we're doing that. I think Dr. K is doing it. I think Dr. Kirkhonda does it, even though he's psychology, not philosophy. I think Vervaeke does it. I think a lot of people do. I think Michael Burns does it. I think a lot of people do it, right? But I'm like, listen, I know we're fucked up. And I'm fucked up enough to be like, I get the edgy jokes, but not fucked up enough to actually like post or ever engage in fucked up jokes like the ones we just covered with Ethan. But I'm also not like, I didn't grow up healthy enough to have a conversation with people where like, we're not talking about anything either. Do you know what I mean? She says, can you explain what that means, that Contra doesn't have a thought in her head? When I hung out years ago with Contra, she could not hold down a conversation with me. Every time I tried to talk to her about any idea, it was just like nothing. And this is not uncommon for me. I can't tell you how many, quote, smart people I meet that when I talk to them, there's nothing going on in their head. I'm like, oh, you really need that YouTube script, don't you? That's when I realized like, oh, you guys need that YouTube script. Like you need that script to have the conversation. And I'm saying, I don't script my videos, girl. It's off the dome, baby. I yap all day. Talk to me. Let's go down. Let's talk about it. Let's deconstruct it. And I know this sounds like criticism, but none of these people talk to me anyway. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, I want to have, because I think they're out there and I've had them before, actual conversations. And look, I think my community does it. I think we do it every fucking day here, 5 days a week, baby. I think we have some of the most stimulating conversations the internet's I've ever had with me, because I think somehow I attracted the most curious people to come in here. You know what I mean? And like, I love that, right? Chess says, to be fair, there are different expressions of intellect. Not everyone is hyperverbal. I don't mean to say that they have to be hyperverbal, but for someone who talks for a living, that's the illusion, right? Like, that's the thing is like, I'm not even Destiny, same thing. When I was with Destiny in private, guys, no fucking thought in his stupid head. I'm telling you, a man who talks every day on stream, I tried to have a conversation with him, could not hold down a conversation. Could not talk to me. And I'm like, hi, do you English? Like, what's happening? Hello? Like, there was no thought in his head. No interest, no curiosity, nothing. And I was like, girl, somebody pass the weed pen, girl. How am I going to get through this dinner? I need stimulation. I need to be stimulated. That's my neurodivergency. And that's also like what I live for. I didn't fly to Miami to not talk. You know? Chess is talking on the internet and talking face-to-face are different things. Yes, they are. And that's when I learned, oh, y'all are really just like these little introverts. I'm introverted too, by the way. I just thought we would have stimulating conversation because we're all we do this for a living. So that was my mistake. If I was told, oh, Britt, like, we're not going to have those conversations, I'm like, oh, I'm leaving. Bye. You know what I mean? Bye. Like, I get it. But also, that's the dilemma. I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not criticizing y'all who are not very social, who blah, 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 blah. But don't you think if you're like, hey, come over, we'll hang out. I'm sorry that I assumed we would hang out and talk about something interesting. I'm sorry. I like literally did a 6-hour round trip from the airport, jumped on a plane thinking we would talk about something interesting. You know what I mean? It's like, girl, I would not have gone out of my bed for this if I knew. You know what I mean? Anyways, the point is that I do think sometimes when I see these philosophers on YouTube who are talking about philosophy, I don't think they're fucked up enough. That's why I like Dr. K, that Dr. K talks about how fucked up he was. It's relatable, right? Like, Dr. K literally tells his viewers, like, hey, I was fucked up too. And I'm like, but he's medium fucked up too. And I like it because it's like, thank you. Thank you for actually being real in a way that allows me to now say, okay, how do I go from being fucked up to something better? But I think some people aren't fucked up enough to actually need to improve. And the people who are too fucked up, they'll never improve, like Destiny. But that's a decision he's making. He's making a decision not to improve. Okay? No judgment. I just think some of y'all are too privileged.
Where they think like if you say it with enough confidence, it shows that you've read it better and that you've read more of it. And the truth is, someone put out Amber Frost rule here, but yeah, everyone is lying about how much they've read. That's almost certainly true. Everyone's lying about how much they understand, almost certainly. And they are, I think, in large part kind of imbibing a certain interpretation of certain figures and then just repeating it and hoping that nobody kind of calls them on it. And if they do, you can just say, what, you don't understand Nietzsche or something?
Now, what separates these creators from the
Hold on. We're never going to get through this video. Discord said, how do you determine your level of fucked up? So I determined my level of fucked up by the environment I was raised in, plus where I ended up, how well I think about myself and others, and how I show up in my life. So it's a little bit arbitrary, obviously, but I obviously get better. I obviously learn. I obviously am good to people. I have a pretty good review rate from people who have interacted with me. So I know that I'm a little fucked up because I was depressed, I was self-harming, I was suicidal. So I must have been some fucked up. I had BPD. I was undiagnosed autistic my whole life. So like, I obviously am a little fucked up. I didn't have parents that, I had parents who were homophobic and transphobic. I felt rejected as a kid. Like, I know I'm pretty fucked up. But I also have had really strong friendships, really solid work history, like generally speaking, really reliable as a community member. I obviously have improved over the years. People still vouch for me 30 years later. They're like, Brittany's a real one. I'm like, fire, like, cool. I have a relatively good reputation with people. So I obviously know that I was fucked up enough to need intervention and major help, but also not fucked up enough that I was so trapped by my delusions I wouldn't get better. Like, obviously Destiny was so fucked up from his childhood and everything that he had like no chance in some ways, but then every chance he got after, he didn't take it because he also now at some point chose to stay that fucked up. It's like he's redoing his childhood, and I decided not to redo mine. I was like, I'm not gonna redo my childhood. When I get into adulthood, we're stopping this generational curse. Okay, we're gonna say no. We're not gonna repeat it. How many people say, "Oh, I want the same childhood I grew up with for my kids"? If somebody said, "Would you want your child to have exactly your childhood?" I'd be like, There's at least 30% of my childhood I would not want my kids to have. Okay? At least 30% of my childhood I would not want my kids to have. And that tells me that's fucked up. But at least it's not 90%. If you looked at yourself and if you said, oh, I wouldn't want my kids to have 99% of my childhood, that's pretty intense. I'm like between 30 and maybe 45% for sure of all my childhood, right? But this is me creating arbitrary like categorization so I know what to do next. Because if I don't think I'm ever fucked up, I won't change. But if I'm too fucked up, maybe I'll think like, what's the point of getting better? It's kind of like, well, you're never too fucked up to get better. Right? Like, you're never too fucked up to get better, girls. But you have to decide if you deserve the right to be better. You know? Because when do you think the hardship makes you grow mentally, becomes toxic? Example, I can see the way certain hardships in my life woke me up to improve, but other circumstances that's dismissive. Yeah, I think I think it's a combination of your particular desire to like overcome plus adversity creates sort of that, oh, adversary made me did I just say it correctly? Makes me successful, so therefore I'm good. I think the dilemma is like our childhoods didn't help us mature faster. They just gave us a reason to get better in a more clear and in our face way. And it's a matter of us choosing to do it. But I don't think I'm any wiser because my childhood was hard. I think I'm just more fucked up. And it took me longer to heal than my other friends that weren't as fucked up, but everyone's fucked up too. So that's the other thing. Everybody's fucked up. So even if you're on the spectrum of least fucked up, and I'm not saying Michael Burns is, I don't know anything about his life. It's just sometimes the way he comes off is like Michael Burns has definitely never slit his wrists, but that's okay. I'm just saying that sounds very dismissive. I don't know anything about Michael Burns. He absolutely could have self-harmed. It's a little, that was too far. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to give an example of like, you know, it's like the people you meet who have never wanted to kill themselves, like could not be me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like we're living in a different universe where like you've never wanted to kill yourself. Like, and then people are like, no. I'm like, ooh, girl. Like, we are not living in the same reality. You know what I mean? It's like, I shouldn't have said that out loud, but you know what I mean? I'm trying to see in a comfortable space, that would have made a lot of sense. But this is a public space, so now I don't know. But it's like everybody's fucked up. But like, what does that mean? Yeah, Chet said, I mean, good for them. Yeah, and good for you. Good for you that you've never wanted to kill yourself. But you see how now we're playing a different game, you and I? You know, see how we're now playing a different game? So sometimes when I meet people who are like, you know, when we all wanted to kill ourselves, I was like, for sure. Yeah, I get that. It's like, so again, when we have these conversations, I think it's important to know where you are, not to talk badly about them, but to help yourself. You know, like you have to know where you are. And so like I was thinking about one of my besties today, and I was thinking about how I'm the goth friend compared to the preppy friend, or I'm the friend who's like Instagram baddie compared to her like golf shirt. We're literally like, we're so different. Grew up completely different with completely different struggles, but that doesn't mean my friend doesn't struggle. But it's completely different. You know, first card paid for, college paid for. You know what I mean? Like, nah, we did not grow up the same. And yet we grew up in the same neighborhood right next door. Well, we did not grow up with the same parents. So we have different problems, but they're still problems. You know, her problems are just as valid as my problems. They're just different. They're different kinds of problems. College educated, college paid for, very different. Do you know what I'm saying? Lodging, came out of college with no debt and no, like, that's so different. So, and sometimes I feel like when I'm having philosophical conversations with people, I feel like for me, I had to figure it out or I was going to kill myself. So philosophy isn't just something I'm doing for fun. It was life and death. Either I figure out what I'm doing on this goddamn planet or I'm taking myself out. And I don't think that's the experience most people are having. I think the Destinies do it for the sake of debate, and the other people do it for all their other reasons. But like, it was either I figured this shit out or I'm peacing out, bro. I'm not doing this. I'm not fucking doing this. And so for me, it was really important to have this philosophical journey. So yeah, maybe that's what I'm looking for in other people. I'm like, hey, can we like, is anybody like, was their philosophical journey like life and death? Anybody else? Because I need to talk to somebody about that. You know? Chess says, how long did it take for you to study philosophy? I'm always studying philosophy. I've been doing it since I was born. I was born into a household that we were reading philosophy books as elementary students, as middle school students, as high school students. I grew up around philosophy my whole life. I grew up around conservative Catholic philosophy, but I grew up with philosophy I'm going to be studying philosophy till the day I die. Philosophy is the love of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? I grew up my whole life, but yet it took me 30 years to get my shit in order. I was going to kill myself at 35. That was my suicide age. I'm 36 now, girls. I didn't stop wanting to kill myself until I turned just around 30. It took me 30 years of all those thousands of books I read, all of the philosophical practice, all of the self-harm, all of the attempts to kill myself to really come to this point and be like, okay, so I am 6 years in my living phase. I went 30 years survival, 29 years survival, 6 years vibing. I'm only 6 years in, baby. I can't wait to reach 10 years, you know? So again, the journey is never over. I'm going to be doing this till the day I die. But I think a lot of people don't, and they don't have to, right? And I'm saying, like, I would love to see other philosophical YouTubers talk about that, like, that really, like, that struggle of knowing your place in the universe. You know, I think a lot of queer people probably feel it, autistic people probably experience it. It's like, where do I belong? Because everyone is following this script, and I'm just, like, not vibing with it. I'm not getting it. Why are we doing this? And at the same time, understanding the importance of the scripts as well. The scripts. Because, like, there is an importance to the scripts. It's just, like, it doesn't have to be about you. Does that kind of make sense? Like, I value small talk, but that doesn't mean I don't understand it's an important social script. But also, I can't handle it with friends. I don't want to small talk with my friends. You know what I mean? I don't want to go to a hangout with YouTubers and small talk. I will small talk to the cashier. I will small talk to my neighbors. But I don't want to small talk when there's an opportunity for us to actually, like, have an interesting conversation, you know? All right, back to the video.
Ones that I previously mentioned is that the latter group is making work that seems to at least loosely align with the aims of philosophy as a discipline and a methodology, while the former group is mostly not. Okay, so let's now talk about what philosophy is and what it's meant to be doing.
Video essayists that claim to be doing philosophy or using philosophy in a sincere way, I think a lot of what they're doing is performing their moral superiority to others, and they're inviting the audience to partake in identifying with that moral superiority. I think that's the service that a lot of people's YouTube channels actually provide, is not giving tools or, like, educating or whatever. I think a lot of it is just people being on screen being like, hey, we're better than other people, right? And because you're watching this, that means you're better. Who said this? The thing is Brad Trammell, he calls it like literalism, like some kind of like aesthetic literalism, which is that, like, you know, I watch content that contains people being morally good, and because I watch that means I'm morally good.
Now, I spent years teaching intro to philosophy courses at various universities, often hungover, exhausted, or both, once while coming down from a mild hallucinogenic trip. And early in my courses, I would usually share some cliche slogans to explain what philosophy was. The most obvious starting point was to remind students that the word philosophy literally means a love of wisdom, which I would contrast with a like of knowing stuff, as the philosopher is less a thing knower and more someone with a passionate desire to seek out truth and meaning. Now, another classic is a line that Socrates dropped while on trial. His version of, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. He said, the unexamined life is not worth living. And I think that line captures some of the
It's a beautiful line. It's a beautiful fucking line.
Human stakes of philosophy. As for Socrates, a life without self-examination and the examination of the world around us is one that's not even worth living. This is why Socrates also said that the point wasn't just to simply live life, but to live a good life. I'd often end my run through first day of philosophy.
Exactly. I took that very literally as a little autistic 19-year-old reading Socrates. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go live a good fucking life. Guys, when I tell you, my life's pretty damn fucking good. And it took a lot of fucking hard work, and I'm not rich, and I'm not famous, but my life is so fucking good, and I want it for all of you. Not my version of life, but you're good. I want you to have a good fucking life, and I think you can get it. I refuse to live in a world where you don't get to dream about having it and getting it. So when I watch these philosophy YouTubers, I want to know, do you have a good fucking life? Because I would describe my life as really fucking good. And it all had to do with my relationship to self. It all had to do with my philosophical journey. It was never about being rich or famous. And so when these philosophers get up on YouTube, I want to ask them, do you live a good life? Do you have a good life? Because if this was my life every day forever, I would vibe. I would vibe. This is a good fucking life. To be fair, I have something to compare it to when I had a really bad fucking life, you know? So for me, I'm like, this is a vibe, bro. And it's only uphill from here. As the world melts around us, I will not melt with it. The world has always been a place of chaos. I refuse on principle to melt with it. I used to think I had to. I used to think if the world was crashing, I had to go with it. Nah. I am not going to crash with the world. And I don't think you should either. I think we should stick around so we can help the world rebuild. Because after every crash, there are the people who stay to rebuild. They will need us because, girl, they're crashing out like at a keg party. They're crashing out. It doesn't mean we have to vomit on the grass. Okay, you get it out, girl. I've already did this. I did this in my 20s. I crashed out in my 20s. You crash out now. I'm going to stay here and hold your hair while you vomit into the toilet. You know what I mean? But I'm not crashing out with you. I already did that.
Class cliches with another line from Socrates. For this is an experience which is characteristic of a philosopher, this wondering. this is where philosophy begins and nowhere else. This again taps into the idea that philosophy is not—
And it's okay if you're not there yet. If you don't feel like you're there yet, that's also valid, because I wasn't always there. So if you're on the journey and you don't have a good life yet, that's okay. But know that there is a good life that will happen when you find, like, when you seek out your joy. Not what you thought your life should look like, but when you actually seek out your joy and you accept your life for what it is, you realize it was never the thought of what you thought it should be. Because I was so trapped in my early 20s, especially on what I thought my life should look like, that I denied myself my joy for years, decades, until I let it go. And I said, you know what? And this is thanks to my therapist and philosophy work. Instead of thinking I know what my life should look like, I'm just going to do things that make me joyful and feel good and work with my principles and my values. And then whatever my life is will be the right life. And this is the life. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, that took practice, 30 years of practice. So no rush. Do it now, but no rush. Take your time, but do it now.
Thing knowing, or the desire to be a thing knower. Instead, philosophy begins from a space of not knowing and curiosity. Wonder is the affect that accompanies experiences we don't understand or can't fully make sense of, even though they're beautiful or compelling or even a little bit scary. And I think this is important to remember because wonder is more likely to create a sense of dialogue and community than the desire to know stuff or to be the smartest boy. I'll give you an example here. I recently saw one of my favorite bands, Wilco, play an amazing show in Chicago. And they played this song called Quiet Amplifier, which is a weird ambient noise track that they've barely played live before. Now, up until that point in the show, I largely kept to myself, but during Quiet Amplifier, I ended up connecting with some other fans around me in a shared sense of wonder and delight. And none of us were saying, actually, this is the first time they played this live in Chicago. We were just in awe that it was happening and eager and excited to share in that experience. And at its best, I think philosophy is more about that sort of shared wonder than it is being really good at individual trivia. Now, another philosopher famous for quotes that haunt the brain of Philosophy 101 students is René Descartes of I think, therefore I am fame. Now, in his Principles of Philosophy, Descartes describes the work of the philosopher like this. Now, in all ages, there have been great men who have tried to find a fifth way of reaching wisdom, a way which is incomparably more elevated and more sure than the other four. This consists in the search for the first causes and the true principles, which enable us to deduce the reasons for everything we are capable of knowing. And it is above all those who have labored to this end who have been called philosophers. Now, this search for the first cause and first true principles of everything might sound a little Stephen Hawking adjacent, but I think the search aspect is really important to emphasize, as the philosopher is the one with the desire to search, to keep asking, to keep digging deeper. Think about the curious child who keeps asking why when you're trying to explain something to them. I think often they're doing that because they're trying to dig deeper and get down to some first cause or true principle. Other times, though, they might just be acting like little bastards. The pestering why of philosophy isn't meant to annoy. It's indicative of the desire to dig deeper and figure out what's really going on at the core of various types of knowledge and social practices. But Descartes' brand of rationalism can introduce a risk of philosophy becoming a wholly cerebral enterprise. Something you can do just sitting in a room alone as your mind journeys towards the center.
I do think philosophical work also requires you to make action. Because if you just think all the time, you're not having an embodied experience. This actually happened when Destiny talked to Dr. K years ago. Well, a couple years ago now. And Dr. K was trying to explain to Destiny that people don't identify just with their mind. And he didn't get it. Because the way Destiny lives is here, trapped in his own head. And I'm saying it has to be both. You have to be in symbiosis with both. You have to have like this embodied experience, right? And so that's when your values get tested. It's easy to say, I'm a philosopher, I'm wise, I'm all these things if you've never been tested. So you have to be kind of in those moments. What do you choose to do? For men who identify so much with their brain, you make pretty stupid decisions. Jordan Peterson has even talked about this, how high IQ becomes like a disability at some point, right? There's a lack of introspection. How did Jordan Peterson, with all of his fucking intelligence, become one of the stupidest people on the internet? It's because intelligence wasn't the only requirement. You also needed to introspect and deconstruct and actually be open-minded, right? That's what I'm saying. Like the issue with all of these people is like they don't have the humility, but they also it's not about their intelligence. It's not like anyone's stupid. You're not stupid, but you're the dumbest person I've ever seen on the internet. And it's because of your ego. Yes, chat, your ego, your lack of introspection, right? I love to be challenged on my ideas, but if I am wrong, I am wrong. You guys know I've done this 1,000 times. I'll continue to do it, right? But I want to know why I'm wrong in the same way that I want to know why I'm right. In the same way that's why I want to talk about it. Why am I right? Why am I wrong? That's why I loved this idea of what debate could be, but it never is. Debate is never It's all about the ego. That's why I like the explore the ideas, right? But I think that's the problem is at the end of the day, these are ego chasing people. See, Peterson isn't ego chasing. He's fearful. Never do anything out of fear or paranoia or being desperate. Peterson is so afraid, which is a part of the ego as well, right? The ego has both. The ego is afraid. The ego is too sure. You want neither.
Of everything. The empiricism of Scottish philosopher David Hume is a nice balance here, as he offered a reminder that our philosophical thinking needs to keep a foot in human reality.
And this is why, as Michael explains this, why I don't think you should identify with philosophers. I don't think you should identify as a philosophy system. I don't think you should identify with systems at all. P.S. You want to talk about deconstructing gender? I don't know why you're all out here identifying as socialists and capitalists. I think you should deconstruct all of it. I don't think we should use labels of systems as a part of who we are. We are not systems. We are people. And systems exist outside of us. I exist outside of systems. You exist outside of systems. Okay? Systems are created from us. They are not us. They are a reflection of us, but they are not us. Right? So you do you in political spaces. If you want to identify as a communist or whatever to explain where you're at, I'm with you. But in your own home, when you're alone with yourself, are you this label, or is this the label you use when you're interacting with those bubbles that require you to have one? That's the question.
And social experience. In his book, An Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding, he writes, indulge your passion for science, but let your science be human, and such as may have a direct reference to action and society. Be a philosopher, but amidst all your philosophy, be still a man. Basically, let the spirit of wonder and the desire to search for first causes motivate your philosophical thinking, but make sure that the end result of this thinking involves your own humanity and the humanity of others. Don't let thought be an end in itself. Now, I'm confident that at least 17 of you just thought of Marx's 11.
So when you're meditating, what meditation allows you guys to do, it's actually, okay, neurotypicals. Have you heard this about neurotypicals? They keep telling neurotypicals, you got to get off the phone, you got to be bored. Okay, that doesn't work for neurodivergents. I refuse to be bored on principle. Life is too interesting to be bored. So neurotypicals are told all the time, guys, you got to be bored. Turn off the phone and let your mind wander. Okay, if you're neurodivergent, you know you need stimuli. So meditation is an opportunity to allow stimuli you've never experienced to come into your brain. It's a time to turn off and exist and be like, oh my God, I'm discovering new things about myself. Holy shit. It's like, it's your chance to use a phone in a different way or to use, this outside source. So for me, I refuse to be bored on principle. It's not going to help me because boredom to me means I'm trapped. So meditation for me is an opportunity to learn something about myself I've never learned. If you can't close your eyes and meditate, you're not there yet. Stand outside. Stand far from people. Stand somewhere where you can see something from far away and look at that thing from far away and just start to notice the details. Shut down your brain and just start to look at the details. Start to notice look at clouds if you need to. Look at the clouds. Look at the corners of the clouds. Look at the shade of the cloud. Start to guess what colors are in the clouds. I had a friend who's an artist and she was teaching me art. And she goes, Brittany, what colors are in the clouds? And I was like, gray, blue, yellow, purple. And she was like, oh, it's good. You can see the color that most people forget to mention. Or, start to notice things you never noticed before. And then start to recognize and start to pull out. Start on the micro, like here you are. And zoom out. Start zooming out. And just notice everything. Notice your breathing. Notice the sweat on your brow. Notice everything. And zoom out. Zoom out until you notice, the room and the lights and how it's impacting you. Zoom out. And just zoom out and zoom out and zoom out. And just practice that. Just have a moment with it, right? Just allow yourself to zoom out until you realize you really are just a little floating particle in space, and then really zoom back in and zoom back out and zoom back in and just sit with that, sit with the reality of that and then find the beauty in it. You know what I mean? So the idea is you're not trying to be better than other people. You're trying to be the best version of you. You're trying to have a deeper relationship with yourself. Who am I? Why do I breathe that way? Why do I act that way? Why is this my relationship with self? Why do I do these things that I do? Do I even have free will? Did I even make a choice today? Is this a choice I did? Did I make that choice? What is a choice? And then just enjoy the ride. Enjoy the ride, right? All right.
Thesis on Feuerbach, which says the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. While Marx did, of course, want philosophy to help fuel the revolution of the working class, which, to be clear, absolutely rips, he wasn't really breaking with the spirit of Greek philosophy, in which our goal isn't just understanding things, but living a good life and creating a society that engenders virtue in others. Also, I want to note that there's a whole other tradition of analytic philosophy, which defines philosophy in slightly different terms, but that's not really my area of expertise or interest, so I'm just gonna keep moving in the direction that I would like to go. Now, I'll quickly share a definition of philosophy that's offered by contemporary philosopher Alain Badiou, the rare philosopher who, at least at the time of this filming, is still alive. Now, Badiou argues that philosophy is a particular kind of discourse that engages with the conditions of truth without necessarily attaching itself to any of those conditions. Now,
Perfect for this comment too. How do you deal with the alienation that comes with choosing to elevate yourself while others don't? So it is a growth spurt. So it goes in a circle. So what happens is, okay, hold on. So what happens is, it's a circle. Like the levels are a circle ultimately, even though they don't feel like it. So you start, you start here, okay, with everyone else. And you're like, hey, I'm going to have like a deeper relationship. And you start to go on a journey. And you're like, oh my God, I'm really like getting to know myself and the universe. And oh my God, I'm learning so much about the world. And I'm so elevated and I'm, you know, more introspective and better than everyone else. And oh, boop, I'm just like everybody else. The key point of it is that the more you know about yourself, the less you know. And the more you value everyone around you, even the people who don't know better or aren't as elevated or don't do the work, like you start to genuinely value everyone, even the shittiest people, because you start to see them for what they are. Millions of years in the process, millions of years in the making, millions of years, billions of lives in the making. And we're all just here together. But you do have to go through a stage of thinking like, oh my God, I'm all alone. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. And then eventually you swing back around. You realize like, oh shit, I was never alone. I was just having a different experience. But none of us are ever alone. We're just having different experiences. And you learn that a lot of people are having the same experience. And that's why I share my content. Because I was like, come on, I can't be the only one, bitch. Come on, girls. I can't be the only one. Who else is having this experience? Let's go. Right? And you learn along the way, different people are at different parts of the experience and you figure it out and you guys talk about it or don't talk about it. But like, you know, we're all just having like different experiences. The question is like, do we know that? It's not about being better or worse than other people. It's not about being smarter or dumber. It's just about like, we are having a very different experience, except I think your experience based off the data, it's like harming a lot of fucking people. So let's talk about it. Okay. And on the micro, then I can be like, I'm judging you. But on the macro, like, you know,
for Badiou, there are 4 conditions of philosophy: art, science, politics, and love. And he thinks that truth occurs under these conditions, but that those conditions in themselves aren't doing philosophy. So for example, when an artist creates a work that expresses some sort of philosophical truth, it's not because the artist was doing philosophy, they were just doing good art. It's philosophy's job to locate truths that occur in these conditions and then understand their...
Wait. Chat, I'm going to rewind it. Hold on, I'm going to rewind it. Chat said, do I even have free will? Honestly, we think too highly of ourselves. How many animals think about this? Humans, but we are animals. You're doing the thing that is, you're not accepting that you are an animal. Like you are an animal. Animals, we evolved over time to create, like you said, we gave ourselves taxes and other headaches. Yeah, because that was what we did as animals. Everything around us is a part of our nature. Like the beaver builds the dam, we build taxes. Like we are animals. So you have to accept, so that's the part. You have to radically accept that everything is perfect the way it is because we are the way we are. But then how can we improve upon it? You said, no, I was saying we are animals. Well, no, you weren't. You were saying, well, but you're not accepting you're an animal, right? Because you said humans, we think highly of ourselves. Like we gave ourselves taxes, but like that is because we're animals, we gave ourselves taxes. I agree with you. Like, man, it's so frustrating that as an animal species, this is the best we have. That's so frustrating. But it is the best we have, right? Like this is the best we could do, like systems and taxes and all this other stuff and society and borders. Like, I agree with you. We are animals. But like also like this, you Yes, as a vent, I agree with you. As not a vent, I can't agree with you, right? Chet says we see ourselves as higher than animals. I mean, I think that's a flaw. I agree with you. I think that's a flaw that humans have, that they think they're like higher than humans in a sense. I think as an animal, I care for my animal species more than other animal species, but not philosophically. So literally, yes, not philosophically, right? So yeah, I think you're right that people who are like, oh, humans are more important than animals, I think they're missing the point. I agree with you on that, right? Yeah. Jess says, do you think a joyful person is inherently kind? Well, inherently being born that way? No. But I think a joyful person has learned to be kind to themselves, and so they can be kind to others. Yeah. I think the part of my philosophical journey that I notice is I've become a kinder, more compassionate person. But I also will stand up to a bully girl, and sometimes standing up to a bully kind of doesn't always look the kindest. But I try really hard to give kindness and compassion. I became less angry and less violent as I got more introspective. And I became more joyful. So I think the journey to becoming a joyful person is one that teaches you to be kind to yourself and then others. So I think it's just all part of the process. Okay, I'm going to rewind this because I feel like I missed it.
Aren't doing philosophy. It occurs under these conditions of philosophy: art, science, politics, and love. And he thinks that truth occurs under these conditions, but that those conditions in themselves aren't doing philosophy. So for example, when an artist creates a work that expresses some sort of philosophical truth, it's not because the artist was doing philosophy, they were just doing good art. It's philosophy's job to locate truths that occur in these conditions and then understand their conceptual implications. This might sound distinct from the earlier Socratic definitions I mentioned, but in a sense, it's largely just a re-articulation of those Greek understandings. Because the philosopher, in a state of openness to wonder and novelty, is aware that truth occurs in art, science, politics, and love, and that when something happens, a real event in which a truth emerges, the philosopher strives to make sense of both the truth and its implications for the lived subjectivity of human beings. And just to be clear, this was not intended to be a comprehensive historical survey of the concept of philosophy, but I think that the thinkers I mentioned and the examples that I just gave can help give us a sense of what philosophy is meant to be doing in its ideal form. Okay, so to synthesize a lot of this into my own words, I think that philosophy is a discourse capable of destabilizing things about ourselves and the world that we previously thought we understood. In the process, creating a renewed sense of wonder that allows us to further our understanding of ourselves and the world via new language and concepts. And it does all of this not just for the intellectual gratification of the individual philosopher, but for the sake of creating concepts that can be used by humans to change the world for the better. Okay, so it's clear that what philosophy aims to do is very different from what YouTube aims to do. Without getting too in the weeds, I think it's safe to say that the goal of this platform is to keep as many users engaged for as long as possible so that increased watch time and engagement leads to an increase in...
Hold on. Just that babies initially are curious and reach out to others. Hate and corruption is learned. That is too reductive because I nannied babies professionally and I helped raise a lot of babies growing up. Babies are also animals on a planet. They have fear mechanisms. They have reflexes. They have a desire to kill things because they're afraid, right? So babies are not clean slates. They're biological little animals. I think babies who are not trained can also become evil. Like if you left a baby to its own devices, it would die or it would become evil. If you train a baby to be evil, it will be evil. You have to encourage the baby to be good, but just because you're a good person who raises, hopefully a good child doesn't mean the child won't learn or make the decision to be different, right? So I think, again, we don't want to be too reductive in our thinking that babies aren't as susceptible to some, and also they're biological creatures. What if a baby is born with some sort of unique biological relationship to processing information, right? We know for a fact that some human beings don't develop, they end up becoming older. They're really strong. They don't have the mental capability of not hurting people around them. And then they hurt people around them because they're disabled, right? That's a baby who grew up to be an adult human being. You're still a biological creature. We have to take into account all of the layers of the intersectionality of it, that babies aren't just born in a vacuum, right? There is a relationship with how children are raised and how they are formed, and then biologically how they're impaired. So we have to really think about, that's why I say y'all are too casual about making babies. Because people think I'm good, I'm going to raise a good baby. It doesn't matter if you're good. It's not enough. You know what I mean? So it's interesting. Like I'm not arguing too much. I'm just using it to share a thought. But like it's people are way too casual about having a baby out here.
Ad revenues and data collection. Because of this, almost every element of this platform is designed to facilitate just that. And not just the platform itself, as those creating videos on this platform will often explicitly make creative choices to best align with YouTube's aims and goals.
You know that negativity drives clicks, right? Like the algorithm likes the mean stuff, but it's not particularly productive, right? We want at best, if there is like a disagreement or there's something that's worthy of criticism, you want it to be a productive dialogue. And just like piling on doesn't help anything, even though it might be algorithmically viable.
Which means that often the most successful philosophy videos are successful because they are good YouTube videos, utilizing the visual and creative elements that serve the aims of viewer retention and increased watch time. And to be clear, that's not always a bad thing. This also means that an intellectually robust video that's not doing YouTube stuff might underperform. While a video where someone just sort of summarizes Wikipedia articles that has amazing editing and hosting and...
Who just made a video about the difference between reading an essay and listening to a video essay and how it's lost in translation? Look, reading a book and listening to an audiobook is completely different. It's like driving a car or being a passenger. I really do think reading the book is important. I'm actually going to start going back into hard copies because I realize like audiobooks have been so helpful for me, but I am not thinking as well as I could be if I was reading books. Because I read like over 2,000 books and I think my vocabulary was better. I was better at retaining information. Like I was having a better relationship with physical books. And so I need to go back to physical books. So I'm going to figure that out. I'm going to see if Croatia has a library with an English section and go back to reading physical books, even if it's rereading some books I've read. But I love audiobooks. I really love them. But I notice like I'm not having the same relationship with the work as I could be. And I do think things get lost in translation. And I don't think that's bad. I think we're all on a journey. I think everything is beautiful. Everything is good. Like do what you need to do. Okay. I just think there's something different. Like I noticed I can't read on screens. Like if it's a book and if it's on a screen, I like have the hardest time reading it. Like, what's this? Kindles? I've never been able to do a Kindle. I can't handle it. And I wonder if it's my sensory issues. I wonder if I'm getting like autistically triggered by the sensory issues, right? But I think all of it is valid. I just want to make that clear. If you love a Kindle, I love that for you. If you love an audiobook, I love that for you. Whatever it takes for you to enjoy a piece of art, I fucking love that for you. In terms of learning, I've noticed that I think I'm learning less by listening to audiobooks, but that doesn't mean I'm not enjoying some of them. And it doesn't mean that some of them don't make perfect audiobooks and it's unnecessary to read it, right?
YouTube stuff might blow up. But the problem with YouTube isn't just that its attention and profit-driven structure can lead to attention and profit-seeking content. It's that YouTube isn't just a video sharing website, it's a platform.
Like I'm using YouTube as a tool for things that are good. Like I think it's good that people are more informed on some, philosophy that you probably wouldn't get unless you were in a graduate class or something like that. I think that's pretty good. I think YouTube as a platform like is a good thing, right? Like I think at the end, like clearly Google bought YouTube, and I think in a sense like the corporate consolidation of YouTube is what was the problem. But the medium or like the form of YouTube is nice. It's good. It kind of democratizes media in a sense. There's problems with that, obviously. Like I think one of the biggest problems that we see right now is the like one of the things with political commentary that people always talk about. We're independent media. We don't take money from corporations, but the form in which they operate is almost the exact same. It's just punditry, right? So like there's issues with it, right? Like we can democratize something that shouldn't be democratized at all, or like not necessarily democratized at all, but we shouldn't even be doing. Like I think political punditry in some instances is a good example of that.
We can better understand this function via the concept of platform capitalism, which describes companies whose business model involves owning software that serves as the platform for other people to carry out various forms of labor. Think Uber and Lyft, Airbnb, or Amazon. One of the features of platform capitalism is that laborers both rely on the platforms they use without having much power or leverage to use against those platforms.
I don't perceive this as being a tension. I think that some of these contradictions, I would say that the friction of a medium is kind of what gives the medium its meaning. And so if there's this idea that other YouTubers have sometimes where it's like, if you want the uncensored version of this, or like the version where I didn't have to work around all the copyright stuff, you want the real version of my video essay, come to my streaming platform Nebula or whatever. And for me, this is silly because I'm making the YouTube video like within the constraints of YouTube, and if I wasn't trying to work within the constraints of YouTube, then I would do something different. And I've done different things. That's why I started doing live philosophy lectures and stuff, because I would just pick a different medium if I wanted to not navigate the apparent contradiction between YouTube's profit and attention motives and the message or the whatever the content I was trying to get across through that medium.
We've seen this in the failed attempts of Uber and Lyft drivers to gain basic workers' rights and protections, or the way in which online retailers basically have to pay Amazon to have their products featured in search. YouTube is doing the same thing, but for digital video content. And video creators need YouTube a whole lot more than YouTube needs them.
We can't get unemployment if we lose our channels.
No, that's
right?
not real.
Because we're not employed, right?
Yeah.
And so it's all sort of, I don't know, the more that we allow these platforms to sort of control the relationship as well, it gives just them more leverage to then say, well, if we treat you really horribly, what are you going to do, leave?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
it's like an abusive spouse who controls the bank accounts.
Here's a simple way to think about why this is problematic. YouTube could just turn it off one day. You know, they could just go to the YouTube button and hit off, and it's just not here, you know, like Vine or your ex. Or at the very least, they can demonetize or delete a channel, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Creators are completely dependent on this platform with basically zero leverage to use against the massive companies.
What are your thoughts? What do you think when you see this segment? What are you thinking? This is titled Philosophy YouTube is Broken. Same for any job. YouTube is a terrible boss. I think my brain, when I'm problem solving something, like when I'm problem solving my money, right? Money is difficult. We all need to make money to pay our rent. So I'm here to say you should get paid, right? I think the way you think about things literally will change the way you tackle problems, right? So I think one of the reasons these YouTube channels always confuse me is because they do have like millions of followers. Like they're literally some of the most successful run Patreons, right, in this space. And they're always like kind of like afraid. And I want to know what they're afraid of. Like, it's okay to be worried about your job disappearing. It makes sense to worry about paying your bills. All of that is really reasonable. But are you not preparing? Are you not living below your means? Are you not, like, everybody's afraid of this. Anyone, if you're a teacher, you could lose your job. If you work at the grocery store, you could lose your job. Like, all of us are afraid of losing our jobs, but YouTube is a very privileged job, right? Like, it'd be sucky if you got your YouTube channel deleted, but also that would very unlikely happen unless you were very, very hostile, right? And like, there are like 20 other online websites to use. So then I'm like, what is the fear here? Like, what are you evoking? If you're an artist, there's already a fear in that. There's already an uncertainty in that. Like, I think everyone could be a content creator if they wanted to, or if it was their calling, right? But I want you to know that it's a very up and down industry. It's like being an artist in a movie. Like, most people are going to be B actors or behind the scenes people. But you can make a living doing that. You just won't be famous or secure for life. Like, you'll have to work until you're 70, guys. Like, there is no fast track as a creative to being rich unless you are very lucky and you become a Natalie Wynn, who I hope to God she's putting her money away and making sure that it's accruing interest, because God knows she won't have it forever. So then there's like this idea of like, where is the fear coming from? You know, it's true. Like, I am a 1099 worker. Like, I have to worry about my retirement. I'm always thinking about my retirement. Always, always, always. But isn't everybody else literally thinking about their retirement? Like, I can't be the only one, right? So it's like obviously not specific to YouTube, but it's kind of like weird. I think if it was a smaller channel having these fears, I'd be much more, you know, yes. And also Hassan does the same thing, where I think it's okay for Hassan to complain about his job being exhausting. This job is exhausting. I think it's okay to also say, I wonder what is happening here. So I guess I'm wondering what is, you know what it is? I need to philosophically ask why. Why are we talking about this? Where's the depth of the issue? I'm not understanding, like, what are we talking about? Like, it's such a struggle. I want to talk about in all the ways being a YouTuber is a struggle. I love that topic. I think we should talk about it more. But this doesn't really talk about it. This is talking about how working under YouTube is a struggle. But you don't have to be a YouTuber. There's like 20 other platforms you could use. Why did you pick YouTube? Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just curious on, like, I would ask why. Like, I feel like they're having a conversation that I'm like, am I not privy to something? Do I not know something? I want to know, what are you talking about? Because I agree, there's so much to complain about being a YouTuber, or to vent about, or to be upset about, right? But I'm curious, like, what are they talking about here? I've watched this video once before on my own, and I'm watching it again with you. I feel like I always come off really critical, but I'm genuinely unsure of what the problem is, even though I know there's 100 problems. Like, I'm not saying you're not making a good argument. I'm saying, why is this a problem for you? What is the problem? How have you worked around it? What are you doing instead? Do you know what I'm saying? I think I think I'm always going to be confused, I think. Without casting judgment, what are they going through that I'm not getting? Because I only have my perspective as a small YouTuber. I only have my perspective as a middle-class YouTuber. Chad says, maybe the title should be YouTube is broken, not philosophy YouTube is broken. Yeah, maybe that's why I'm confused a little bit. Like, what is philosophy YouTube is broken? So maybe that's maybe it's like YouTube. Is it the YouTube is the problem? Yeah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe my brain is having a hard time connecting the title to the topic. But let's see. Let's get through it.
If you get banned from Twitter, you just lose all of your followers, right? Like, if you
What
get
is
banned,
it? Okay, guys, make a reading list. Go to different platforms. Start over again. You guys just start over again. You know how many YouTubers start over again? Start over again. I'm waiting, girl. If I wake up tomorrow, first of all, I follow TOS. That's number one. Second of all, if my followers know, guys, follow me for free on Patreon. That way, if I get kicked off YouTube, you can go to Patreon. But also, like, start over again. The same way all of us do. You know how many times we've gotten our social media deleted? You know how many times my Instagram was deleted at 20,000 followers, 10,000 followers? Yeah, it gets deleted. It sucks. It really sucks. But I feel like there's a part of it that's like really confused. This argument's interesting to me. I don't get it. I think a lot of YouTubers don't even consider 9 to 5 or regular jobs even a choice. But like they do. That's what I'm saying. Guys, it would be harder for me to work a 9 to 5 than YouTube, even though I work more hours during YouTube. But at the same time, it's only harder because of how my autistic brain works. Yo, she's been scratching at the door like a little fucking. What? She doesn't take no for an answer. If you don't open the door, she'll scratch it. She'll scratch it off. Oh, almost fell off my stool. Oh my God. I was sitting here ranting, bro. She's really cock blocking my rant. Okay, she's happy now. She walks in, she's like, hi. Fucking bitch. I love her. Okay. Anyways, I want everyone to know why they are struggling. Because when I figured out why I was struggling, life got a little bit better. You will struggle, though, universally, forever. Sorry. You will always struggle. The question is, what are we struggling with? You know what I mean? Okay, I'm trying not to be too critical, but I don't understand how... Like, I know why conservatives talk about this thing. I know why there's talking points in different bubbles. But what is the talking point in this bubble meant to express? You know? Chess said, is the issue philosophy? Content creators are just trying to be capitalistic while doing philosophy. Yeah, like, is that the problem? Let's see. I think I meant more like they refuse to reckon with how fickle social media is and would feel a lot of shame around having to go back to classic labor. Oh, yeah, there is a stigma. There is a social stigma over celebrities going back to working regular jobs. You got to get over that because this is a regular job. Like, that's the problem with YouTube. YouTube, this is what, okay, stop. You're so smart. Listen, this is what I think a lot of these YouTubers did. They thought they were going to make fuck you money and they didn't. And now they're contending with the reality that, like, did you think you were going to make fuck you money because ContraPoints made fuck you money? Do you know what I mean? That's the problem. That is the dilemma. It's like a lot of people really thought they were going to make fuck you money. FD Signifier talked about this, how like he doesn't make fuck you money. Like people got to understand, you know, his cousin, I'm so sorry to hear this, is passing. She's going to pass away. She's terminal and he's looking to adopt her kids possibly. And he's like, I don't make that much money. You guys might think I make a lot of money, but like I have to think about adding 2 more people into my household. And that's the problem. I think a lot of these YouTubers really thought the money was going to keep rolling in. Sponsorships and big incomes and but I think when you are responsible and you take YouTube seriously, you plan for it to end every day. You know what I mean? Like you really do. No. Chat says, but if you have a following, they'll follow you somewhere else, I'd imagine. Maybe not though. Maybe not. Funny enough, your following might only like you on the platform you're on. It's really hard. You know what I mean? It's really hard to actually get your audience to gravitate, you know? And that's why I think this can be a scary job for people. But at the same time, like, I remember when somebody came into my chat one time, they're like, Brittany, you make fuck you money. Girls, I don't even make 6 figures a year. I don't even make 6 figures. I do not make fuck you money. Do you know what I'm saying? Hello? Like, that's not what's happening here. But I do think a lot of YouTubers, especially ones who woke up one day and had like 100,000 actually, FD said this to Michael Burns. FD said this to Michael Burns. He said, hey, you're lucky you started off this channel and got over 100,000 subscribers almost overnight because you had the clout. And I said, yeah, exactly. That is actually true. That for some people, you know what I mean? You're lucky that you get to start off on YouTube as a small YouTuber and boom, you have clout and status. You have to think about it from that perspective and remember, you are still in a position of privilege. You have the clout, the name, the education. Okay, you have the education, you have the status, and you have the ability to send an email and almost everybody will. The fact that this video is full of some of the top YouTubers, that means you had enough pull to email people and they responded. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. All of these things should transfer into some sort of solid career on YouTube. And if you didn't and aren't able to do that, that is interesting. Yeah. And I love complaining about YouTube. I just like kind of confused a little bit with this part of the video, but let's keep going. I'm sure it's a great video overall.
And from YouTube, you just lose all your subscribers. And so it's like, they have a complete control of the relationship between you and your audience as well, which is even stronger.
This is, of course, why almost everyone that I've referenced in this video so far, self included, relies on alternate sources of income and content production like Substack and Patreon, which, of course, are just other platforms that could also just turn off at some point.
Specifically sponsorships and like sponsors, because that is the more stable income if you're doing well on YouTube, but it can also be taken away just as quickly.
Now, to get back to YouTube, we also need to remember that because it's owned by Google, one of the ultimate aims of the website is that it operates like its own search function, where people come to YouTube seeking answers for specific questions and are served content that answers those questions. There's actually a trends feature on the YouTube Studio page that creators see that shows examples of the types of things their audience is searching for. So that
mine is really bad. Mine doesn't make any sense. Mine is all like conservative content. And I know my viewers are not watching conservative content because it also tells me the channels you watch and none of you watch conservative content. So I feel like my analytics or like my YouTube search is not good.
We can presumably make content tailored to those search questions. And the structure of this platform then has a direct effect on the form of content, as it rewards videos that offer definitive answers to specific questions. So if you want to know what Nietzsche really meant by God is dead, or what the real meaning of existentialism is, you'll be served a video, often hosted by a very assertive and confident individual.
Ooh, hold on. Let's look at my analytics. Not literally, because I don't want to dox myself here. Hold on, let me see. Okay. Okay, let's see. Trends. So AI tools for brainstorming. This is all AI. That's why it's wrong. Let's see. Taylor Greene says she's done with the Republican Party. Proof she's desperate. Meghan Markle's Kardashian stunt backfires. Meghan Markle, toxic femininity versus toxic masculinity. But then when I click on the videos, it's like trigonometry. I fucking hate trigonometry. There's no way you guys are watching that shit. So then if I go to the audience analytics, okay, you guys are watching Adam McIntyre, Vanguard, Do We Know Them, Do Not Worry Podcast, Chris Kunzler, Denims, Olay and Chill, and Papa Gut. Okay, you guys got to figure that out right there. You follow Olay, Surfs, Micah's Rhetoric, Elliot Sang, love Elliot Sang again, love it. Like, okay, so, this is what you watch. I love that for you. All great stuff. Well, mostly great stuff, Let me see this. Let me see. Gender, 70% female, 28% male, and 1.5 user unspecified. Guys, let's go. Subscribe, girls. We're almost at 100K. We need to beat the boys. Just, let's make the gender war real here. Just kidding. Everybody should subscribe, regardless of gender. You mostly watch on mobile phones. 20% of you watch on computer. 10% of you watch on TV. 0% of you are 13 to 17, but 19.5 of you are 18 to 24. 59% of you are 25 through 34. Okay? And 57% of you are from the US. 78% of you use no subtitles when you watch my videos, but 15% of you at least put on the English ones. There you go. Okay, girl. Okay, we did it. Okay. That's what my analytics say. I don't know why they send me all this, like, they're like, oh, you should make a video about like this Republican here or something. It's like all drama videos. I was like, I'm not gonna make that. I don't even do that. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Anyways, okay, back to the video.
Who will tell you exactly what you want to know without any ambiguity.
I've had people tell me, like, if you believe this about Nietzsche, then you should have read this other book that would show you, like, and I was like, well, I did read that book. And they're like, well, then you clearly didn't understand that book, so you would have agreed with it if you understood it.
And this often feels good because philosophical ideas can be really overwhelming, and sometimes you just want to understand an idea that you've heard other people reference, and all the better when someone tells you the answer to your question with absolute certainty.
I was having philosophy content jammed at me instead of like an honest or like genuine reckoning with the ideas being presented in a way where like my intelligence was being respected, if I'm being honest with you.
The risk here is that this reduplicates a model that treats philosophical ideas like little economic assets to be bought and sold. Brazilian philosopher of education, Paulo Freire, called this the banking model of education. This is when the teacher acts as a sort of subject, depositing ideas and knowledge into the minds of objects or students. In a classroom setting, Freire thinks that this leads students to simply memorize rather than learn. He writes that education thus becomes an act of depositing, in which the students are the depositories and the teacher is the depositor. Instead of communicating, the teacher issues communiques and makes deposits, which the students patiently receive, memorize, and repeat. He sees this model of education as something that keeps students from becoming fully human. And it's one that's very much at odds with the more classical definitions of philosophical knowledge that I discussed earlier. Freire writes that apart from inquiry, apart from praxis, individuals cannot be truly human. Knowledge emerges only through invention and reinvention, through the restless, impatient, continuing, hopeful inquiry human beings pursue in the world, with the world, and with each other. And it might be hard to even imagine YouTube serving as a place for the type of knowledge that Freire is talking about here. We might then wonder if it's even possible to avoid this banking model of education when we're making YouTube videos. But it's worth noting that this is not the first time that a new technology or form of communication has led to skepticism from philosophers. Socrates was famously skeptical about the radical new form of content known as writing. Now, Socrates argued that writing shares a strange feature with painting. The offsprings of painting stand there as if they are alive, but if anyone asks them anything, they remain solemnly silent. The same is true of written words. You'd think they were speaking as if they had some understanding, but if you question anything that has been said because you want to learn more, it continues to signify just the very same thing forever. He also compares writing to poorly planted crops. He says that it is much nobler to be serious about these matters and use the art of dialectic. The dialectician chooses a proper soul and plants and sows within it discourse accompanied by knowledge. Discourse capable of helping itself as well as the man who planted it, which is not barren but produces a seed from which more discourse grows in the character of others. Such discourse makes the seed forever immortal and renders the man who has it as happy as any human can be. Ultimately, Socrates is saying that any speechwriter or poet is only a true lover of wisdom if they're able to defend themselves in discourse and acknowledge that their writing is of little worth. So in other words, philosophy and ideas need to be living and in dialogue, not just fixed ideas on a page or a YouTube video, functionally.
Right. So somebody fucking, let's talk. That's why I liked the idea of having collaborations. But then there's like nothing happens. Like something happens, but like nothing happens. I feel like a big part of my journey on YouTube has been like, and I think I found it mostly through my audience, if I'm going to be honest, like not even through other content creators, but like people who wanted to like go through the ideas and pull them apart and come to conclusions and be like, oh my God, my life got a lot better without falling into psychosis or craziness or, you know, thinking you're some ego god of the sky or something. But I think that's true. I think philosophy should be like an experience of like challenging the self, but like for the good of the self, not for the ego of the self, you know? And that's the problem with I find with typical YouTube philosophy channels is they're not doing that. They're just telling you the ideas of somebody else. And I'm like, yeah, and that's good. I love that shit. Like I love falling asleep to like I fall asleep to this ASMR channel sometimes that's like philosophy 101 stuff. And it's just like a nice refresher. And I go to sleep thinking about philosophy and then I dream about philosophy and I'm like, vibes. Like I do like that. I'm not going to play. I love being in my dream and like, listen, and I'm like philosophical idea here. That's kind of fun. But at the same time, because we all need refreshers. Like I can't memorize everything a philosopher stands for. Like I'm not that kind of person. Like I have to go back and review the work and be like, okay, yeah, so yeah, he believed in this. This is his belief. This is what he likes. Or like, oh, this is what she thought. This is, you know, I'm not the girly that's like, fast. What does this philosopher think about this? I don't know, girl. Okay. So I guess, yeah, I think the dilemma is like, while you're doing philosophy, you also must be deconstructing because otherwise it does get trapped in the ego, you know? Yeah. Chet says, I know you're not a big fan of CJ the X, but I see his work similar in the similar realm as your own. Well, I don't want to say that I'm not a fan of CJ. I just don't think it's for me. Do you know what I'm saying? I think CJ probably does some great stuff. It doesn't feel like it's for me. I think I don't have anything against CJ, like as a person. They make good videos, like all of that stuff. So I'm not like it's same thing with like, I just feel like sometimes I learned, like I'll watch a CJ video. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. But it's not, I can tell that it's, okay, I'll give an example. I like Michael Burns a lot, but this video is actually overstimulating me so much that I want to turn it off because the music in the background is driving me crazy. CJ the X feels like that, where CJ's work is literally undigestible to my head because it's too much. And so it's not CJ, it's not Michael Burns, it's them playing to a specific audience on YouTube that requires this format of content to make it work. People generally like music and video essays, fun fact. Right? Like they generally like it. I'm too autistic and I get sensory overload. I don't mean to criticize CJ as a person. I mean, I don't love some of his decisions, but he's a young they're a young person on a journey. But I don't mind the content, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I think that's the thing. Like, I don't know this person. So they're doing something. CJ, J-Reg, all those people, they're not doing what I'm doing. So we have a natural conflict because they're doing something that I think is valid, but like has nothing to do with me. And I think sometimes they think they're doing something that everyone should be doing. Sometimes I get a feeling from a lot of these philosophy bubbles that they are making prescriptions and I might be the only one in the space who isn't. I literally am not making, that's kind of the only thing I do. I don't know anyone else on YouTube who doesn't make a prescription. I encourage you to do stuff, but I don't think you ought to do things because I think that contradicts the idea of philosophy itself. Where is the wisdom in telling you to do something? Like, where's the wisdom in prescription making? I'm not there yet, if there is one, you know?
Dead. Socrates' Danish acolyte, Soren Kierkegaard, was also critical of the new age of media in his day. In particular,
and by the way, I don't mean to make that sound like, oh, I'm better than you. I'm doing something different. I'm just autistic and alienated, and I'll never be popular because I'll never be normie enough for everybody else. Because funny enough, CJ the X is just normie enough. Just normie enough.
the type of gossip magazines that became common in the 19th century. Now, Kierkegaard got ridiculed by a satirical newspaper in Copenhagen, and it had an incredibly negative effect on him, one that left him critical of the influence of the modern media on human relations and thought. Because if philosophy was a way that we become more human, Kierkegaard saw this form of media as something that made us less human. And hot take, I would say sometimes this YouTube thing, is making us less human, you know? And I don't like it. I don't like it.
Pause. What doesn't he like? YouTube or what it makes him be? Because I love the internet. I also think I'm the person on the internet who loves it. I love it here. I love the internet. I love YouTube. I love the internet. I love the internet. So Khadijah said that one of the reasons they're also leaving the internet is like the internet got too mean. By proof of Ethan Klein's old Reddit posts, the internet's always been mean, but I agree there's more people on it. And I agree that sometimes you don't want to deal with it. And Khadijah, to be fair, has been targeted by very big channels like Abba and Preach. And yeah, like there is an exhaustion there. And I don't think their heart is in YouTube. I need you to understand that like my heart is in creation. I'm very like Hank Green coded in that way. Where like, I don't know if Michael Burns' love is YouTube. I don't think Khadijah loves YouTube, right? That's why they're willing to leave it. It's not YouTube though. I don't want you to get it confused. It's not YouTube, but it is YouTube. It's like, this is what I used to dream of as a kid before it happened, is like a way to literally be able to voice my opinion to the square and have people have a chance to hear it. It's like so philosophy coded. It's so like, yeah, it's the medium. It's the medium I'm in love with. I just love the idea of creating something and be like, here, do you hate it or love it? What do you think of this? Hey guys, I have an idea. What do you think of this? Like, I can just go to the internet and be like, hey guys, what do you think of this? And people go, I'll tell you. And I go, cool. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like so awesome. But I think like, that's what I was looking for in real life I couldn't find. I would go from physical bubble to physical bubble, space to third space. And every time I'd get to be like, hi, do you want to have an interesting conversation about politics or philosophy? And they'd mostly just turn into drinking groups. And I was like, guys, I don't like alcohol this much, which is also why I don't like watching people with alcohol in their hands or even too much weed or any weed when they're talking. Cause sometimes I'm like, you're impaired. You're like, is this wine a prop? Is it helping you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need all the, anyways, it doesn't matter. I found it on the internet, so I really love it here. And I'm so grateful you're here. And I'm so grateful we get to spend time together. It's the greatest feeling in the whole world, you know? Chad says, but this feels like the convo where you're talking about community building and inability for people to do it properly social and feel lonely despite so much connection. Yes. So then I wonder if Michael Burns is talking about that, but then maybe the internet is not the space for you to make community, because it has been the space for me. And actually, I think J-Reg and CJ would say it's been the space for them. Because if I'm not mistaken, CJ and J-Reg took their online spaces offline and they have a space in Toronto. They made a real space out of YouTube, right? You know, Chesa says the girl who was high in her videos a lot. No. First of all, LOL, listen. But those were different. I wasn't high all the time. You know what I mean? But I did love being high, girl. I miss it every day. Listen, I always made it clear to you that I was high, but you know, I would never take myself too seriously when I'm baked, though. That's the rule. Don't take Brittany too seriously when she's baked. She's literally impaired. If I can't have sex drunk, I don't know why you guys are thinking I can think drunk. Hi, Brittany was a joke, girl. She was a joke. She was funny, though, huh? She was funny. Okay? I miss weed. Okay, listen, it's not about that. Listen. I think that's cool to use this space to go offline. That's why I like Khadijah doing that, taking the space and going offline, or CJ or J-Reg. Like, that's cool, right? That's cool. Oh, but you know what's really funny? No, wait, I'm going to take you really seriously right now. Do you guys know I wasn't as good of a YouTuber when I was high? My work and my relationship has gotten so much better since I've been not high. Like, I loved being high, but first of all, I really was not high all the time. But also, I wasn't making as much content. Do you know what I mean? So I would just tell you this right now. I'm kind of dead serious. If you're high all the time, it's not helpful. If you're drunk all the time, you're not making good content. Like, you think you are, but you're not. And so, like, I'm just going to say, like, I loved weed, especially for my chronic health issues. But I'm going to be real. My content before was not as good. Period. Even my partner said it. He's like, oh yeah, your content got way better when you got like not high. I loved being high. I want you to know I loved being high. But the content suffered. So I think about this all the time. If I did weed again, when would I do it? I'd probably do it at night before sleep. You know what I mean? But yeah, because like I go back and watch my streams sometimes and I'm like, yeah. When I'm high, I'm thinking about so many things. You know how it is. You know? But I love weed, don't get me wrong. I love it. I think you should do it, you know? Chad says, what years were you high making vids? Okay, well, hold on, guys. Pause. Guys, you're making it... I don't know what that means. Like, I wasn't always high, literally, guys. I wasn't high for every podcast I ever did. I was just high sometimes on stream or with you guys. But I was high every day in my own house. It's like, I feel like we're making it sound bad to be high or something. There's nothing wrong with being high. But before I came to Croatia, I was avid weed user because I lived in Arizona, baby. You know? But yeah. But wait, okay, hold on. Are you guys kidding? I can't tell. I'm autistic now. Are you guys like making a joke? Or are you serious? Because I was making a serious point about people who are alcoholics on YouTube. Like, people are really alcoholics in these philosophy spheres. And that's why I'm saying, like, this isn't good. Sorry, I'm making, like, pause. Love weed. Also, I am concerned at the use of alcohol in these bubbles because people are suffering and tweeting when they shouldn't be. Okay? That's actually one perk of Hi Brittany. She didn't tweet. She was not tweeting. Okay, but all jokes aside, seriously, people need to sober up. Jokes inside, you may make fun of me for smoking all the time because I did love it, girl. I did love it, girl. Okay, let's go back to the video. We're like halfway through. Let's see.
Be more human. The dehumanization Kierkegaard associates with his experience of being ridiculed in the media bears a striking resemblance to accounts of folks today that deal with cyberbullying, online harassment, all types of stuff that are increasingly common with the drama content that has infected every niche of YouTube, including philosophy and educational content.
Let's honestly look at the online left Palestinian
This is ContraPoints.
advocacy. Seems like 50% of it is just trying to ruin my life. And I don't really see how
Ethan is so fucking crazy.
Palestinian advocacy. Seems like 50% of it is just trying to ruin my life. And I don't really see how that's saving any cause.
Yeah, 50% of Palestinian the fact that he doesn't understand that more people are bringing attention to Palestine by going after him for being a Zionist is the irony. Yeah, Ethan, I hate to tell you this, drama on YouTube makes us care more, like it makes us bring Palestine into the mainstream because people care more about you than Palestine. That's why you should be using your platform to bring attention to Palestine.
Now, around this time, Kierkegaard wrote a short text called The Present Age. I recently put out a whole video just on this book, so check it out. And in that book, Kierkegaard critiques the growing media culture of his age for leading people into a cycle of reflection by which they're caught up in thinking about things to the point that they no longer want to do anything.
For a revolution to happen, you do need to get outside of the kind of realm of like mass media, for example, or what we consider culture, because culture is informing a lot of these beliefs. Like if you still need a Twitch account to watch your favorite left-leaning content creators, like you're still funding the thing that you're against.
And he thinks this culture of reflection leads to a sense of envy and separation among people, as opposed to any sort of shared and human project. And ultimately, he sees the spirit of the media of his day as counter to the spirit of philosophical thought, which is about actualizing ideas, not simply reflecting on the ideas presented to you by others. Now, in the 20th century, critical theorist Theodor Adorno was super cranky about what he called the culture industry. According to Adorno, the culture industry intentionally integrates its consumers from above, to the detriment of both. It forces together the spheres of high and low art, separated by thousands of years. The seriousness of high art is destroyed in speculation about its efficacy. The seriousness of the lower perishes with the civilizational constraints imposed.
I do think we have to continue fighting this cycle. It's just like publication or anything else. You know what I mean? Like you have to work within the system to dismantle the system, to reform the system. And that's why I say first you must establish that you exist outside the system. Because if you think you only exist within the system has it's like claws within your psyche and it's convincing you that you're only as good as being in the system. But like you exist outside the system. Then once you realize you exist outside the system, you start to think of ways to change, transform, dismantle the system in ways that don't require you to then feel bad for even engaging in the system in some way. Like someone on my video was like, oh, you can't be anti-capitalism and like have a job. And I was like, girl, please sit down, girl. We do not have time to debate like survival under capitalism with people who are like, you cannot. this, you're coming to a conclusion off of like, that's not even like a good argument. It just sounds good. You know what I mean? It just sounds good, but it's not the right answer. Okay? And so the right answer is, how do we accept that we are a product of millions and millions of years before us to experience this moment in time? And how do we do something different with it? How do we do something? And can we? Can we do anything different with it? Are we actually unable to? Because a part of it accepting that it will move at its own pace. Like I say, we don't do activism now for us. We do it for the future generations. We're not, anything we do now, we're only hoping will benefit future generations. If you're doing it now, thinking, well, like, this isn't going to change my life, the only thing that can change your life is personal philosophical work. The only thing that can change the world is making a move now that will be impacted then. Remember, we're in the bad times right now, and we will be here for probably another 20 years. Whatever you think is bad right now with Trump, we won't even know for another 20, 30 years. Like, he's implementing policies, guys, that are going to stay there for decades. And so I need us to process that information and remember, like, that's why you have to stay grounded while the world shifts, because the world is in growing pains constantly. And it's a reflection of us as a whole. We are in growing pains, not to mention the environment and climate change, which is impacting everybody on the planet and impacting how we're going to live and impacting if we're even going to have our homes near our beaches anymore. Right? Half of y'all won't even have the land you thought you were so used to won't even exist eventually because it will be flooded. You know what I mean? So like this attachment we have to outcome, you must attach yourself to only things that are attached to your joy, if anything, you know, if anything, and then let go of the attachment of the outcome. Like let go of that attachment. It's okay to be attached to family and friends and all this stuff. But you also got to let it go so they can go on journeys. It's like, you're here for a very, very short time. Like, it's so short, guys. You're here and then you're gone. And I just need you to know you're allowed to have a joyful life while you're here. And I promise you, if you work on that, you will help people. You will help people by helping yourself. Not in a selfish way, not in an egotistical way, not in a materialistic way, not in a, you know, not in a horrible way. But if you really seek out your joy, you will help people. Like, you will help people. If you can heal. That's why we have to break a generational cycle and curse, you know?
Rebellious resistance inherent within it as long as social control was not yet total. In other words, when mass media sucks up all kinds of art and culture, there's no longer a distinction between serious forms of art and popular forms of entertainment and advertising. Adorno thinks what makes the culture industry distinctly horrible is that it has transferred the profit motive onto cultural forms. This wasn't to say that artists hadn't previously made a living by selling their work as commodities, but in an earlier age, the artistic object wasn't seen as pure commodity in and of itself. One of Adorno's favorite targets for the worst offender of the culture industry was Hollywood, but I'm sure he'd love Jubilee's YouTube channel.
I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
Don't be so sure. Ethan, don't be so sure. Do you even know who I am? Do you know what I've done? I'm Jordan motherfucking Peterson. Don't be so sure. I would die for my principles. I would die to take these Machiavellian mothers out. I'm Jordan Peterson.
Describes why we give in to this type of empty entertainment, and a passage that makes me deeply regret all the hours I've spent watching The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. Oh, and Bachelor in Paradise and The Golden Bachelor. Now, Adorno writes,
You know what? I thought I liked Michael Burns, but I liked him even more after I found out he watches reality TV.
Are not only, as the saying goes, falling for the swindle. If it guarantees them even the most fleeting gratification, they desire a deception which is nonetheless transparent to them. They force their eyes shut and voice approval and a kind of self-loathing for what is meted out to them, knowing fully the purpose for which it is manufactured. Without admitting it, they sense that their lives would be completely intolerable as soon as they no longer clung to satisfactions which are none at all. Like Kierkegaard's critique of the way in which 19th century media led people to abstract from lived reality in a cycle of reflection, Adorno sees the 20th century media leading to a world
By the end of this video, nope.
where we actively desire a type of self-deception as long as it gives us some tiny modicum of shallow happiness and pleasure. Again, welcome to the website, youtube.com. Nice to see you here. In a line that could describe the soul of someone experiencing joy at watching fascists share their opinions during a debate show, or watching Mr. Beast make some guys do a most dangerous game to pay for their mom's life-saving surgery, Adorno writes that in wrong society, laughter is a sickness infecting happiness and drawing it into society's worthless totality. I'm sure Adorno was a good hang. I'm sure he got it all out in his writing, and then when he hung, he was just a sick dude. And I think whether we're considering the critiques of Socrates, Kierkegaard, or Adorno, all of them can be used to problematize the notion of popular forms of media, like YouTube, as being capable of genuine meaning or philosophical thought. You know, it's easy to see how content masked as philosophy can treat living thoughts like fixed artifacts, create a sense of envy and separation amongst viewers, and even use content to deceive ourselves from reckoning with the cold, calculating logic of the modern world. You know, basically we trick ourselves into thinking we're not just participating in an algorithmic game of distraction, when we know that we're tricking ourselves into participating in a algorithmic game of distraction.
I wonder, who do you think Michael makes videos for? Like, who do you think his ideal audience is who watches his content? I've been thinking about this lately because I think about who watches my content constantly. I also worry about who might find my content, but I'm obviously got a specific niche in mind. Also, I am niching down. I'm always trying to find like my niche, my people, my girls, gays, and theys. You know what I mean? Who do you think watches Michael Burns, academic undergrads? Yeah, I could see that. I could see like a lot of academia people. I could see a lot of people who like, I don't know, like a little bit more privileged of an audience. Like I feel like the audience in general would probably have like a little bit more privilege than in general. Dads. Dads. Yeah, probably, honestly, dads. I like I said, I watch Michael Burns. I watch like every video he puts out. But I always wonder like who's watching this? Because a part of me feels like you first to even the entry point, right, is a specific entry point, you know? So then I'm like, okay, you have to have a certain understanding of philosophy to begin with. You have to actually want to listen about philosophy. And then you have to understand that like he's going to throw a lot of quotes at you and book references and all these other things, which makes it like a very specific academic underdads. You know, the entry point to his videos is like very specific, but I like them. But it's also because I've read a lot of books, so it feels like, yeah. But then I wonder like, is his content digestible? Generally, like does a general I feel like normies would watch it to feel like they understand philosophy. But they don't. In a sense. But but that doesn't take away what Michael does. I'm thinking about the audience, not Michael now. Who is the audience? Right? Something like that.
This all brings me back to PhilosophyTube, when a recent video discussed the problem with video essays. Now, after
like that video was so boring. We watched PhilosophyTube's video thinking I was going to, again, are we going to get down to the nitty gritty of it or no? I'm sorry, that whole video was not problem solving anything. It was a long-winded way of saying, like, I have no answers. And I was like, I love that. But nobody has any answers. But also, could we get nothing else? No meat to the story? I know I'm plant-based, but no meat to the story? It feels like sometimes the most popular philosophy people on YouTube just talk, give me great quotes from videos, and then nothing. Like, where is what did I learn? Like, what did I... You know, no potatoes to the story. Like, I don't want to confuse my interest with other people's. I'm not saying the video isn't good. I'm not saying the script isn't good. I'm saying I feel hungry. It's like you ate dinner and I'm still hungry. I'm still hungry. You know what I mean? I'm still hungry. Why am I still hungry? But then maybe it is a matter of preference. Maybe it's just like a preference thing. But then they say they want answers, but then, okay, let's have the conversations. Like when Michael Burns criticized Alex O'Connor for going on Flagrant, he's like, I don't want to talk about the trolley problem. I want to talk about how these things impact Palestine. Yeah, but you're not going to impact Palestine. Because then I wonder if it's an illusion of, let's talk about real issues like Palestine. Palestine is not your issue. It's our issue to do our shit, but like, it's not your suffering. So then are you taking on Palestine like it's your suffering? Because your suffering right now is dealing with other things while advocating for Palestinians. But like we cannot walk around being like, oh, I'm paralyzed by what's happening in Palestine. I can't do anything. People in Palestine are doing something. You better get up and do something, bitch. You can ask people who are being genocided to do something. You can't even get up and do something. Get up. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, what are we talking about? So like, you know what? I feel like there's something to be said about people who are like, when I say I'm going to talk about the real issues, I do get that from the internet. I see the internet doing it all the time where I'm like, now that's a meat and potatoes, baby. That's a meat and potatoes. But then sometimes I watch a video, especially from people that went to college and are academically inclined, and I'm like, you know, like sometimes I'm like, man, your family never had to immigrate from a war-torn country and it shows. Man, you never cut yourself and it shows, bro. Man, like you never had to deal with a bigoted parent who literally, it shows. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm just like, I don't know. I think your parents loved you too much. I'm just kidding. I'm mostly being a jokey now. I'm jokey. It's all jokey. You know, I'm so glad their parents love them. You know? Chat says, could you give a ratio of how often you talk about things that you found interesting versus what was requested by the audience? I'm sure there's also some. Yeah, I think what I try to do is I first of all, my Discord literally leaves a list. Do you know what I mean? And of things to watch. And what I do is I scroll through it every day and I say, oh, am I in the mood to talk about this? And I rate myself on like percentages. So I say like, I'm at least 70% interested in talking about this topic. It goes into a list of possible topics. And then if I go through the topics and I'm like, okay, here are the 3 that I'm most interested in today, like today, literally this morning. And I go, okay, I want to talk about that. And I put them and I decide I'm going to talk about at least those 3. And then I go to pull my own list of things and I say, okay, what are the things I wanted to talk about today? And I do that. So example, I really wanted to talk about Ethan's Reddit things. Okay. And then my audience wanted me to talk about this and I had already seen it. And I was like, okay, we can talk about this to follow it up because I think it's important. But this video wasn't going to be on my list today, but it became on my list today when I woke up and I looked at the list of options. So, and it coincided, I think, really well with sort of like the different bubbles of boy bubbles on the internet. And keep in mind, these are still boy bubbles. Okay. So I thought it was pretty good, but that's how today went. That's how most of the days go. It's like, I just try to figure out like, what do I want to talk about? What do they want to talk about? Also trending. So then I have to decide, okay, am I going to cover this because it's trending right now? Can I do it? Can I do it justice? Like, do I have the spoons to be smart today? You know what I mean? Like, do I have the wisdom today to cover this topic that's trending and important? Like sometimes I can't talk about Palestine because I'm too emotional. And then I realize like, I don't want to come on stream and take away the attention of Palestine because Brittany's crying on stream, but I almost do cry every time I talk about Palestine. I'm a very, I'm very like emotional, but like I try my hardest to like, when I talk about a topic to make sure that I have the spoons to talk about the topic, you know? Yeah, especially trending, like even like trending that I know will pay my rent. You know, that's a joke on YouTube, but seriously, like sometimes you cover a certain trending topic and it really does like pay a sizable amount of your rent that, you know, you can make like $500 off a video by just talking about a topic. Yeah, that's like a very tempting thing. But even I don't cover every topic because I know I just won't have anything to say. Look, nothing makes me feel worse about myself than covering a topic on YouTube. And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, like nothing makes me feel worse than when I added nothing of help or usefulness to a commentary video. It eats me up alive. Yeah, so that happened. Literally, like, nothing makes me want to die more than knowing I just wasted everybody's time watching me not have anything of interest to say. Anyways, okay, I hope that answered your question.
The question of whether books and ideas more generally can be wrong in interesting ways, Abigail gets self-reflective about her own work.
Another limitation of the format was brought to my attention by this essay, written by scholar and poet Ismartu Gwendolyn. They say that video, this thing that you're watching right now, is a really good medium for hooking people's emotions, but it's not so good at stimulating critical thinking compared to, say, reading.
Ultimately, she lands on the idea that when transporting philosophical ideas to YouTube videos, there's always something that doesn't quite translate.
I never considered that by adapting philosophical texts into videos...
It's this video. Yeah, this is the video I was referencing earlier.
Something might be getting lost in translation. Or something might be getting added in translation. Namely me. and my personality.
For
Exactly.
Abigail, the limit that she
That is very important. Exactly. Our personality. Yeah, we watched this video. So that our personality, my language, our biases, you know, did I rev up the community today to get us ready with an anti-Ethan Klein video? And then we're here. Like, how many of you watch me because I am autistic or I am queer or I am those things? Like, yeah, like that's all the stuff we have to take into consideration. You know, I think about my thumbnails and like what they look like and who am I always talking about? And yeah, like that's why I say like I am trying to insert myself into the conversation as much as possible to remind you that I'm just a person and like we're just people, but everybody is, every philosopher, every system, everything is just people. It's just people. And we keep trying to pretend it's something that it isn't, like it's God or something bigger or it's systems. It's people. People are the issue. It's people. And the thing is, we keep running away from it. We keep running away from people.
identifies to her project is the fundamental tension between education and YouTube. More positively, she posits that her goal with that video was to encourage her audience to sit with that tension and ultimately to think for themselves. Now, I sympathize with what Abigail is arguing about the fundamental tension between the aims of education and the aims of YouTube. I've been trying to get at some of that throughout this video, but I do think that the translation issue she gets at might actually be more of a pedagogical opportunity than it is a problem with communicating big ideas. This is an idea that Kierkegaard explores in his discussion of Socrates and Christ as two models of the teacher. Now, for Kierkegaard, Socrates doesn't represent a teacher as some sort of cashier in a banking model of education. Instead, the teacher is the occasion for the student to realize and experience truth for themselves. In this way, the teacher has a relational nature. They help destabilize the learner so that they can reintroduce a sense of wonder, so they're able to think for themselves. And that way, again, education isn't about giving someone knowledge so that they know things for sure. It's about creating an experience so they can be reacquainted with wonder and curiosity. So in this way, the teacher creates the conditions for thought, but they can't think for you, nor should they attempt to think for you or tell you precisely what to think. And in this way, the learner is treated as an active subject rather than as some objective receptacle for knowledge. And this all brings us back to Paulo Freire. When critiquing the banking model of education, he offers a constructive and liberatory alternative, which he calls problem-posing education. Like Kierkegaard, he poses education as a relational process, in which the conversation between teacher and student is a fundamental part of learning. And again, like Kierkegaard, Freire thinks that problem-posing education is reflective of the fact that humans are in a process of becoming. We're constantly growing, learning, and transcending, so learning needs to reflect that aspect of our own humanity. And Freire adds a nice little Marxist tinge to what we've seen in Kierkegaard, because for him, problem-posing education is a humanist, liberatory, revolutionary praxis, one that can help inform a fight against oppression. In his book, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, he writes that true dialogue cannot exist unless the dialoguers engage in critical thinking which perceives reality as a process, as transformation, rather than as a static entity. Thinking which does not separate itself from action, but constantly immerses itself in temporality without fear of the risk involved. And I don't want to set too high of a standard for those of us who are making philosophical content here on YouTube, but I think we can learn a lot from Kierkegaard and Freire in thinking of ourselves as teachers, and teachers whose job it is to create an occasion, to create a conversation, to create the conditions in which people can experience wonder. No, our job isn't as much to tell people what to think or how to think than it is to invite them into some sort of journey or dialogue of thought. You know, our job should be to destabilize people's everyday understanding of things, to reintroduce wonder, to help folks think about stuff in a different way. I know it sounds a little ambitious, but maybe striving for that is better than the alternative. And this is why I do think that what Abigail describes as a problem could potentially be the very space where philosophical activity can happen on this medium. Okay, so where does this all leave us? You know, is there some magical solution by which we solve the contradiction between philosophical education and YouTube's algorithmic hunger for attention? Before we can answer that, I think we need to acknowledge the realities of the situation. The first is that public intellectuals and their grifter variants aren't going anywhere. People are going to continue making content that promises some level of educational value and that utilizes philosophical figures and concepts to do so.
YouTube as a sustainable endeavor is becoming increasingly more difficult, as you probably know as well. You make less and less money as time goes on. But I hope that we get just more new creative stuff, I suppose. I think it's good.
I want you to process that information, what he just said.
When increasingly more
philosophical figures and concepts to do so.
YouTube as a sustainable endeavor is becoming increasingly more difficult, as you probably know as well. You make less and less money as time goes on. But I hope...
What does that mean? Somebody tell me what that means. You make less and less money as time goes on. What does that mean? Does that mean there are more people on the platform and so more people your audience can donate to rather than you? Does that mean the AdSense changes and you get paid less? Does that mean he counts his best years as his regular years instead of actually creating like a medium for like what is a realistic expectation versus what is good years versus bad years? Yeah, that idea of like you make less money over time, like, yeah, the dollar is crashing. Like, what do you think that means? Like, that's such an interesting way to say that you make money over time. It means his content is bad for audience retention. It means YouTube privileges new audience to new ads. Yeah, we're back to monetization again. Yeah, so like this is always interesting to me. That sentence stands out to me like, oh, you make less money over time. Like, I think it's correct to say that you make less money over time if you thought the height of your money was the height of everything. Like, I haven't reached my height yet because I know I'm still on an upwards trajectory, but I have a default area of money I make. I have good years and I have bad years, but I always have like a default amount and I live on that default amount. I live on the smallest minimal amount that I can guarantee comes in, and everything else is like a good or bad year. And then it goes up, generally speaking. Over, if you looked at a graph, it'd go up, right? And then no matter how much more we make, we live within the least amount. We don't, as far as I'm concerned, like on a good year or a good thing, I didn't make that money. Okay, so I wonder sometimes, like I understand conservatives are making less money, people are getting less views, but a big part of that is like, I feel like is like people might not imagine where they are in 10 years, but like a part of being a content creator, a part of being a YouTuber, ultimately is you're an artist. And ultimately, if you're making a living through your art, you have to consider the audience. So you can't just create and hope that's enough for people to want you, because you have to make yourself an item. Like, we're not Banksy out here. And even Banksy sold out in a big way too. So like, if you don't want to sell out and you want to be a good artist, you have to live off of like a more minimal like lifestyle than, again, fuck you money. But I wonder this concept of like, you'll make less money over time. Most jobs you make more money over time, right? I don't think YouTube is different. I think it's how you have a relationship with YouTube that's different. Like, I don't know if I believe like you like, I don't know what that means. Like, but I guess it's something to take into consideration, right? If you want a traditional job where you make more money over time, you probably want that industry. I don't know. As a creative, that's hard for me to process. You make less money over time. It's like that thing when people say the life of an influencer is 7 years. Yeah, I'm not an influencer. I don't think I've reached my height. Like, I think I'm still starting out. Like, everyone goes, oh my God, you've been here for so long though. Yeah, but I didn't start taking this seriously until 6 years ago. And it's different for me. I'm like on a personal growth journey in real time. So it's different. So I'm just trying to understand it for like, what are you guys doing? It was like when I saw bigger YouTubers who were like, oh, I make less than you. I was like, how do you make less than me? You have a bigger audience than I do. So I'm just trying to figure out like, what is everyone doing? And also, this is a special interest of mine. Hey, what are you doing? Jess said, are they paying an editor, an artist? Yeah, they are paying people, which I think is a mistake. I think a big mistake is thinking you can afford to pay people as an independent artist. I think that's crazy. I think it's like Looney Tunes to think that you are making enough capital to share capital in a world where like you're not making enough to pay people. Like, you are anti-capitalism, but you're building like a corporation situation where you're paying people's monthly bills. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense to me to be an independent artist who's paid game. Like, if people are depending on you and you're paying their rent, Chelsea talked about this, how the stress knowing people are owed money is stressful to her. Yeah, it is stressful to know you are the difference between someone paying rent and not paying rent. That's why most people don't run businesses. It's fucking hard. That's why I am a creative who doesn't run a business in the traditional sense, because it's really fucking hard. And then it's like, you come to a website and say, I don't want to be a capitalist, but I want to pay people in my corporation. And then all the capitalists on YouTube are like, why don't you just do what we're doing? And you're like, oh, I can't. But then why did you, like, why did you make a business? It's a confusing thing where like, yeah, like I saw, I like Elliot saying a lot, so this isn't criticism, but Elliot said, I got to stop doing these video essays. They don't pay and I can't pay my editor. And I kept thinking like, am I the only, like, I cannot be the only one who's doing everything and making a living. Like, I have fibromyalgia. I'm chronically ill. I'm not saying those aren't a reason, but like, how am I paying my bills and doing everything myself? And these people with so many more subscribers and access to resources and clout within the community aren't paying their bills and have to stop making content until they can pay their bills. What is happening? I don't understand what's happening. I don't get it. What am I missing? Like, what am I missing? So why would I stop? Maybe because you know what it is? I think because I show up and I say, I'm going to make content for free and hope to get paid. That's what my belief around YouTube is. I'm going to make content for free in hopes to get paid. And maybe that's the difference. I think. I don't know. I want to talk to them a little bit. Just be like, what are you doing? I don't get it. Or why are you here? I don't get it. Because I love them here. Like everyone makes such great content. But I kind of like, are you not in it for the love of the game? And also getting paid? Are you suffering under capitalism? Don't you understand that you were going to suffer under capital? Like, I don't get it. But see how it sounds so critical? It sounds like I'm judging them. I don't understand it. Jess said, funny that you and your math phobia are better at finances than these people. I don't know if that's it, though. I feel like I'm being so judgmental, but I'm really not trying to. I just don't understand it. I don't understand how you got here. Maybe because my dad owned a business and I saw how hard it was to make sure employees got paid. I can't tell you how many times in my dad's business, like if there was trouble in the company, he always paid his employees before he paid himself. And that was like in a field that was a pretty standard. Like he closed that business after 30 years of a successful business. But that doesn't mean there weren't hard years. That doesn't mean like, you know what I mean? You got to pay for people's health insurance and like, it's so expensive to run a business. I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to figure it out because especially when people are asking for money, I got to know, why am I giving you my money? So again, I don't think I'd be as critical if all these people didn't literally ask people for money. All of them. All these big channels have begged people to join their Patreons, which is so valid. Why do you need money though? Because you know who did it the best? Cavernacle. Fucking love him. He's a real one. Cavernacle's like me. He's like, yeah, I make like 40K. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like Cavernacle and I think I made like 30K on AdSense this year. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. Did you guys think we were all making fucking money over here? But yet we're still fucking vibing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Cavernacle's vibing off his 40K. It's not a lot, but it's something. But he talks about money, but he's not begging you for money. So if you want to donate, great. I tell you right now, like, I'm not making hordes of money, but I'm vibing. You know, it's a vibe. But like I'm living within the little income because I would rather do this here than any other job. So that's what I'm saying. Why are these big YouTubers with millions of subscribers saying they're not making enough money, and Cavernacle and I are here like, What is the difference? What are you doing? I want to know. Discourse said, this is how I feel when people who make 100K talk about struggling. I get that. And I think if I was in their position, I would also be struggling because I would have made whatever mistake they're making. Whatever mistake they're making it. And I want to know what it is. Okay? Like, that's what I want to know what it is. I want to know, what is it? Like, what are you doing? And I make more than 30K. Transparently, I make more than that. That's just what I made on YouTube. I think. I haven't looked at it. Don't quote me. But I do make more than that if the government's listening. I know they know how much I make. I do make more than that. Okay. I don't make 100K, but I make a pretty decent living. Like I do really well for somebody with her status. I do okay. But okay. I'm just trying to figure it out. Anyways, we've ranted about this too long, but I understand it is difficult when people are making so much money and they're struggling, but I understand if your goals are different. Like if they were like, yeah, we do make this much money, but this is how much it costs to do everything. I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. But when I know you're at home filming, a part of me is like, what's your overhead? Like a 5 to 10K a year? I do have a lot of business expenses throughout the year because things cost money, but I'm not like, it doesn't take 10K to film a video, you know? It happens though. You know, I'm not trying to judge. I'm just trying to understand it. I really am not judging. I can see why you're struggling with 100K a year. I get it. Depending on where you live. Like, okay, fun fact. In the Midwest, a starter home is like 150 to 200,000. In California, a starter home is $400,000. I'm used to that economy. I could never survive in California with the money I make. Like I could, but it'd be a struggle. But like in California, like a starter home is $400,000. Think about that. So if you're in California making 100K, I can see the struggle. If you're making 30K in California, I can see the struggle. I 100% can see that. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Like I'm so empathizing with how much daycare costs, healthcare costs, like healthcare, even on the cheapest healthcare in California, if you work part-time, can be $400 a month. I 100% am empathizing. I'm 100%, oh my God, that's crazy. Right? So I just want to make sure that like my heart goes out to you guys. That fucking, I never had health insurance in the States, PS. I couldn't afford it. They wanted $800 a month for health insurance. I was uninsured. I was an uninsured girly. I spent $16K of my own money getting diagnosed with fibromyalgia. That's how long it took. So I'm with you. I understand the struggle. I feel you. Okay? I am not talking shit on people who are struggling. Okay? I want to make sure that's abundantly clear. Yeah. You know.
That we get just more new creative stuff, I suppose. I think it's good when people put their foot forward and create. Capitalism itself has just stripped that desire and drive. Also just like capability. Like we don't have the energy after putting in a 40-hour week to do creative things a lot of the times.
Fun fact, before I was a YouTuber full-time, I worked a full-time 7 to 7 job, and then I'd come home and work 4 to 5 more hours until I did YouTube full-time. And now I work an average of, like I said, 60, 70 hours a week. It's usually 60. I usually try to do 60 to 65 hours a week. And it's great. It's fabulous. I'd rather do this by myself, right? But like, that's the thing is like, I don't know. I understand for the regular person how you come home and you don't want to be creative. I don't have a lot of time to do hobbies. That's true. I work so much. I turned my main hobby into a job. So I definitely do that. But I don't have a lot of time for side hobbies right now. That is true. But to be fair, I turned my main hobby into a job. So like, you know, vibes. But eventually, I'd like to get to the point where I could have 2 days off work. That'd be great. Like maybe in a few years. But right now, I can't do that because I'm a one-woman show. So I have to ride that momentum. I also don't have kids, and I have a partner who's very supportive. So I'm in a very big position of privilege here where like I wake up and I do exactly what I want every day. I am so lucky that I have my dream job. This is my dream job. I literally did it, girls. I got the dream job. I did it. So for me, when I hear people say like, oh, your dream job, like, I don't like it. I'm like, oh, you sure? Are you sure? Because this is like the greatest job ever, but it's only because I love it. In the same way, my friends love their jobs and would never be a YouTuber. Like when you have a dream job, you're like, I love it here. And it could be better. It could be healthier. But yeah, I would love like, even my day off, I work it most of the time. Like all of September, I got to work on my day off because I have to take some time off in October. And so to take time off in October, I got to work every day of the month to afford it. So yeah, that's a struggle. In order to afford to take time off, I do have to work every day. Like I just have to work every day for the next like 6 weeks. And then it'll be fine. It'll be worth it because I'm going to take some time off. My friend's coming into town, which is a very big deal. And then that's it. And then I'll lock in for winter, you know? But that's okay. Like that. And I'm like a chronically ill girly. For some reason, I still do it. But I don't want to say that because I do it, you have to do it. I feel like I ranted too much today. What is for me is not for you. What is for me is not for you. I'm just letting you know that it's interesting to me when I'm like, oh, we're having different experiences. Can you tell me more about yours? I wish in this video I could understand more of the point. Why is capitalism the point of this video somehow? How did this video become about money? I thought this was about philosophy. Thanks, Chad says we come here for the rant, girl. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
The second reality is that we're currently entrenched in a crisis of higher education that does not have an end in sight. Less and less students, and especially working class students, are going to have the opportunity to attend colleges and universities due to financial constraints. At the same time, we are witnessing the closure of departments that teach philosophy and the humanities more generally, while at the federal and state level, there are ongoing attempts to punish faculty.
Because this is academia philosophy. That's what Michael Burns is. That's why it's interesting, but he's academia. Somebody said that to him the other day when he was like, why is Alex O'Connor talking to Andrew Schulz about the trolley problem? And they're like, maybe this is your position as an academic. Like, you don't understand. People can't have this conversation with you. You know what I mean? Like, he has to explain it to them in this way because like they don't even understand the basics. And that's why I'm saying like, I love all of these bubbles, but sometimes it is interesting to see the philosophy bubbles also be so like out of touch. You know what I mean? What did you think Alex O'Connor was going to show up on Flagrant and talk about deep philosophical ideas? Or did you think they were talking about pushing a fat man on a train track? Like, what did you think was going to happen? You know what I mean? These people are stupid. Like, no offense. These people, the average American has like a 7th grade reading level. What are we talking about? We're idiots. Americans are stupid. We need you to hold our hand. And also, to be fair, the most interesting thing about life is sort of things that make sense to us directly. Like, this video is just, I like it, but it's very unrelatable. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just very, it feels a little bit out of touch. But that's okay. Because, you know, that's okay.
For teaching subjects that are deemed too woke or feminist or black or Marxist, basically all the good philosophy stuff. At this point, the only institutions to continue offering degrees in philosophy and the humanities are going to be elite institutions largely.
Degrees? Who's going to college, girl? Degrees? Who has money for school? Anyways, I love this. I'm just poking fun.
By children of wealth and privilege. But hey, at least Wall Street investors will have read David Hume.
Oh, wait. This is a funny joke. He made a funny joke. Hold on.
The only institutions to continue offering degrees in philosophy and the humanities are going to be elite institutions largely attended by children of wealth and privilege. But hey, at least Wall Street investors will have read David Hume, you know?
That's funny. That's a good joke.
I felt this wild sense of relief. Like, I'm so glad I didn't put all my eggs in the basket of academia earlier and instead did this absolutely batshit career pivot that felt completely irresponsible and unreasonable and like not a sensible thing to do. But if anything, I'm in a much better position now than I would have been if I had kind of stuck to the conventional path, because the conventional path is dying.
While the situation is grim, I think the existence of something like a robust community of philosophical content on YouTube is important for at least 2 reasons. First, it creates an educational apparatus that runs parallel to the traditional university system, where individuals can have access to text and ideas that have historically only been available to those with the means and ability to attend college. This is even more important at a time when even those who do attend college might be at institutions that no longer teach philosophy and the humanities due to the impending threat of an authoritarian government trying to control ideology through education.
That was the first like course that I recorded. And interestingly, people really responded to it. And the biggest kinds of comments I got were, thank you for doing this because my professor won't explain anything, which just shows you how bad a lot of academics are. I can't afford to go to school, or I've been out of school a long time. Thanks for uploading this because I get to feel like I'm in a classroom and get to learn things. And then, people would have more focused questions on like, okay, so you're saying this, what does this mean? And then you interact with them, right? It was very, very cool to get to like answer questions and deal with comments and stuff like that.
This makes it more valuable than ever when folks with a background in philosophical teaching and research view YouTube as a platform worthy of their time and effort.
At the same time, right, like there is a genuine possibility
and stuff like that.
It makes it more valuable than ever when folks with a background in philosophical teaching and research view YouTube as a platform worthy of their time and effort.
At the same
What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I want to recommend Carefree Wandering, who's one of my favorite philosophy channels. Not a big hitter, but yet should be so fucking good. His podcasts are so good. Check him out. He's really great. He's a professor of philosophy and religious studies, but he is like really good. Like his shit is fucking good. Like he's an academic philosopher, but he's good, bro. He's, and as far as I can always tell from his videos, very leftist, very progressive, very thoughtful. But he's I think he's German, but he's very grounded. Like he'll make a video about PewDiePie and you're like, damn, why do you even know about this? He'll make a video about ContraPoints or whoever, Philosophy Tube. I'm like, why do you even know about this bubble? But he talks about it with such a seriousness that's so good. And he's really like, it's what I think is missing from some of these academic bubbles, I'm so sorry to say, in this video here. But like, it feels like Carefree Wandering did maybe miss a few dinners growing up as a kid. Feels a little bit like he couldn't pay every, phone bill he had. It feels a little bit like he did grapple with life and death decisions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he seems like to have a real grasp on the hard reality of life, plus academic background, plus philosophy, plus a little bit of pop culture. That's why I recommend him, okay? Something about this particular genre of white man philosopher on the internet feels a little bit like white man philosopher on the internet to me. And I say this as somebody who likes white man on the internet philosopher. I like him. I like them. But you know what I mean? It talks about struggle, but it's not representing struggle. It talks about the system. It's not, but then it's talking about academia. Bro, talk about how academics should find it worth their time to be on YouTube. What the fuck not, snobs? Why not? Why the fuck not? What, you think you're too good for me? You think you're better than us? Do you know what I mean? You think you're better than us? Like, what do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. Is YouTube is not good enough for you? The implication is that this video is like, it thinks it's better than us, which is like interesting, right?
Background in philosophical teachings
and deal with comments and stuff like that.
This makes it more valuable than ever when folks with a background in philosophical teaching and research view YouTube as a platform worthy of their time and effort.
At the same time,
what does that mean? This sounds like old guy in mom's basement who doesn't know the youth have the answers. It's just giving old people in academia no better than the silly kids on YouTube. And I'm like, okay.
Right? Like there is a genuine possibility for the democratization of understanding knowledge and knowledge production through these technologies. And like this stuff gets into more people's hands, into more people's heads than it was probably possible even just a few decades ago. I don't know what this actually like, I'm not here to make any claims about like how this will or will not translate into effective political reality or anything like this. But I think it is a good thing that a lot of people who maybe weren't going to go to college and study philosophy are listening to a show like mine or like yours and encountering these ideas in a way that's like genuinely open-minded and creative. And I think that's good. And I think that the more of that, the better, right? Like, we have our adversaries. The reactionaries are pumping out content too, and we can at least kind of try to like help them out, combat these ideas with better ones.
And an alternative space to create intellectual work. Second, I think that this encourages the larger project of cognitive mapping as outlined by Frederick Jameson, who we're currently reading in my reading group over on Patreon. As I've talked about in recent videos, cognitive mapping describes a type of spatial analysis which shows the totality of class relations on a global scale. This means a type of system by which we can understand our place in the global system and see the connections between things we might not otherwise see as necessarily related.
Broadly, we are all like living under neoliberal hegemonic capitalism, and it's like this is it's more kind of like, okay, how much more can we chip away at this without necessarily also encouraging it or promoting it.
And I know from personal experience that many folks are drawn into philosophy channels on YouTube to try to make sense of why their jobs feel so terrible, or why the world feels like it lacks a sense of justice, or why it's just so hard to find happiness in this life. People have a genuine desire to understand the world that we live in.
Yes. which I can't guarantee you'll learn that from my channel, but I'll tell you this right now. I figured it out for my own life. And so I guarantee I probably have a few tools that can help you in yours. But I don't sell you a course, and I'm not selling you a fucking book. Well, maybe I'll write a book one day, but not about this. Okay, but I'm serious. Like, yes, that is why we like philosophy. Have you figured it out? Do you have a good life? Are you happy? I want to know why so many philosophers are fucking depressed. Because yes, depression is a part of it, but are we done being depressed now? And I don't mean clinically depression. I don't mean depressed in general. I don't mean mental health depressed. I mean philosophically depressed. Philosophical depression is a part of the growth once you're past that point, though. And these academics, I'm sorry, do you guys, hello? Like Carefree Wondering seems like a person who is in academia, but he's not depressed. And I don't mean mental health depression. I want to make that abundantly clear. Depression is a lifelong struggle for people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm nihilistic depression, right? Like Dr. K, he's not nihilistically depressed. Vervaeke's not nihilistically depressed. Okay? And so I'm asking, like, are you nihilistically depressed? Because I'm over it. I'm so sick of nihilistically depressed men being like, oh my God, the systems, man, and life's so hard, man. It's like, girl, get the fuck off my YouTube page. Okay? I don't want to hear you complain about how like, life is so hard, man. I got a college degree. My life's so fucking hard. Like, girl, get out here. Get out of my fucking face. And so, like, I just want to know, like, okay, great. Have you, like, figured something out? Because, like, yeah, life is hard, bro. Let's start giving people some fucking tools. Life is hard. Let's get people fucking fed, clothed, sheltered. Let's go.
And well-made philosophy
By the way, it sounds like I'm really arguing with Michael Burns. I'm not. I'm arguing with the premise of the video.
videos can offer something to help them get there.
I often think of like philosophy. There's a lot of like things you want to talk about, like what the value of it is. But I think one of the primary values is like giving you the words to say something that you can already kind of recognize.
Yeah,
Like it gives you the
kind of-
vocabulary to make sense of your own experience.
But there's also a real danger in having one of the main points of access to philosophical ideas outside of the university be a platform like YouTube.
I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why? I don't want you here.
That's because, like all digital content, the logic of YouTube encourages drama, anger, and rage-based content. Creators are rewarded with views and monetary gain for angry takedowns or the perpetuation of fear and political resentment.
I don't associate with other YouTube philosophy people generally and other video essay people generally, because I think the barrier of entry is zero and that people aren't required to hold themselves accountable to any journalistic or philosophical or academic or intellectual standards, basically. So it's like a space that is very rife for, I don't know, anything. And so it's just not, so to me, it's not that if there's no barrier of entry and it could be like anything and anyone's allowed to do it, then you don't have a lot of integrity to the space. There's not like strong community, there's not strong principles, there's not like a
Do we not see the problem with this? Do we not see the problem with this?
strong sort of overarching mission and ethos. Yet I do think that the future is integrating humor and individual passion and rhetoric and charisma into academia and intellectual pursuits. I don't really believe in trying to keep those things separate.
The worst part of this is that
Okay, watch it again.
To integrate an overarching mission and peace, and it could be like anything and anyone. It's just like a space that is very rife for, I don't know, anything. And so it's just not. So to me, it's not that if there's no barrier of entry and it could be like anything and anyone's allowed to do it, then you don't have a lot of integrity to the space. There's not like strong community. There's not strong principles. There's not like a strong sort of overarching mission and ethos.
What space? What are you gatekeeping? Do you, what space? What standard? For who? Whose standard? What do you mean? What are we talking about? They're not academically inclined? Intellectually there? What are you talking about? Are you talking about on YouTube? You're talking about YouTube. What space on YouTube? We act like there's spaces, like there's areas and bubbles, but like, what are you talking about? It just feels so like, so you're gonna look at marginalized communities and say like, you can't be here? Like I'm saying everyone has a right to philosophically explore. It doesn't matter. As long as you're open-minded and curious. It's not about your, if you're well-read, it's not about your access to academia. It's not about anything else. Right? It's not that anyone can join. That's not the problem. The gift is that anyone can join the conversation. The issue is that we're not accepting that a majority of people aren't ready to have the conversations that you would like to see, but there's so many conversations to be had all the same. Like, we have to accept the state of the world to change the state of the world, right? So as a YouTuber, I am more fulfilled explaining to people Philosophy 101 than I am trying to talk to academics who can't contend with what I'm saying. Because they're like, you're not doing it my way in academia. Yeah, girl, because academia is a bubble. I love it, but it's not like everyone's world. Philosophy is for everybody. Everyone should engage in philosophy. Every single person should be in full. So then I'm like, what are you saying? Of course, there's no barrier to entry. Everyone should be able to make a video essay and talk. The issue is that you as an audience find the people that resonate with you, and then we must accept that these are the people who are resonating with people, and then decide how to counter that. Look, I already know I'm niche. Okay, if I was trying to be more popular, yes, I could do something about that. Edit differently or something. But I'm not trying to be popular. I'm trying to find answers, right? So I already have a living doing that, so I don't need to sell out. But also, I wouldn't make a barrier to entry into the sphere because I think everyone should want to do it. Everyone should be encouraged to do it. So it's confusing to me why you would use this language. So let's watch it again.
Barrier takedowns or the perpetuation of fear and political
And also, to be fair, I don't consider Jubilee philosophy or like Asmongold philosophy. These are just commentary channels. These are debate channels. Yes, it can be a form of philosophy, but it obviously is the Colosseum form of philosophy. So it's not even like it's the most popular, but you can make good philosophy. Who's the atheist guy? He makes really good philosophical content about Jubilee. Oh, he's like a rocker dude. He kind of looks like he's like a metal dude. He makes really good. He's like a skeptic-y kind of guy. He makes really interesting. There's two of them. There's like three of them I watch, and I don't know their names right now. I can't think of it. But they review Jubilee and talk about it, and it's really good. Okay? It's like really good. And I'm like, that's good. You know, it's not like, maybe it's not what you want, but you don't have to be in a Jubilee video to talk about a Jubilee video because it's real life. Genetically modified skeptic, that's one of them. Yes, and then there's another one. There's another one. I don't remember his name right now. But the point is that I think what we run the risk of is not seeing the value in these commentary spheres. See, I do see the value. I gotta be real. There is something so valuable about these spheres because they are a representation of the world. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to discount all of the boy bubbles as not a very important phenomenon we should be paying attention to, while still not uplifting them as something good. But there's a reason Jubilee works, and we should be exploring that. We should be talking about it. Andrew Tate worked for a reason. We should be talking about that. That's what we should be talking about. But we're not talking about it, I guess, enough zoomed out or zoomed in. I think we just talk about things without actually getting somewhere. Look, we're 45 minutes into this video. What's our takeaway, right? Like, what are we taking away? It's a great video generally. It's okay video. I'm not sure if the point of the video, I'm not sure if I should hate commentary channels or if I should hate Jubilee or if I should hate that YouTubers aren't making money. But what did I learn philosophically from it anyways? Like, what did I even learn about my own life yet? This whole video ended up being about monetization and capitalism. You know? Let's see, though. Let's see. Let's re-listen to this one more time to make sure our prejudice and bias isn't playing a role in how we're hearing the sentence.
I don't associate with other YouTube philosophy people generally and other video essay people generally.
Who is he? Who are they talking about? Who is CJ talking about? Who? What video essayist people? Most of the leftists or who? Are they saying they aren't good enough? Like those people aren't good enough? Are they saying, because don't they hang out with J-Reg and stuff? And they just did a video with Not So Erudite and FT Signifier. So you'll do a video with Kyla, who's supporting Destiny, but you won't do a video with who? Do you know what I'm saying? Because they're in politics. So politically, you'll talk to a woman who supports a predator, but you won't talk to who? Do you know what I'm saying? And I get it. As somebody who doesn't talk to people, generally, yeah, I get it. I'm doing it because I'm afraid of being harassed and stalked, but you're doing it because you don't think they're smart enough? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I literally am so afraid of collabing with people because I'm afraid of getting harassed again. But I would love to collab with people. Do you know what I mean? Wait, he also did a collaboration with Young. You mean Frank? The crazy camera guy? Because that man is gone. That man left the planet years ago. Okay, let's try it again.
Because I think the barrier of entry is zero, and that people aren't required to hold themselves accountable to any journalistic or philosophical or academic or intellectual standards, basically.
Okay, listen to that again.
Themselves accountable to any
PF.
journalistic or philosophical or academic.
Journalistic or academic or intellectual, all of this is very classist.
That people aren't required to hold themselves accountable to any journalistic or philosophical
So all of this is elitist talking points, right? Like, am I crazy?
or academic or intellectual standards, basically.
What standards? Journalistic, academic. Who? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? That's why I personally like to talk to just people. People teach me more about life than anything else, including academics. But if there's like this barrier to entry, like this standard, then you know what I mean? Like, what does this mean?
So it's like a space that is very rife for, I don't know, anything. And so it's just not, so to me, it's not that if there's no barrier of entry and it could be like anything and anyone's allowed to do it, then you don't have a lot of integrity to the space. There's not like strong community, there's not strong principles, there's not like a strong sort of overarching mission and ethos.
Mission and ethos. It's like group activity, but I don't understand the barrier of entry to be a part of the community. You know? But wishing CJ the best.
Yet I do think that the future is integrating humor and individual passion and rhetoric and charisma into academia and intellectual pursuits. I don't really believe in trying to keep those things separate.
The worst part of this is that it leads to content created by people who I really imagine at some point had a genuine passion for philosophy and big ideas, but that now are simply reduplicating the very spirit of individualism, cruelty, and competition that's at the heart of the logic of capitalism itself. Folks like this are basically just the spirit of the algorithm come to life. And because of that, they're often rewarded by the algorithm for their unholy sacrifice.
Why are we fighting? Like, what is the ultimate goal here? If not sort of coming to try to some kind of mutual understanding and collaboration that's hopefully going to be positive and generative. And just like the culture of, debate bro, or like, the philosophy conference guy who just like wants to win is, it's pathetic. It's deeply
I agree with this, that like people used to hate me in the debate space because I thought I was going there for philosophical discussion. And I was like, guys, I'm not going to debate with you. Like, it's not about winning. It's about coming to good conclusions with good data. But like, are they doing that? Is anybody doing it? Because I'm waiting for it. I'm literally waiting for someone to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? But are they doing it? Are these other philosophy YouTubers who complain no one's doing it? Are you doing it? Because you guys are all literally friends. Because I watch all your collabs and none of you are doing it. I watch all the collabs, no one's doing it yet. Do you know what I'm saying? I watch Syphilis talk to Michael Burns. The whole video is just two white guys in a position of privilege complaining that life is hard. That's all the video was. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be that girly, but like, bro, I'm so desperate for it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. I will take it. I'm trying, bro. I keep watching all these videos. I'm waiting for someone to do it. I'm waiting to see somebody. I think, I don't know. Maybe it's me and Britt Hartley. I gotta figure out what Britt and I are gonna go over. I gotta reach out to her. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm just waiting for the girlies to rise up. Girls, the they, thems. Let's rise the fuck up. Let's go. Where are we? Okay.
Cure. First of all, it's coming from like a really sad little place where, like, at end of day, what have you, did you do it? Did you beat that guy in the God argument? Did you win? How much is that really giving you? Is that spiritually nourishing?
And even those who are very aware of the insidious logic of the algorithm have to constantly fight the temptation to give in just a little bit more in hopes that it'll make their channels more successful and more sustainable. This is, of course, made even harder in an era of economic scarcity when so many seemingly successful content creators are scrambling to diversify revenue streams to be able to make a living and pay their teams. This leaves us in the middle of the contradiction.
Pay their teams, pay their teams, pay their teams. I'm sorry, how many philosophers literally died poor without any money? Because at the end of the day, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
between the demands.
I'm not saying you should die poor. I'm saying everyone deserves food, water, and shelter. I just think it's like, I remember when Michael Burns, his audience got mad because he said, I want 2,000 patrons. That would be sustainable for me to pay myself and my team. And they were like, Jesus. You know, when the average the average person on Patreon has like, I don't even know how many people, but 2,000, like, I get it, because when you compare yourself to ContraPoints, you're like, well, Contra has 50,000. Why can't I have 2,000? But then the question should really be, why does she have 50,000? The real question is, why does she have 50,000? In some ways, if we really believed in a leftist prescription, we would, as viewers, not allow her to have 50,000, and we would give that to other creators. We would see she had 50,000 and say, oh, she's got enough. I'm going to give it to somebody else. But because we live in a capitalistic bubble, and because our brains work that way, we think, yeah, but we want what she's giving us. So she wins out. Same with Hassan. You would think once Hassan became a millionaire, you guys would stop giving him money, so you could give it to other creators. But you still give him money the same way you still give Contra money, because you still want their product. Capitalism. And that's it. So then that puts everybody else in a position where, like, oh yeah, we all have to contend with the reality that no matter how much we want to escape it, even in leftist circles, you still want the product you want. It's not the vibe you want. And that's fine. I get it. I'm here for it. But the reality is that the same leftist community you hope to capture doesn't want you. They want ContraPoints. They want Hassan. And that's okay. That's humans are going to human. That's where they are right now. That's what they want to see right now. That's okay. That's where they're at. But if they were strategic with where they put their money, they would give it, you know, they would think about, okay, who's making enough money? Now I got to go support somebody else. I got to go give it you know what I mean? It's really hard to put into practice your beliefs. It's really hard to show up in the world and not want more. And it's really hard to deal with that FOMO, because I know Natalie does do a lot of behind the scenes Patreon stuff. I know a lot of people who make a lot of money on Patreon. They're doing Patreon only content. Even Khadijah is doing Patreon. Khadijah is leaving YouTube, but they're on Patreon. T Noor is on Patreon. People are probably making a lot of money just on Patreon. And that's okay. That's good. But, okay. Again, it's this idea that I think is so interesting about the world. Like, are you strategic with who you even give money to in the first place? Just food for that.
YouTube, which are ultimately driven by the logic of capital and the desire to create philosophical work that's confrontational to the spirit of capitalism. And I think it's ultimately something that every philosophy creator has to navigate for themselves in terms of how they make sense of their own project. When I talked to Jared Henderson, he had some interesting thoughts on this problem.
Yeah, I think of myself as like a virus inside of YouTube. Like I have to because it's really a platform that's like optimized for like gaming and entertainment creators, or like, and I have to like play just enough of that. I have to like hijack those cells just enough to then like inject myself into it. But like not so much that it kills the host. And so
that's so funny to me. Chad says, you did this before. Didn't you leave YouTube and go to Patreon? Yeah, I did. When I was debating if I should ever come back to YouTube again, because I was really going through it, I left. And then I was making like $1,500 a month. And that's what I was living off of on Patreon. And I was posting on Patreon, doing Patreon only content. That was cool. Doing live shows, doing all that stuff. And then I came back to YouTube. Yeah. And it's been great. Like, it's been a great process. Like, the whole thing's been great. And I'm so grateful that my patrons stayed. I also worked as a nanny. So at some point, I was living just off Patreon. And then at some point, I got a nanny job to help. Well, because I need to make more money. And then I decided that I was going to do YouTube full time. It was a journey to decide to be a content creator. I think that's also a part of it. Is like, look, I have so many friends who work in the arts. I have so many friends who work in really difficult fields. And one thing they say is a lot of people dream about being in the field, but they don't understand that once you get there, it is not glorious. It is not that. You have to really love it, or you will be like, what the fuck am I doing here? And that's how it feels with YouTube, where I think a lot of people dream about being here. And they feel like, if I'm not rich and I'm not famous, why am I here? And that's something I had to decide too. Did I want to come back to YouTube because I wanted to be rich and famous, or because I had a calling? And I feel like I'm answering a call. I feel like I'm being guided to kind of like vibe out in this space. I feel like I am nourished here. Like my partner can always see it. They can always tell like, oh my God, you had a really good stream today, didn't you? I was like, oh dude, we talked about so many good ideas. Like the audience was so good today. Like everybody was so fucking on it. Like, you know, I talk about you guys. You know, I talk about you guys. I do. Oh, look, is that Indiana? Look at her. I talk about you guys. I'll get off stream and be like, oh, people were so great today. They're so smart. Like I was like, man, they had some good fucking ideas, bro. And like that shit is so meaningful to me. It's so meaningful to me to be able to like log off and be like, fuck, people are so smart. Like people have so much to give, you know? Discord cute. You know, like I think it's so important. But it is a risk. I wake up every day and I wonder, like I could wake up tomorrow and YouTube could be gone. I wake up tomorrow, Patreon could be gone. I'm well aware that I could wake up tomorrow and I could all be gone. And that's why I think I'm just grateful to be here. Right? I'm really, really grateful to be here, right? Chad said, I hesitate to make something I really love into a living. I think that can ruin it. It can. There are definitely things I decided not to make a living. I have a video about this on my podcast channel. I'll link the podcast channel. You guys can check it out. I have a video about this, about like, you know, are you a chef or a cook? It's like this idea, like there are things I could have chosen to focus on, but I didn't because I knew I wouldn't be able to do it. Do you know what I mean? I chose this thing for a reason. I didn't choose it because it's my favorite hobby. I chose it because I could sustain it as a job and I wouldn't hate it. I would still love it. That's why I chose to do it. I could have done so many other things. I mean, I have an OnlyFans, I have creative work. In another life, I would have gotten a sewing machine and made clothes. I just couldn't do those things as a living. I want to do art, like I can draw, but like I can't do it as a living. And so I didn't make it into my job, you know? So some things that I do, I just do for myself. I just do for myself, you know? Someday she'll even sleep. Someday. Okay, let's finish out this video. We're almost done.
That's how I think about this.
Okay,
There's the final elephant in the room.
Ready? The problem of community. Let's go. And I consider us, guys, an exceptional community. Look, between the Discord, we just did a philosophy event. First of all, holy fuck, it was so good. It was so stimulating. It was like, we do this yearly event, and it was so magical. It's always magic. Every year is fucking so good. Okay? I come to YouTube. I do my Monday streams. I talk to you guys. Like, I am so proud of this community. So I feel like we are an example of a thriving, amazing community. Let's see what he talks about. Part 7, the problem of community. Let's talk about it. And by the way, I think the greatest thing about my community is we tend to encourage each other to touch grass. A lot of you guys are also volunteering. You're touching grass. You're doing community work. You're hanging out with family and friends. Like this isn't for all of us. Like I know I spend a lot of time here, but we also, I think, are encouraging each other to like be a part of our outside community as much as our inside community, you know, especially with winter around the corner. I assume most of you will come. Like, by the way, like when winter hits, I assume more people will be here because a lot of my community touches grass. So many people in my community go touch grass in the summer. In the winter, there's going to be more of us, which I'm so excited about. But like, that's also a good sign of a healthy community, right?
Not discussed yet. And it's the problem of community. One thing you'll notice about early philosophical texts is that they are dialogues in which the act of conversation and communication enables people to arrive at new forms of critical thought. And if you've ever taken a great philosophy class, your professor likely created an environment full of discussion and collaboration, exploring text and ideas together, letting a variety of perspectives inform your reading. And this collaborative and human aspect of doing philosophy can be lost when one person is talking into a camera in a room by themselves, creating a video that will later be watched by people that are sitting and staring at screens by themselves. But it goes further than that, as in a more traditional academic model, teachers and scholars.
P.S. If you guys are thinking about joining the Discord, we start dissecting The Good Place. We're finally doing it. I've wanted to do it for so long. We're going through and deconstructing and having discussions around The Good Place starting September 14th. Every Sunday on the Discord, if you guys want to join us. I'm very excited. Oh, I can't wait.
In a system that brings them into regular contact with other people working in their fields. And their research necessitates that they keep up with the literature in their area of specialization. They attend conferences. They develop their own ideas.
Just a reminder, 18 plus, because, you know, not that anyone's a minor in my audience, but like we don't hang out with kids. We're not Ethan Klein or Destiny. Okay.
is not as isolated individuals, but as members of larger intellectual communities, at least in an ideal research setting.
I thrive working by myself. Like I am honestly very happy to spend hours and hours and hours working on things by myself. I don't think that's good for me. Like, I think it is better for me and produces better things to be in conversation with people. Even though I think, like, for me personally, it takes some additional like work to like compromise and stuff. And if anything, I worry now that as an island, as you say, I'm becoming increasingly out of touch. Like, I don't want everything I do to be like, well, I used to be in this field, and so let me speak to what I used to know, though I'm not actually connected to it anymore. Before, when I was like still had one foot in each, I could at least kind of like liaise between those. But now I do worry about being too much of an island, especially because of how much I like it. Like, I'm not going to try to change it of my own accord. I worry about kind of like becoming my own echo chamber too, because maybe you can relate to this. So when you start getting feedback, you kind of have to start desensitizing yourself to it. Otherwise, it would make you go crazy, right? If I
love the only girl on the whole interview, and I'm like, yes, queen, yes, queen. Yeah, I think I try really hard to like touch grass, talk to other people. I also find myself being a little out of touch with like, you know, people. And so I have to like touch grass again because, you know, this really is a bubble. And so like, yeah, I think it's really easy to get out of touch with people. And I don't blame anybody for it, bro. I do not blame you for being out of touch. I'm just saying like, it happens no matter who you are. But I don't think YouTube is unique in this. I think listen, I have a brother who's so out of fucking touch. He doesn't even know what's happening around the world. Like, I tell you this right now, if you asked him about anything, he'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's too busy living and raising his kids and doing stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the world, like, touching grass to different people means different things. Go hang out with your family or go find out what's happening on the news. Like, oh, you're out of touch. You don't know there's a genocide happening. Like, people don't know these things. But we forget because we're in this bubble where it's everywhere that everyone must know. I guarantee you somebody on this planet absolutely has no clue what's going on. So like you have to kind of get yourself to understand like there's always going to be stuff you're not going to know about, right? But it's good to just like ground yourself again, you know?
Seriously, most of the comments I get, I would have such a horrible self-image, right? It is a very good thing I started this job at this age and not any younger, because I would not have had the mental fortitude and like strength and sense of personhood to handle this level of like scrutiny.
But here on YouTube, you don't have to interact with anyone in your niche. You can have a successful philosophy channel without ever talking to other creators or sharing your work with them or asking for feedback or just building relationships so you can share in the ups and downs of creating meaningful work on a ruthless platform.
Despite all these criticisms I have on the zero barriers of entry, if we could create some cultural standards, I think this medium is really, really good, because I think it's very huge.
What does that mean? So I can tear them down again? What does that mean to have standards of entry? For what? For who? Where is this border? Borderless world, borderless world. Why are we creating borders? What is this? CJ needs to give me details. What do they mean? Why are we creating borders? What are we talking about here? Somebody make sense. Somebody make sense.
And very of the moment and meeting the moment, to be funny and include a bunch of pop culture and to be eclectic in your connections and make a sincere philosophical argument that's like entertaining and not opaque and inaccessible. I think that there's a lot of need for communicators of ideas.
So to really make the project of Philosophy YouTube sustainable and to create some human barriers against the all-consuming fire of algorithmic logic, we need to find some ways to better engage with our own audiences and communities so that we're encouraging a type of active and dialogical learning, while also working as creators to support each other creatively and personally. Now, I'm not saying that if enough of us join together, we can start a YouTube Philosophers Union.
Ooh, they're talking about group activities. I'm out. I'm sorry. I can't do the group activity stuff. No, y'all are too dramatic. I can just tell the drama is underneath the cloak of your fucking wall. See, group activities would have been better had you not talked about barrier to entry. See how group activities? Group activities for what? What game? What are we doing? What is it? I don't know. I don't like it.
and take down the system, because we can't. But we might be able to strengthen each other and our communities while helping to find ways to succeed without giving in to algorithmic slop. Because in a world where the Nelk boys are getting millions of views for having a chill hang with a war criminal, or where Jubilee continues to let Nazi dudes just kind of casually share their nuanced points of view,
I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which
Lord.
is majority white, and should stay that way.
I think the least that we could do is create more room for the Olivia Sons and the Epoch Philosophies and the Then and Nows and the Jared Hendersons and the Overthink podcast and the CJ the X's of the world and all the other great up-and-coming young philosopher creators who I might...
Focus! These people will never be mainstream like the Nelk Bros. I don't know why you're trying to be the Nelk Bros. Do you know what I'm saying? Please focus.
might not know about Overthink podcast and the CJ the X and the...
should stay that way.
I think the least that we could do is create more room for the Olivia Sons.
Okay, Olivia has 1 million fucking subscribers. She has 1 million fucking subscribers. Her videos get 600,000 views, 900,000 views, 200,000 views, 300,000 views. What is the fucking problem? What are you contending with? She's 1 million fucking subscribers. I love her, by the way. Love her. But what are you? She's not suffering under capitalism. Like, what are you talking about?
And the Epoch Philosophies
Okay, 100,000 subscribers. Definitely could use more, but great views.
and the Then and Nows.
500,000 subscribers, but like okay views. Could use more, definitely. Okay.
And the Jared Henderson.
600,000 subscribers. 2 million views on the last video from 10 months ago. 2 million views from 8 months ago. 1 million views from 2 years ago. 1 million views from 2 years ago. 1 million views from 2 years ago. 1 million views from 6 months ago. I'm going to kill myself on principle.
And the Overthink podcast.
Overthink podcast, 100,000 subscribers. Definitely. Oh, I've seen this one. Should everyone do philosophy? I saw that one. Okay, not a lot of views, but maybe we gotta watch more of them then. We gotta watch more of them.
The CJ the X's of
CJ, 300,000 subscribers and one of the biggest Patreons. One of the biggest Patreons. CJ has 8,224 members. 8,000 members. I don't know how many of them are paid members, but 8,000 members. Oops, I just joined for free. You know what? Worth it. Okay, I've joined for free. $3 a minimum, $5 or $10. Okay, I joined for free. But like, hello? Do you know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? You just took the most like popular people and you were like, they still need help. What are we talking about?
Of the world and all the other great up
and coming
young philosopher creators who I might not know about to take up more space on this platform so that philosophy on YouTube.
Stop. Did you guys just take a picture of fucking Indiana to tell me to get up and go let her out? Hold on. She's not scratching at the door yet. She's contemplating her. She's not yet. Look at her. She's looking at me. She's just contemplating her existence. She doesn't even know that she wants to get out yet. Hold on. She could wait.
YouTube is a thriving, interactive, and communal ecosystem, all brought to you by lucrative sports gambling sponsorships. Okay, maybe not the last part. You know, maybe we find better sponsors. No, not weapons companies. But what would be a good sponsor for philosophy? Like the wine industry?
No, we do not need more alcoholic philosophers.
That coffee?
That's so pretentious. Guys, are you not signaling pretentious to show up on stream with a glass of wine? What are you, fucking Hemingway? You're gonna blow your brains out after we're done? I'm sorry. Oh, my fibros got me so stiff. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? People are so unserious. I'm sorry. This is such an unserious video. We need more philosophy community members. Also, these people who are literally the top streamers and slash... Okay. It's fine. I love this video.
Folks. Now, I must, of course, give a special shout out to my audience and community who have meant so much to me since I started this channel. And an extra special shout out to all...
Stop. Someone said the trackies and the dress combo. Listen to me when I say, if I'm going to wear a dress, I'm going to be comfy. I'm absolutely wearing sweatpants. I'm on my period. Leave me alone. That's why I'm moody, okay? I'm on my period. It's comfy. It feels good, girls. Trust me. You know what it is. Dress and sweats combo. That's how you got to do it. Cute on top, comfy on the bottom.
of my patrons. We're currently in the midst of an ongoing Frederick Jameson reading group over there, so if you're interested in his work, consider joining us. It's been really fun thus far, and I'm trying really hard to make it accessible, even if you don't have a background in this sort of stuff. Of course, my patrons also make it so that I don't have to rely on having sponsors in all of my videos, and can instead choose to work with companies that I feel good about. So in the spirit of this video, please do share your favorite philosophy creators in the comments. I know there's tons of folks that are probably making amazing work that I've never heard of, and I'd love an excuse to binge some.
Ooh, Chet said, did your fibro get in your hands too? It's everywhere, girl, head to toe. Yeah, my fingers constantly feel broken. That's like one of the weirdest symptoms, is like I'm almost sure sometimes that my fingers are broken, but the doctor said it's the fibro. Or like my toes or my feet. Yeah, it's everywhere, girlies. What are you gonna do? Hey!
I imagine you want to do the same thing. Thanks to everyone who took the time to talk to me for this video. I really appreciate it. And if you're thinking, but Michael, why didn't you talk to my favorite philosopher creator? There's a good chance that I emailed them and just never heard back, which is fine, you know, because people are busy. I'm a stranger. They probably had better stuff to do. But I do love talking to folks who make philosophy and theory content on my stream, and would love suggestions for anyone else you want to see me talk to. Okay, I'm filming this late at night. And
No, don't spam him. Chat said, should we spam Brittany Simon in his chat? No. Okay, you know what? I don't know what happened. Here's my theory. I have a theory, and Michael could clear it up if he wanted to, but he doesn't have to. So I have a theory that I offended maybe Michael a little bit because I'm critical of big channels asking for money. I'm critical. But Michael, I also think maybe was socially pressured because I made a video about Michael. He commented. Then he's like, oh, I just got to the part where you wanted to collab. I'm down. So then I emailed. But I think he's been busy because it's been a couple months and I haven't heard back. So I was like, okay, no worries. And on YouTube, I do not worry. If it's been 6 months, I'm not worried about it. YouTubers are busy. But then I saw him talking on a live stream where he's like, oh, I see these smaller YouTubers talking about, oh, we all live in LA and we don't make enough money and we're bad with our finances and that's why we're begging our audiences for money. And I was like, oh my God. For the record, I was thinking about an LA YouTuber when I was making that speech. And I don't know if he's talking about me, but I am actually critical, but I would love to talk to him about it. I would love to be like, so why do you need money? Can we talk about it? Because like, why can we understand why big YouTube channels with 1 million subscribers need money? I mean, everybody needs money, but like, do you need that much money? And also like, if you're not making enough money, why don't you post more? Listen to me when I say this. When I realized my audience didn't have as much money. So this is what I did for my audience. This is how I fight capitalism, okay? Here's how I fight capitalism. So I noticed people in my audience ran out of spare cash. And I said, okay, no problem. I used to make videos twice a week. That used to be my model. When I saw that the economy took a dip and my audience was suffering, I said, okay, girl, I got you. Okay, I am like 40% fan funded. So I understand. Okay, I'm like heavily fan funded. But that other 60%, I said, okay, how do I take the burden off my viewers and put it on myself? And I said, okay, I'm going to make more content. And yes, I post very frequently and I work really fucking hard every day because if somebody should be paying me, it's fucking YouTube. Okay. And I'm a small YouTube channel. So I am very grateful, okay, that you guys have the money to support me in any capacity that you do. Okay. I'm really grateful. And at the same time, I didn't want people to feel like they had to give me money. And I wanted them to know like I'm making content for free. Yes, I have certain content behind a paywall. I'm reviewing BoJack Horseman. I review series for my viewers or for my members, and that's great. I do weekly events on my Discord to give people a third space. That's great. That's a premium. We don't want trolls in the Discord, okay? But they're a luxury item. They're not a necessity. If you want, I am here 5 days a week for free. I'm free over on my podcast channel. Do you know what I'm saying? And YouTube, little at a time, pays me, and it helps. Chet said, are you still doing calls, Britt? No. I stopped doing calls. I put a distance up between me and my audience, and I made a more focused effort to make content for free in hopes to get paid because people couldn't afford the calls, and it didn't seem good to choose that business model when it was keeping me away from making content. So it was a win-win for everybody. I don't want people to feel, because sometimes this is what started to happen. I would get a YouTube member who was like paying $10 a month on YouTube, on Discord. And they would be like, hey, Britt, I'm so sorry. I have to unsubscribe from Discord. Money's tight this month. Girlies, you don't have to tell me. You do not. Yes, you help me pay my bills, but you are not responsible for paying my bills. I am. You are not responsible for paying my bills. I am. Okay, Michael Burns in the chat. Hey, just popped up for me. Thanks for taking the time to watch my video, even if you said it sucked. No. Because that's okay. Do you hope you come to watch this later? Listen, hope to come watch this later. Listen, Michael, we love you. I'm just very critical in the space right now, not because of you. It's a lot of people. It's not the video. Great video. Great job. I'm just critical, but in like a loving way. And like a loving way. You know, no one's explaining to me why things are happening and I'm lost. And I wish I could see, maybe you could work on it in the next video. I would just love to know why these things are happening because no one's explaining it. Like, I think people think they're explaining it and maybe it's my autism, but like, it's not an explanation. Like maybe it sounds like an explanation, but I still, like any good philosophy student, have to ask why. Why? I'm not getting the why. That's all, but it's great. I appreciate you in the chat, okay? I just want to know why. Okay, so, wait, what was I talking about? Oh, you are not responsible for paying my bills, but I am responsible for making it easy for you to pay my bills. And I am responsible for making it worth your time to pay my bills. And I am responsible for getting that money in a different way if I need to. And that's why this job is hard, because I have to wake up every day and pay my bills. But so do you. And I know that. And I know that I'm so lucky that I might be the one single YouTuber you can afford this month. Like, I'm so lucky that I'm maybe the one YouTuber you can subscribe to and give money to. Like, I'm so honored. But if you unsubscribe because you don't have the money, I know that I still want you here in the audience. Know that it doesn't matter if you have an icon that says you're a member or not. I value you and I appreciate you. Because your watch time is just as valuable because YouTube pays me the more you watch me. You know? Yeah. Michael says, also room to improve. Whole point of the video was more about constructive communal critique and less drama stuff. So excited to rewind later and check it out. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you too. We really do. Appreciate you, Michael. Have a great day. So yeah, I want you guys to know that community is built by all of us participating and meeting each other where we're at. And so I just want to continue meeting my audience where it's at because I know it's hard out here. And so I also would encourage you as somebody who was so bad with money her whole life and so bad with her mental health that I do have tools to offer you and I'm happy to give you them for free. I do not want them to be up behind a paywall or something. Thank you, Michael. Michael says, keep it up, Brittany. You too. You too. I watch every video. I'll continue to watch every video. Okay? I do. I really do love your content. So I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate Michael showing up in chat. That's really lovely. Like, what a great gesture. What a great, and that I really struggle because I think my tonality, my voice is so bitchy that people just, I'm just confused and I would love to know why. But I think I appreciate the way he came up and showed up and just like, it says so much to his character, right? So we love that. We love to see Michael in the chat. We love to see a lot of, we're lucky when anybody shows up in the chat and gives us a second of just like community time. I feel like sometimes we're on a block together and we all own little coffee shops and little owners of the coffee shops come in. They're like, hey guys, how you doing? And like, it's kind of cute, it's kind of cute. But I really like today's conversation, especially like, I think so much of why Trump exists is sort of a lack of philosophical quandary, but it's also like we're deeply unethical. Like there is some deep trauma impacting our families. And I think Ethan and Destiny and all these people, they're exactly what Trump is. And it didn't just come out of it nowhere. Like it came from somewhere, I remember when FD was very critical of like my time in the Destiny bubble. He's like, get out. And I was like, don't tell me what to do, FD. And like, I was having a lot of fun exploring that bubble, but I learned a really hard lesson in that bubble. I learned that I was just as susceptible as anybody else to trust the information I was getting was good. I believe Destiny when he said Hassan was a bad person because I didn't know anything about him. So I just went, sure, yeah, I could see that. And then I researched Hassan on my own and I was like, oh, fuck. Like, Destiny's a really bad person. But I think what's important is that we all hold ourselves accountable to the susceptibility we have to being in a bubble and remembering like we got to touch grass even from the bubbles we love. I really liked being in a space where people were talking. I didn't much love the conversation. Like, if you really look at my time in that space, they did not like me. And I understand why they didn't like me, because I really was trying to have some deep fucking conversations, but not deep, like pretentious deep. Like, hey, can we talk about like life's kind of hard when you're chronically ill? Can we talk about that? Because we do that here. I think we have really vulnerable conversations on this channel, and we still encourage each other to get up and like do something about it in a non-capitalistic way. Because getting up and doing something about it includes resting. Getting up and doing something about it means being a good community member. Getting up and doing something about it means meditating. Getting up and doing something about it means like making peace with yourself, knowing you can't do everything you want to do in a day. I think sometimes we use language from typical bubbles and people think that's what we're talking about. But like, I want you to be like radically empathetic towards yourself. You know? Yeah. I want you to be so fucking kind to yourself that you don't let yourself get beat up by things that aren't going perfectly. Like, I don't want you to beat yourself up because like, you know, you can pay a bill this month. Chad said in that bubble, you'll always be a woman. Yeah, I think so. In that bubble, I'll always just be a woman. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. I think, do you guys remember that the story, the very famous story about the husband and a wife who couldn't afford to get each other gifts? So like she cut her hair to afford something for his harmonica, and he sold something for his harmonica, or he sold his harmonica to get her a bow or something for her hair. You know what I'm talking about? They made a Mickey story out of it, Mickey Mouse. I think that's what life feels like. Yeah, the gift of is it the gift of Magi? Okay, you guys know what I'm talking about. Okay. When I think of that story and I think about it in my own life, I think those are kind of like really romantic moments in life that explained like the struggle of life is so fucking real. Like I remember when my parents have like 10 kids, but I remember a time when they had like less than 10. And there was like, our rental fell through and we were staying at my grandparents' house and there was a flood at my grandparents' house and we were all laying on the bed together. And it just became like a funny story that we all think about. Like, oh yeah, the time the house flooded. Like I remember it so vividly. I remember my uncle and I remember my grandpa. I just remember my parents. And I remember it so vividly. And I think what I remember the most was that we weren't punished because things went wrong. And I think in that moment, I assume my parents kind of made the decision to not punish themselves either, because I think we would have seen it. I think in many ways we probably would have seen, or maybe it's my memory, maybe I'm biased and I don't remember correctly, but I think I remember my parents being very joyful, being very happy and laughing and thinking it was funny. Because like, what are you supposed to do? You know, I think that's what I'd like for all of us, is to be stressed and to mourn and to grieve and to cry and to be overwhelmed. And then to sort of be like just so fucking grateful when you're in a position to be grateful. Because again, this goes back to not taking on the burden of pain that isn't yours. Like, I cannot see Palestinian suffering and pretend that it is my own suffering. Empathetically, a part of me wants to say that I'm empathizing with, like, you know, the story of the twin brothers who hadn't seen each other for years, and then they finally connected again. Oh, the way I bawled. The Palestinian brothers that did gymnastics together, and then they were hit by the IOF and he lost his legs and his brother died and his parents didn't want to tell him because they thought he couldn't handle it. This little boy I just saw on screen earlier, his leg hanging off, and he's screaming, my leg is hanging off, my leg is hanging off. This little girl who was going to go get water, she's walking across the street and boom, a bomb hits or bullets hit or something, they kill her, and people come back later and carry her body away. Like, it's one thing for me to be horrified. It's one thing for me to talk about it, to bring awareness to it, to donate, to whatever. It's another thing for me to take it upon myself and pretend like my suffering over the Palestinian death is like more important. Like, I'm not the one there. Like, I have so many reasons to be grateful today. And a part of practicing gratitude is remembering to celebrate life when others can't, not as a way to celebrate almost like them in a sense. Like, this is a very specific kind of like practice. It's not about the ego. It's about if I could only give this to them, if I could only feed them today, like you self-harming because other people are in pain is not going to help them. That's why I don't prefer self-harming as a form of activism to be helpful. I don't see why how self-harming is in any way in respect to them. They are starving. Why would you starve yourself in a privileged position? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Feed people. Take that time of not eating and donate every meal to somebody else. Feed people. Don't starve yourself. Feed people. It feels like sometimes when we engage with the world, we think about ways to suffer instead of suffer wisely, instead of to give back. We should be giving back to people, not taking away. You know? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But what do I know? You know? All right. With that said, great convo. Shout out to Michael Burns. Love the video. Let me get it linked to you guys so you can guys go check it out, of course.
Recently alienated huge portions of her audience with.
Let me throw this at you guys. Michael Burns, go check out the video. At the end of the day, respect for Michael showing up in chat today. Love that. Shout out to everybody. Look, when I'm critical, I'm really trying to be critical of your ideas. You know, I'm not trying to be critical of you as people. I like you guys. Like, at the end of the day, these are people I like. These are people I like. You know what I mean? Chad said ultimatum today. Yes, I'm almost, I'm about like halfway through editing the reunion. So you guys will have that the next few hours. It's late though. It's 10:30 here. I gotta go. Okay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Shout out to the Do Not Worry podcast. I think a lot of new people came in from them today. Shout out to you guys. Love you. Free Palestine. I'll see you tomorrow. Be good to each other. Be good to yourselves. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Bye.